talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah. I see your
ain't in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances. Some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops.
Yesterday, we've already seen Boom Esports and Paper Rex qualify for the knockouts after their 2-0 victories and 2-1 respectively. And now today, we'll see 2 more join in on the fray in the knockouts. But at the same time, we're going to be seeing another team bid farewell here as we open up the series. And without further ado, let's get into the action here at the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring alive, but then Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Has been a bit of the outplay from Boom Esports because made it down. Rocks to Doom though still not done. Showstopper flies. It won't make Blaze King die. Here comes Berserk though. He's still fighting on back. Angel now gonna be able to get the catch.
Okay. He seems to be much more confident after those couple of kills. He even fucked an ace.
The Venn diagram comes here. It's time to go for the peek into the Blaze. And Blaze King will still get another one. Tempatol on the board. All left now to wanna fly. Then the team, no! Hands off! It's missed now with a cleanup. The Sirens.
Let's see how this plays out. Spike goes down. Berserks holds the line. Not going to be able to hold it against Conga Red, but Blaze King is right there with the crossfire, and this should be pretty much it here. Can he pass this test with flying colors in a 1v3? I just don't think so.
Tap there, but his name spells it out. The destiny arrives finally, and the fall of Kadoom will be the rise of Boom. 13 to 10 here in the second map, a 2-0. He finds the tap onto the Vi anyway. The Hunter's Fury, a big distraction, but Benkai willing to sacrifice the lives of his teammates now to get in position just for that spike plant in itself. Shock Dart 1, Shock Dart 2 gets the kill on the famous Aster still with the defuse. There's the tap for Benkai yet again, and he's just watching here.
As you mentioned, it gives them a bit of leeway here, and oh my gosh, maybe it's just time for Flinch to start working his magic as the two-piece comes falling into his hand. Maybe in the third. Oh, Benkai is running away.
Chasing him. Such a scrappy round, and it could have gone into Incorrect's favor, but here we go. Famous right now with a takedown, but Jing with the ding on the 1 and 2. Are the bells ringing here for PPGL for victory, perhaps? Now the wall is being set. Oh, the slow arc though, but still a chance to go for the resurrection. Jing though might have to use his bait instead. There we have the peek on that. Can't find the head. Finally, Nick Aster is dead. And a free big that 4 from Jing. Ding-a-ling-ling. The ace there to end it all. And Jing will rule the Icebox Kingdom as PPGL moves on to next week. What a victory for PRX.
Jing is the absolute
build. As is getting one close, able to Oblivion Force. Now they've gotten the spike down pretty much all they wanted to achieve in the first.
Bobby Chulo individually. Now they try to get on the site. Double kill for Furious Mouth. The rest of the members have to push in, and it's Furious Mouth with a nice triple kill.
It's only one smoke here.
Oh, ja!
Aiming left, aiming right. For SBE, they just have to look at one position.
Oh, what the hell? No, man! Where do you even get that? How is he even allowed to get that?
From Hong Kong, Taiwan, or do we still do have? Oh!
Oh.
Out of my way. You should run.
Yeah, that's a no-no. That's
yeah. Could be much done here. I think it's pretty much GG as it cleans it up. It's Jimei left. He's done a lot of amazing assists, but
Attackers win.
maybe 5 frags is too much for him for now. It's congratulations to South Phil. They're going to be eliminating the Hong Kong Taiwan representative.
It's another elimination day here at the Asia Pacific Challengers as we open things off with an elimination matchup for to kick things off here. I'm Nomad with the black and blue and the Raft. The action that we've had yesterday was really as close as it can get. There were 2-0s, 2-1s, but it was still pretty close there when you say so, Raf.
Oh, yeah, well, we start off the morning talking about everything that transpired yesterday. There was quite a bit of weight to the matches. Once again, a clash of the last great hopes for the respective regions. South built digging deep. They did look kind of rocky at times, but once again, they did finish the job. But before we get a little too excited, we will look at the first match, which also houses the top, the Zenith Bar competition with Boom Esports.
It really did go that distance, at least in terms of the individual maps. As you talked about, yeah, we did end a bunch of the series 2-0, you know, with Boom versus Made in Thailand we're looking at, but both of these maps went to that 13-10 distance, and so did the same exact thing happen actually for the South Built and Oblivion game. So 2-0's maybe kind of what the end result was, but how we got there was definitely a very interesting show.
Stay down.
Interesting, to say the very least, and quite a bit of surprises when it comes to the development. Again, we are pretty much going to see more of that today, especially with our opener, which we're about to find out very, very soon. Boom. Again, they just have so many highlights. It's really hard to see, or rather to deny, why they're on top. PRX making a good case of why in contention for that as well.
And I mean, Paper Rex, they came into that being, I guess, the team that we expected to win it, right? But there was a really good fight coming in from Persija, especially, you know, in the opening half of Fracture when they seemed super in control, ending that one in 7-5, and then you go on over to the second map, which they were able to win. Overtime, there are Grays and Icebox. That's just kind of where they fizzled out, because it is the home turf of Paper Rex. So you do not want to go against these dinosaurs when it comes to playing the Tyrannosaurus Paper Rex. In the Ice Age, that is Icebox. They seem to have outlived that, outlasted that, and the extinction event that was proposed to them never really came their way. It was Jing who had something to say about it, turning around the fates of time, and even with just a Soul Sheriff in hand, he laid down the law.
Once again, the Cretaceous era with PRX, it extends. And I've seen this clip so many times, it just never fails to make me smile. I mean, who doesn't love that type of play, right? It is a bit of a heartbreaker, but it highlights how top level our competition is. And once again, Southbuild, we talked about them a little bit earlier. Now it's to finally look at them in a better light.
Well, they did play map number 1 on Icebox as well. And this was a match that almost kind of felt like it was a bit sloppy from Southbuild, if anything. Oblivion Force did play pretty well, but there were some moments that they also kind of got unlucky on in terms of timing. I think that's true for both of these teams, but you know, after the match, basically the gist I got from the Southfield boys was they weren't happy after that win, and it didn't feel like they actually deserved that win. They felt like this is not the game we play, and we can refine things more. But if we look at what happened to, you know, their local qualifier, that's kind of what it seemed like when they were down in the dumpster, one with some very scrappy, very kind of messy wins and rounds, but then they cleaned their act up as the tournament progressed, as it got deeper into the tournament. So for Southbuild, they gotta start cleaning things up, otherwise their play right now ain't gonna fly either.
Oh yeah, I mean, we did talk about the Southbuild Storm, right? Going into their matches, the first 5 rounds, the first 4 rounds are absolutely devastating. But they do kind of stop at that Eye of the Storm per se. It is calm for a bit, but then it starts revving up again. I do have to agree with their sentiments that there are certain layers that they have to shed for them to truly reach their potential. And that's, I feel like that's a little ironic to say, considering they are very much veterans of the scene. But again, before we get on to talking about, well, all the teams we had yesterday, I'm pretty sure we have more bangers today.
Yeah, we really do have a lot more bangers moving forward into this, but we're gonna have to have a look at the journey that these guys went through in the group stages, as well as some of the teams that went through the play-ins and what we can expect to see in the knockouts as well.
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups, competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There's a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Well, double eliminations all the way, and we have a single elimination match that's going to be coming up right after we talk about the groups that's going to be happening. And speaking of groups, it's been a wild ride for the most part here. We've seen Boom Esports and Paper Rex made it all the way into the knockout stages, but for the other teams involved, it's not as easy of a journey for these guys. Nico, Black and Blue, we're kind of looking at the later matches that we have for today. It's Xerxia Esports and Bleed Esports, as well as Full Sense and Velocity Gaming. Do we get to feel like this is the same caliber of matches that we've seen during their opening matches, or has there already been an evolution and it may just last a little bit longer and be that a little bit more tighter?
Well, I mean, Xerxia, they have not had an easy run throughout their group stages here. I mean, their first opening match was Onyx, who brought them to the distance, but obviously we know, Xerxia were able to prevail in that case. But I do think while they might not necessarily be elimination stages, they still matter quite a lot, and they really are going to raise the stakes because they do kind of decide how the rest of their group is going to go, and ultimately will kind of decide which teams we're going to see in knockouts. Because sometimes, even though you might think like, oh, this team is going to make it out of this group, the matchup just doesn't work for them, and so that's kind of where things can go wayward for some of these teams.
It is sometimes apples to oranges side by side, but why can't we compare apples and oranges? Just food for thought and, fruit for thought.
Why can't fruit be compared? It's weird. I don't know. They're both
I'm glad Nomad... Okay. You got me. I'm glad Nomad pointed it out that, it has been a few days. It's been, I would say, an X amount of scrims for a lot of these teams. So to see them grow from whatever experience they've had in our previous APAC days, it's going to be a bit of a doozy for, their previous teams, their previous matchups.
Yeah, definitely. But things are not going to be a doozy here for the remainder of the group because for the most part, in Group A and Group B, they're both elimination matches. Just to recap everything for you guys that are watching at home, Boom Esports, they made it all the way rather seamlessly on the start of the group stages, all the way into knockouts. They knocked down Made in Thailand to the lower bracket. They will be facing off against Cerberus Esports in the final, potentially best of 3 of their run here in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Moving things on over towards Group B, it is the same story here for Paper Rex, albeit somewhat tricky because Persija Esports managed to take a game away from them. Not much of a seamless run for Paper Rex, but they still qualify into the knockout stages, and this made the rematch happen between Bonkers and Persija Esports in the lower brackets. We'll see that later on today, and things are a little different here over at Group C, where Black and Blue already talked about it a little bit more, and Xerxia and Bleed Esports, they will be facing off against each other, and whoever loses that will drop down into the lower bracket and go up against Onyx G, in which it's not going to be a cakewalk for either team on the lower bracket. Lastly, things over at Group D, we'll be seeing the match between Full Sense and Velocity Gaming later on today. South Built Esports, they just freshly won their 2-0 victory against Oblivion Force yesterday. And going into the lower bracket match, the last deciding match of the lower bracket, whoever they face off against might not just be as easy of a coast as it should be for South Built Esports. And we're going to have a look at the match schedule we have for the entirety of the day. We are going to be seeing the first elimination match of the last 2 days that we have here in the Asia Pacific Challengers. We got Bonkers going up against Persija. Again, that's an elimination match, followed by Xerxia Esports going up against Bleed Esports. Lastly, it's Velocity and Full Sense. We'll see 2 more teams join in on the fray here on the knockouts. And Raph, it feels like the games are just going to get that bit more competitive as the teams wake up in the group stages.
It is truly the nature of the beast. As the later the circuit goes, the stronger everybody gets. And I have no doubt in my mind that this is going to happen for all these teams present. Me personally, I have expressed my excitement for Xerxia versus Bleed because I feel like this is one of the truest toss-ups we have. Every other team we have is pretty much, you know, again, they are in the circuit, they are as strong as they are. But I feel like looking at Bonkers, Velocity, Full Sense, PSG, without discrediting them, we are kind of looking at them as those teams that we are so excited to evolve even further.
And you know, the thing about Xerxia and Bleed is this is what I was kind of talking about a while ago, and same with Group D, that final match of the day, where you might look at two teams who kind of make it out of that group, but because of the matchup that could be forced upon them because of whoever wins in the upper bracket, things could go wayward. So like, you look at Group C, for example, you got Naos, you got Xerxia, you got Bleed, and you got Onyx. You would think at least Onyx, Bleed, and Xerxia are kind of the favorites to win that, but only two are going to make it out. And you look at Group D, and more of the same. You might think Southfield are going to make it out, but who knows? If Velocity beat Full Sense today, it might be going the other way.
Yeah, and it's a pretty much a toss-up here. I mean, the opening matches we've had during the group stages were, you know, 50-50 for the most part. We already see the clear victors in the upper bracket. In the lower bracket, it was really a brawl there for survival. Speaking of which, this is another brawl for survival as we go into the first series of the day. It's Oceania's last hope to get into the knockout stage here, and it's a rematch as well for Persija Esports as we introduce the Aussie boys. We got Bonkers. Well, the boys from down under, they want to make sure that they rise up in the competition here as they enter this rematch against Persija Esports. Things may just be a little bit different here. Minimize, Nas, RDW, Scroll, and Tix, they want that revenge against Persija.
Certainly a lot of team, a team with a lot of personality and quite a bit of development time already. We saw them have those flashes of brilliance in their first matchup against Persija. Again, the way that they center their defense around RDW's operator has been sublime. They even showed an extra layer of utility usage within their last match against Fancy United on Split. And once again, just to reinforce the point I made earlier, they have been scrimming quite a bit. They've had a little bit more time to review the VODs. This could be one of those days or one of those points in their careers where they truly grow, not just in the facet of, you know, adapting to different region and such, but again, it begs the question, is it enough to really topple Persija?
And that really, I guess, is the question at hand, and they know that this is their time to do it. You know, when you're coming from the Oceania Tour, there's only one qualifying slot, and so there's no guarantee we're going to see these guys back next stage or even next year. And while they might have the experience to kind of tout everybody else overboard, it's really very difficult to qualify from Oceania getting here. So they know how the stakes really matter when they're at this stage, especially against a team like Persija.
Yeah, and Persija, when they went up against Bonkers, it was a 2-1 fashion, but the last two maps for Persija Esports, they were as dominant as it could be. Looking to stay as dominant as they were even after that loss against Paper Rex. We'll see going into this matchup. We've got Persija Esports up next. We already know who these guys are individually, and as a team, they're relatively new joining in on the fray. They started off strong against Bonkers, but then went up against Paper Rex and wasn't really as strong as they wanted to on the last map. We got Asterisk, Eeyore, Famous, Flinch, and Rosify wanting to get that victory once again from Bonkers and get into the knockout stage.
Well, you look at this Persija team, the third seed from Indonesia, very top-heavy scene in terms of how just capable of winning those the teams at the top of that scene. And you talk about, like, okay, they kind of faltered versus Paper Rex in their final map on Icebox, and they haven't really been looking like, you know, maybe the best team, but they've been looking like at least a very good team. One you could argue is like in the top 6, 7 of this tournament, and I think that is very, very true, especially for this matchup. Now, Persija, they're a newer team altogether, but they have old experience, they have veteran experience to really apply here. The thing is, they don't have a lot of the set plays that you see many of the other big teams have here, like Paper Rex, and if you even talk about the Indonesian scene, like Onyx and like Boom, but they do have some semblance of that just based on from where they came from. They have to play like tactical style, but they are a bit more aggressive than the aforementioned Boom and the aforementioned Onyx. Thing is, what these guys like to do, it's evident on their composition. They want to take the fight. If you turtle against them, they do kind of struggle to be able to force that fight because the utility isn't necessarily placed for forcing fights, for pulling defenders out of their positions. But if you give them the fight, something that Bonkers like to do on the defensive side, and you actually peek them, Persija will kill you. Persija gets you that way, and I think that is why this matchup really specifically works for him.
You know, if I close my eyes and you didn't mention a team name, that was honestly another perfect description for Naus. Again, they're out of competition right now. They're out of the circuit, but the points that Black and Blue made have been honestly telling of teams that are flourishing into future juggernauts. Persija is definitely looking to be that way. And as you mentioned, if Bonkers don't patch up the fact that they love to really strong arm their way into a site or really any points of interest on the map, they could have a major problem against this quote unquote, they're pretty good for a football team.
They really are. But we gotta look at two players here for Bonkers and Persija Esports, kind of on a completely different spectrum here as we head into the head-to-head going into this matchup. We got RDW and Eeyore, completely different play styles, completely different agent pools, but the same amount of impact that these guys have. And Nico has RDW already figured out how Eeyore and the rest of Persija Esports plays, that he can apply whatever mid-strat calls he can to the team.
I do think, like, especially when he is on the chamber, that he's going to be able to really find his way and bob and weave through to be able to really make those individual plays. If anything, I think he's better when he's on like a aggressive sentinel, like a chamber. Perhaps he can even try like a Cypher, but when he's on the Jet, he does get them that space needed, but there is a bit of a lack of firepower if he kind of goes down early. So he's a very important piece of that puzzle. And when you look at Eeyore, the last time that these two teams, you know, matched up against each other, he really had a good performance. I mean, Persija did win 2-1. And I think that's going to be even more so here. And him being on that Sentinel, if you want to talk about Sentinels, well, he is one of the most spectacular Sentinels when it comes to really finding and picking his moment here in the APAC scene.
I'm just gonna say this a little off topic, but RDW that is some sick ink, brother. But moving forward to the matchup, right? I'm glad that you boys pointed that out. Again, both of them are very capable of flexing. We do see Eeyore more prominent on those controller sentinel roles, and honestly, it's for the better. His clutching ability is something that Persija need to capitalize on. Obviously, they don't want him to clutch every single round, but his intangible impact of just, oh, hey, we know Eeyore is on B. Maybe we should reconsider taking somewhere else.
Yeah. And, I mean, speaking of just retaking somewhere else, we kind of seen Bonkers for the matches against Persija in Breeze and Bind. In terms of retaking, they never really gotten that chance as on the defensive side. So really Persija Esports outshining them. And do you guys think that Bonkers have finally figured out how to play against Persija Esports? I mean, they've already had the experience, and I mean, going into the map veto as well, are we going to be seeing the same maps being played out?
Well, in my opinion, you know, the team that loses the previous matchup, especially with, you know, a few days given between their next rematch, is a team that kind of basically does better. And we saw that like during, the Philippine qualifier where teams that lost in week 1 would win week 2 against the same exact matchup. And that's true for the most part in almost any tournament format you look at for, Valorant, because the team that loses has the more to learn, has the more to adjust. They know what doesn't work now, and they know what to fix. It comes down to the team, though, to be able to apply that, and I think Bonkers are a very good team who can apply that, an intelligent team at the core of it. So I do think they're going to fare a bit better versus Persija here. Now, I'm just hoping for Persija's sake that they don't be like, okay, we won the last matchup, we can just, scoot past this, and we can just, forget about even doing the research. I'm not saying that this is the type of team they are, because knowing their veteran experience, they know that they can't just, surf this one away, but they have to really stay on their A game because Bonkers are going to be doing the same.
Hubris and complacency are killers of gods, and we've seen that time and time again. But Persija, I just want to go back to this, right? Split has been a very thorough map for Bonkers. We saw their game plan against Fancy United, we saw the utilities, we saw the double controller, and Persija, they don't want to deal with that. It does look like they want to have a repeat of Bind as just with the eye test alone in their previous history. Bonkers just did not look good on that. Now Bonkers, they still have one more veto and one more pick. I'm curious to see if they're gonna let Breeze go, because even if Persija lost that series, they looked so impressive on Breeze against Paper Rex, but they do actually get that fracture. Interesting.
Huh.
Oh, okay. Fracture to be played by Bonk here, which is curious, as you said, Raph, because we did see Persija pick it against Paper Rex, and that was a map that actually almost kind of seemed like they were going to win it, right? But then suddenly Paper Rex just turned things around. So maybe there's something that they kind of see here, Bonkers, that really shows, Persija, they like Fracture, but we can crack that open. And then, but then again, as you kind of side commented, that was Paper Rex.
Well, you see Jing and you see Forsaken run around.
Yeah.
You know what they're gonna do, and I don't want to like harp too much on that, but yeah, maybe Bonkers, they have that bird's eye view of what happened, and they saw those tiny cracks that they could possibly exploit. Now Persija, they do get rid of Icebox, so Breeze is still definitely left out in the open here. Bonkers, they do have the choice of taking that away, but I think they do. I think they want to take this to Haven.
Perhaps, especially looking at how that previous Haven map went. It did go in the way of Bonkers. So Breeze being banned on out, which was map number 2 last time around, and Persija frankly kind of demolished them on that map. Going out to Haven, where they kind of returned the favor, winning that one very one-sidedly. So Bind, the only map here aside from Haven that we have actually seen between these two teams, but that series was really weird, Raph and Nomad, because it was a stomp every single map for either side. Like map 1, stomp in the favor of Bonkers, and map 2 and 3, stomp in the way of Persija. So I don't really know like what exactly the mindset was in that game, but they just, I'm going to assume we're going to get a bit more competitive matches today.
I can't help but agree with you. The competition, as we mentioned time and time again, will only get higher as the circuit goes, but sometimes it's the speed of that competition and how it kind of passes us by because of all the research, of all the meticulous planning from both sides, really. We're just gonna see how, well, which side had better R&D across the few day span we saw them not play.
Yeah, well, with the R&D that they have, just a couple of days, and the experiences they've had playing up against each other, it kind of makes me feel like history might just repeat itself going into this matchup. But I have to ask you first, Raph, who do you think is gonna come out on top here? Is it Bonkers or is it Persija Esports? No Uno reverse cards here.
No, Uno reverse card. Okay, let's go back to this, right? Logically speaking, I honestly believe that Persija is the perennial 3rd, 4th team of Indonesia, and that's saying a lot because they've only really lost to top-level teams. They lost to Boom, they lost to Paper Rex, they even bested Onyx. So that is so telling of their power level, their strength, despite their very recent history. They have the strategy, they have the cool, calm, collected clutch factor, and definitely the fearlessness to do it. But I believe in Bonkers, so dog with stick 2-1.
Oh, really? I thought you were going to go the other way around. You kind of.
I believe.
I believe.
For a loop there, ref. I was ready to agree with you, but now I'm even more glad to disagree with you. I think Bonkers, they definitely are such an entertaining team, such a spectacular team, especially coming out from Oceania, which doesn't really have much expectations on their shoulders, much pressure. But we're talking about the real game here, and Persija, they are the team that are looking like a complete monster when coming out of the already very, very competitive Indonesian scene. And I think these guys are just going to get better as we move on forward. We're going to see more of the same from our earlier series that we did see these two match up. I think it's still going to go 2-1 to Persija, but we are going to get closer individual maps this time.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Black and Blue there. It's going to be a closer matchup. Bonkers, I'm pretty sure that they've finally figured out how Persija Esports plays, but I'm inclined to think that history repeats itself, and the victor always writes history books, and Persija Esports have already won against Bonkers, and I feel like that may be the case, and it may just be a closer 2-1 series than what we've seen from the first time they went out against each other. With that being said, we're gonna wrap things up here at the panel. It's time for Bonkers to prove everybody wrong here on the panel, except for Raph, as we dive into the game 1 of this best of 3 series between Bonkers and Persija Esports.
Good morning everyone, at dito nga tayo sa second last to the day ngayon ng VCT Challengers. Kami ang inyong shoutcasters. Ako si Radiant, kasama ko dito si Vil, at ang maglalaban nga ngayon ay Persija versus Bonkers, at kung sino man ang mananalo ay syempre tutuntong na para sa knockout stage next week, at ang isa nga ay may mamamaalam.
Good morning sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon. Syempre andito naman tayo sa araw ng kasayahan, sa araw ng kasigawan, and sa araw ng laruan dito sa VCT APAC. I mean, pupunta tayo sa agent select para malaman na natin kung sino ba yung gagamitin nila dito, Ray. I mean, ito meron pang bukas. Okay? Hindi pa ito tapos. Akala nyo hanggang Sunday lang, pero hindi. It's a prank. Kasi hanggang Sunday ito. Ay, hanggang Monday rather. Sa Monday, meron tayong 3 match. And later on, malalaman natin kung sino ba mga kalaban ng SBE. Velocity ba? Or Full Sense? Ito, Full Sense, if ever nagkalaban ulit ang SBE na to, pagbago na ng apito no, men?
Oo. Ano to? Naniniwala ako na makakabawi ni SBE. Kahapon ang lupit ng laban Pinakaba pa tayo sa last map pagkagising ko
Oo nga Kinabahan ako Bigla ka nagising, buti na lang natulog ka ulit.
Pinatulog ako ni PPGL Parang Di na ako pinagsalita sa mismong comment section. Joke lang.
Wala ka nang nagawa no?
Oo, wala na lang ako nagawa. Inaway ako ng mga tao, nasisi ako bigla Nagulat din ako.
Okay lang At least alam nila kung anong meron ka. Kung anong mga kakayahan mo, Riri. Pero ito, Persija versus Bonkers. Para sa'yo, Riri, sino sa tingin mo mananalo? Kasi nung naglaban ng Persija tsaka ang PaperX kahapon, nag-2-1 pa Pero nadurog sila ng PaperX sa icebox Pero hopefully talaga makabawi ang Persija ngayon. Pero sana mag 2-0 ang Bonkers dito sa Persija. Pero ito, dire-dire sila yung mga players natin ngayon dito sa Bonkers, mga kaibigan. I mean sa Persija pala. And both of them, Neo ang gamit. Isipin mo no? I mean, you have the entry of Neon, you have the entry of Raze, plus the Steam Beacon of Asterisk. May napakabilis ng pwedeng mangyari.
Oo. Kita mo kaagad, di ba? Simula pa lang. Ang bilis na din kaagad. And speaking of, mukhang pong Bonkers, medyo mahirap mag-retake dito unless Minimize will be able to come up with something. At ngayon, okay, nice way to actually finish it. Pero nakaabang na din kagad ibang mga miyembro kagad ng Persija. At si Noz na lang kagad ang natitira. Going up against 2. Tries already to defuse it. Oh, hindi niya ba maririnig na meron na? Okay. Hindi niya binibitawan. Okay.
Pero, yun nga, Asterisk will deny all of the defuse of Bonkers. Pero, wala I mean, sa tao lang napakaganda din talaga ng ng agent composition ng PSG knowing na nasa attacking sila. Napakabilis na nangyayari, napakabilis ng pwede nilang maiba to dito eh. Steam Beacon, Raise Neon. Diyos ko.
And ito pa, ang meron ng sa side ng Bonkers ay Neon, but they're gonna be going with that
Neon
double
is,
eh.
I mean, sa totoo lang, Neon is good already. If ever kunyari nasa attacking ka, I mean, okay na yan, Neon talaga. Pero sa ano pa ng Raze, Diyos ko, napaka-aggressive ng gagawin talaga ng PSG. 100% yun, men. Nangyayari na yun ngayon. Pero si Minima is gonna be down for the count, but Ardu trying to do some flanking lang dito kasama yung mga ibang players dito ng Bonkers. Pero yun nga lang, for sure naririnig na rin nila na merong nagbabackstab sa kanila. Magandang position ni Eeyore daw. Si Eeyore meron naman siya ground dofu, so okay lang yun if ever na at least nakalapan siya ng isa dito. Pero ano, Ardu with a quick refrag, but it's spray and prayer coming in from PSG, plus it's Shakhtar from Rosify just to end the life of Tix right now. Ardu nakaisa pa nga dito, gonna deny that recon button. Oh my god, Diyos ko po, that is the power of a Neon. Kitang kita mo nang nagbunny hop sa harapan ng nung ni Ardu. Wala kang magagawa eh.
Tinalunan lang, Vin.
Mas madali mag-bunny hop dito kasi yung tick rate 128. Mahirap alam niyo yan, guys. I mean, gets nyo na yan kung ba't ko sinasabi to. Kasi sa CS kasi 64 tick lang dun eh. Pero pwede mong gawing 128 tick if ever kunyari ikaw gumagawa ng server. Kung meron kayong dedicated server, pwede mong gawing 128 tick yan. Pero at least dito automatic. Nung sinabi ng Valorant back then na we're gonna start our server sa 128 tick, ay lahat pwede mo nang gawin.
Oo, kaya kita mo daming daming gusto mag-Valorant. Pero on the other hand, advantage nga ng Barel ay nasa side ng Bonk. Meron sila napitas. It's gonna be flinch, pero ginawa lang nila dito ay Xerxia is gonna go straight ahead here sa B-side. Kaso si Noz is doing it, pinaglaruan lang ni Minimize siya kanino sa mga miyembro. At Eeyore na lang kagat at Famous ang natitira. Pero sa tingin ko may pagka-disadvantage talaga. At meron na lang dito si Eeyore. Will he be able to counter those shots? Fortunately, hindi. And Bonk magkakaroon ng clean retake lang. Dahan-dahan na nga pwede gawin. Execute, ubusin ng utilities ng Persija, and after that, gets with the angles, and finally, leading na nga sila. Pero yun na nga, medyo mahirap lang dito is, di lang talaga advantage ng Persija, pero nakita mo kagad, Will, take kagad yung site talaga.
Well, bilisan din naman eh. I mean, ano ba yung gamit ng Bonkers dito? Siyempre, naka-phantom lang naman sila. Kitang-kita mo. Puro phantom sa wala nag-vandal. Maganda ang phantoms if ever like kunyari you are defending, kasi syempre kung si Asterisk kunyari magsusmoke siya sa site, ang gagawin ng Bonkers mga kaibigan, syempre they're gonna do some shots through that smoke, and pag phantom ang gamit mo, hindi makikita ang bullet trails. Yan yung isang magandang bagay pag tawag dito, pag naka-phantom ka talaga. Share ko lang.
Ang ganda ng dito, ng angles ng Bonk. Pade-deny nila, possibly. And speaking of, haharangan lang ni Noz that tries already to go right through. Pero buti na lang, si Flinch takes him out. Pero nga lang, Minimize nakapag-igip na kagad after the 2 kills ang kanyang mga repolyo. And finally, gets the information nasan ba ang ibang miyembro ng Persija. Pero mukhang hindi nila muna ito i-push through. At mukhang lilipat na nga sila kagad sa A-site. Medyo mahirap talaga if you take a look at it. Pero buti na lang, Eeyore. Kita na niya kagad saan ba usually pupunta si Ardu. 3v3 is what we have, pero Tix is just gonna be denying them once again. At yun, hindi naging posible kay Flinch to actually take him down. And finally, Bonk will be able to tie yung round na kung saan nag-full buy ang mga taga-Persija.
Oo. Napakabilis ang nangyayari natin nakita dito, pero Hindi pa naman tapos. Marami pa pwede mangyari dito sa match na to. Nagsisimula pa lang naman tayo. Well, it's just we are now seeing already how Eeyore decimated the heads of the players of Bonk right now. Pero at least takes nakabawi na rin kahit papano. Well, iba rin talaga if ever you are defending though. Pero knowing na naghahabol ang Bonk dito, lalong-lalo na si Arju, napakaganda ng mga pursuit ni Arju. We've seen him, how he played that chamber back then. It is just really magnificent yung mga ginagawa niya, lalong-lalo na sa Haven. Diyan malakas si Arju. Kasi, yun si Arju kasi, minsan chamber siya, pero madalas jet siya. Pero nung nag-jet siya one time, hindi siya hindi siya nag-perform ng maayos. Sad lang. Sad, no?
Sad. Yun ang kabaliktaran, di ba, ng Undas.
Oo. Kaya maraming malungkot sa Undas eh.
Oof! Okay, alam lang nila na may isa, si Asterisk, pero sakasakaling i-aga siya dito. Mukhang safe naman siya. Buti na lang, hindi, pinaglalaroan lang.
Pero, Tix, pot shots to that smoke. Hindi talaga sila bumibili ng Vandal, oh. Talagang puro phantom lang din talaga para syempre hindi makita yung ano nila. Yung bullet trails nila. Kasi if ever do you wanna fight them with the tipong long range and datingan, syempre they're gonna use that Vandal. Of course, one tap to the head yan eh. Alam naman natin ng Phantom, hindi naman siya nakaka one tap to the head talaga if ever. Kunyari, more than 30 meters or 30 ba? 30 to 40, basta something like that. Pag more than ganun, hindi siya nakaka one tap to the head. Pero masakit yung bawas niya for sure. 2 hits sa head pwede. Parang 1 hit sa head tapos katawan, yun, patay na yun for sure. Pero wala eh, maraming smoke eh. Dahil lang talaga sa smoke kaya sila nagkakaya ito. And if ever you are really comfortable with playing na ganito, kasi ganito rin niya kasi nire-ray, sabihin ko sa'yo the reason why they're puro phantoms lang din talaga, it's because of Flinch and Famous. It's so hard, it's really hard for you to spray the Vandal if ever like kunyari susundan nyo sila na lumilipad, lalo na kay Flinch kung lalo nagsislide. It's so hard to nagawin yan sa Vandal na napakadaling gawin sa Phantom yan.
Grabe, ang ganda ng ginawa ni Famous doon. He was able to tackle down ng isang miyembro kagad ng ng Persija at sumunod na nga din sila ng Bonk. And you take a look at it, nakapag-ult na kagad si Flinch dito just to tackle them at si-minimize na lang ang natitira going up against 3. Lahat ng ults ginamit ng Persija para ma-open up yung site, and that's really a good take coming in from them. Pero nakaabang na nga kagad, pero sabi ni Rosify, kailangan ko na itong i-pick off. And finally, Persija was able to get this into a 3-3. Nasayang ang operator, pero okay lang. Sabi ng Bonkers, marami naman silang pera, pero to si Famous, naintindihan mo na na nasa momentum na siya, na kumukuha na siya nga kagad ngayon ng good entries na naman muli. And I think, kailangan lang gawin talaga ng Persija dito is pag-isipan kung paano nga ba sila papasok sa isang side.
Yeah. Paano entry ang gagawin dito ng Bonk? Pero kung napapansin, medyo sobrang ano lang talaga. Sobrang dikit lang din talaga ng laban, wala nagpapaka-bawi. Pero yun nga, Hicks. Huwag yung shutdown, Flinch. Yung kulit-kulit mo napakabilis mo Kulit mo Kaya nga Rosie 5 will take down Ticks again naman. Pero Fame trying to be really aggressive. Pero Rosie 5, at least nakako siya ng isa dito doon sa may teleporter. Nakita na nga yung mga pechay ni Sky. Oh, Asterisk. Kala ko si Nos pa rin talaga makakuha nito. Pero yun nga lang, Nos going in with a dash, with a slide. Will take down Famous.
Ano pa to winnable pa to. Sa Bonk, especially si Ardu, we already know how good he is with that operator. Pero kung na-timingan niya lang niya ibang mga miyembro ng Persija, baka ma-pick off pa siya isa-isa. But as for Eeyore, siya na lang kagad ang natitira. May hinihintay lang siya mag-cross. Pero timing is there. Pero mukhang sabi ng Bonk, baka meron pa kasi nga makapagpitas sa atin. So looking at it, di na sila dumiretso dun. And most likely, baka i-save na lang talaga to ng Bonk para magamit pa next round. Oo nga,
Clock
save
is
na lang.
ticking. Oh, save na lang sila dito. Well, wala silang pera. Arju with that operator. He's not gonna like contest everyone. Ganyan.
Ano lang. Steady na lang itong Bonk of Persija. Sabi siguro nila hala natin sila hanapin. Pero di na pupush to ni Iyer eh. Siya din yung mababawasan pa. Bibigyan pa ba niya ng pera? Itong mga taga-Bonk. Siyempre di na. Pero ito mukhang gustong kumaltas. Nope, hindi na. And that's it. May realize siguro ni Iyer na nandyan. Pero ang hirap na rin tignan. And think, ang giging mistakes lang dito ng Bonk usually is yung mga trades sana nila nagpa-pop off. Pero minsan hindi. Kasi kita mo nga ang hirap na i-follow up kagad yung aggressiveness sometimes ng Persija. Even if si Tix is able to get at least one every time that he's gonna be using that the Brimstone, ang ginagawa lang din ng Persija is utilize what we have. And finally, they're leading by 1 round against Bonkers.
Sobrang dikit ang laban dito, Rere. Mas madikit pa sa sticky. Mas madikit pa sa sa kaning bagong luto. Pero kung anong Arju. Inamatay siya dito. Flinch with another one. Pero yun nga lang nagkahatian na nga ng mundo malamo sa sanggalawan. Dadaan na ata dito ang mga... Ayoko mag-biblical reference.
Ayoko, ang hirap. Alam ko eh, pero baka mahirap na eh.
Oo, ma-GG tayo. Pero yun nga lang, bonk! Pero si Minimize ang nabonk yung bonk! On to scroll. Pero meron pa isang Famous trying to be really aggressive right now. Catching one, pero takes bonk! Nabonk si Famous, Noz na bonk! Si Asterix, pero isa lang dito na dito. Go, go, go! Yan ang sabi ni Noz. Pero kaliwat ka ng labanan ngayon dito sa PSJ kasi sa Flinch baka pwede siyang ma-crossfire sa Valorant. Flinch with a kill. Neon Guerrero. Napatay ang kauri niya. Go, go!
At para yung go, 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 Bill, parang si Rufa yan ah.
Ikaw nga magsabi.
Yung mahilig kasi yung mga Pinoy sa mga maraming poison. Pero si Noz in fairness, ang galing ng parehas na Neon natin for both of the teams. And especially with how they have that lineup, it gives so much space para sa duelist nila. Pero ngayon, ang Persija talagang ang ginagawa lang nila dito is to play aggressive. Kasi ang Bonk, kapag mabagal yung playstyle mo na smartan ka nila, pero looking at it, si Flinch, dumaan lang ng bilong. Tapos nakakuha pa kagad ng dalawa, pumitas lang. And he's so confident already. May follow through from Scroll. And finally, he takes down one. But then, surprise of it, open na kagad ang sight sa kamay ulit ng Persija. At tatlo na lang ang natitira sa kanila. Pero Ear, pumipitas na nga rin kagad. And Rosify, waiting din sa meron pa niyang makikita dito sa may smoke. Pero unfortunately, nakuha na nga muli ni Rosify. And he gets already one once again. And it's 3-6. Persija talagang pick off ng isa. Commit sa site. Opener na yon para sa atin. And really, si Flinch talagang magtataka ka dito. Sobrang inagre lang. And it's okay already. Big opener na yon.
Pero go, go, go! Sila
go, go, go.
Ikaw nga mag-roof na go, go, go. O masyado mo maaga?
Go, go, go! Pero feel ko na mamaya pa medyo kakagising.
Okay lang yan! Crazy! Bonkers! Usap tayo!
Bonkers! Usap tayo!
Hindi ko alam.
Tito boy.
Pinapanood ko lang kasi mga Jimmy Fallon, mga ganun. Mga tawag din. Mga host. Tapos medyo comedy.
Ako pinapanood ko na host si Eliza Taylor tsaka yung Bill. Hindi, pero real talk yun, guys. Ayan. Nakikita pa sila mag-host ng mga ibang LAN events eh. Dumadaan lang ako. Alam ko sila. Kasi ngayon na, ayan, ano, inaasar nila ako na ako yung first. Well, totoo naman. Baka bayani pa rin talaga ng page broadcast. Pero si Trix, dinay lang sila with those. Ang bilis na eh, no? Pagka-click ko, baba agad eh. Ito sa Brimstone eh. Ang ganda. Ito. Mangoriente na kagad si Flinch pero mukhang may maharapan siya ngayon. Pero that's just a trade coming in from Minimize also. Pero Persija talaga. I-push pa rin natin dito. Wala namang mangyayari. Pero si Minimize siya lang mag-isa. Pero lahat kagad ng Persija nakakalaban niya isa-isa. It's gonna be a 2v3. And di pa na rin nababawa si Noz after all. He gets a one and it's only just Rossify going up against two members ng Bonk. At mukhang dalawa na kagad ang nakatingin sa kanya with Ardu finishing him out with that operator at Bonk muli ay may tataguyod itong round 10 against PSJ. And now talaga may kita mo na even if aggressive si Persija, they come up with something. Try to contest ang hookah. Then kapag nakapitas, buto na lang na dyan kagad si Minimize. Sobrang ready kagad siya with that sky of his.
Nakakamiss maglaro ng Valorant sa totoo lang. Akala nyo ba guys, na porket nandito kami sa industriyang ito, naglalaro kami lagi. Hindi totoo yun kasi wala kaming oras maglaro. Totoo yun, men. Wala kaming oras maglaro. Kasi anong oras na natapos? So, syempre, magpapahinga ka na lang kaysa maglalaro ka pa.
At minsan...
maglaro ng Valorant.
Oo.
So, na maglaro ulit eh.
Miss ko na nga yung mag-unrated tayong 5 tapos tatawa.
Oo.
Nawalan mo pa ako, Vil eh, sa bridge. Pero, famous.
Oh, di na nakita. Pero alam niya, oh, Diyos ko, Poki. Huli ka, Balbon. Yung ginagawa mo dyan, please. Pa-slide-slide ka pa. Diyos ko pa, nagasgas. Nagasgas yung tibok na dito. Pero, eto na ngayon. Yung Hunter's Fury, wala siyang natamaan dito kahit isa. Chumacha lang yung mga kalaban niya. Asterisk, will plant the spike already, pero Argus is waiting patient. Nakapatay pa nila sa go for the second one. Right now, but missing that second shot. Pero meron pang isa. Nandito lang sa may showers. 4v1, Rosify, clutch or kick.
Clutch or kick. Familiar lang yung face ni Rosify. Alam mo ito ang pangalan. Pero, yeah. Very familiar. Parang may kahawig siya. At ngayon, si Yardu, kitang-kita. May na-slice up eh. Lahat tinitignan lang pa isa-isa yung mga miyembro kagad at nakapag-follow na nga at nakapag-rotate ay ibang miyembro ng Bonk. And finally, yun ata talaga gusto ng Bonk dito. Just to be able to tie it up against Persija sa pinakaunang half. That's already a sign na pagdating sa map pick talaga ng Bonk, they know their advantage. Kaya talagang Persija, medyo mahihirapan sila if sa second half hindi din sila magpa-pop up as what they did on the first half. And Nardu, may 2 force na din siya kagad na pwede niyang gamitin. And speaking of, nakakuha pa siya ng information kung sino yung mapipitas niya possibly side ng Persija. Pero si Noz nag-aabang na lang din kagad. Sino ba ang next na may kita? Pero wala na sila dyan kasi lahat sila nasa A-site na kagad.
Pero kung napapansin mo, medyo si Noz medyo malayo na ata ang pinanggalingan eh. Naghahanap na siya dito ng early game. Gusto ata mag 1v1 yan eh. Ni Noz tsaka ni Eyor dito. Mukhang sila nagkakaintindihan eh. Pero 5v3 on this round right now, famous. This is the sheriff on hand. Pero meron naman ball dito si Eyor Asric. So pero sila makabawi if ever. Famous being... Uy, Diyos ko po. Kinain siya ng buhay ng orbital strike pero scroll waiting doon lang sa Gedli. Comeback it is ginagawa ng Bonk dito from 3-6 to 6-6.
Grabe no. Talaga sa bind, there's just a lot of magical gameplays na pwede mong gawin para lang makahabol ka sa team. And nakita nga natin to once again with Bonkers. At malaki talagang problema when you have scroll together with Ardu sa A-site. Yun talagang meron ng Bonkers. Usually talaga si Minimize siya si Tix. They just go up here sa may B. Pero the problema na ng Persija dito is how Ardu denies them one by one. And how Scroll has those follow-up trades. Kaya ngayon, at least side naman ng Persija, baka magamit naman nila tong si Fringe together with Famous and they're defending. You have a lot of utilities just to deny the possible entry. But then, dito kasi ang specialty din na meron yung Bonk is yung mga flash nila. You have that kayo, makakapag-flash yan para lang makapag-entry yung team mo and pwedeng ma-deny yung dalawang duelist kagad ng Persija na pwedeng magpaka-aggressive sa short, magpapaka-aggressive man lang sa long.
Pero mukhang dikit ang laban. Pero ikaw, Riri, I mean, sa tingin mo ba, sino ba ang pwedeng...
Sino pwede manalo? So, 2-0 ka. Wala, sa SBE na lang may pake.
Kahit sino no? Kahit sino naman guys, okay lang eh. If ever manalo ang Bonk, congratulations. If ever manalo ang PSG, edi congratulations. Ganoon lang yan, man. Andito tayo sa point na wapakils tayo kung sino manalo dito.
Kasi
next game, next, ano pa, bukas pa yung main event.
Ito, ano ulit to eh. Commercial. Ano lang to, mga first trailer ng laban ng SBE. At sa amin, kahit sinong team, at sana 2-0. Diba? Totoo lang naman. We're just stating facts dito. Against the two teams. Pero yan, diba? Kahapon lahat ng taon kinakabahan na sa SB. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Kahit sila din eh. Nakita ko nga yun eh. Talagang kita ko nagigil ang SB manalo siya. PH represent. Na maalam na din kasi yung Naos nga. Kasi yung isang araw. Pero natalo sa Monyet and Friends. Ngayon. Persija. Oo. Man.
Pero ito na! Anong magagawa ng ni Flint tsaka si Famous tuwing nandito sila ngayon sa Defender? Bahala na si Abatman. Minimize up. Kung Casinos dito, kitang-kita pero ang Fish Break on to 2 right now. 3 versus 2 versus 2. Asterix knows exactly nasa si scroll. Tama Shakhtar. Not gonna connect on to these players. So, pero tumama pala, pero konti lang yon. It's all up to Arju with that classic on hand. Pero meron naman siyang headhunter. Okay lang yan. Mahal yan. 100 yan. Kada putok. 3 putok yan. Isang putok na lang mga kaibigan pero sayang.
Nawala na din. Kagad. Hindi na ROI yung ginastos ni Ardu doon and Persija finally wins this round. At tatandaan natin guys ang Persija kasi pumili ng mapang to. Kaya yung next map kasi magiging problema nila yun sa Persija kung sakasakali. Pero ngayon, Bind, confirm na natin to kasi yung Haven matchup magiging dikit din yun against Bonk. But on the other side, Bonk, natalo nga sila na pistol pero nga lang, so umama na din sila kagad sabay. Okay lang naman pala, gagastos na lang din sila. Take that risk para lang talaga maging tayong score and yung Persija pa yung magsisave next round.
No, tamang takbo lang. Sige, takbo hanggang mapagod. Pero alam mo ba to si pangalan nito? Pangalan nun? Si Neon. Si Neon, pag yung E niya, tapos yung right click niya yung dash, diba? Parang kita sa right click. E na tapos right click yung slide. Pag binindot mo yung E-slide, pag pre-game pa lang, pag dun pa lang sa countdown, sobrang bilis mo tumakbo. Sobrang bilis mo mag-slide dash. So, like kunyari, punta kayo A, tapos yung pala, hindi, B tayo. Ano ka, E-right click, para sobrang bilis mo makapunta sa kabilang site. Pag pre-game Pero, dami kong alam no? Pero Famous mga kaibigan, nakadalawa pa natamaan na naliligaw na bomba. Arju, tamang martial lang pero wala namang tinatamaan ng kuya mo. 3v2, Arju. Tamang kuha lang ng orb dito para makakuha dito ng ultimate mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, minimize with that flash. Natamaan si Flinch. Pero Arju will take down one. Oh my God! Makakuha pa natin ng Arju to. Pero hindi na, sabi ni Aster is 6-8.
Right here.
And yeah, they won that second half, first round anyway, dun sa may second half. So talagang 6-8 talaga makikita natin dito, pero sana 2-0.
Yun talaga, Bill.
30 seconds left.
Hindi, wala lang pakialam sino mananalo. Basta 2-0 dapat. Tama lang. Tama, behavior. Yun lang naman talaga dapat eh. Pero dito kamuntik pa na matalo yung Persija, pero yung team na natalo nga sa round na to ay sila ang magsisave dahil nag-force pa rin naman yung Bonk kahit natalo sila ng pistol. They don't want more rounds pa na advantage ng PSG, pero mukhang hindi nga mag-work yun. At sana nga, yung mananalo sa map na to, galingan naman sana sa Fracture kasi 0% yung win rate! At ngayon, ano ginagawa ng PSG? Kailangan tignan nyo parati yung magko-crossfire sa inyo pero bumawi si Timos. Dalawa na lang kagad na natitira. Rosify na lang tsaka siya. And now, they're finally gonna go with it. At lahat lumalapit ako. Nasaan siya? Naku, kailangan mag-reload! Buti na lang! Nakuha na! Pero na-jumping laso na dito ni Ardat. Si Rosify na lang kagad ang natitira as he goes for that retake. Pero nga lang, okay, may kita na kagad kung nasaan na si Tix and he tries to go for a defuse pero wala dyan. Nasa short kagad yung kalabang mo. That's gonna be Ardu na nakahawak kagad ng Spectre. 17 HP at may kita siya most likely Rosify. Pero pwede na lang talaga niya paglaruan to eh.
Nakakainis talaga yun, really. Pag na-jumping lasong ka. Tapos meron pang naming lechon. Wait.
Uy! Hindi niya kinansin niyo. Pupunta. Alam niya ata.
Oy! Shock dart.
Oy!
My God! Sabi ni Rosify, Kobe! Bang! Parang si Curry. Curry for 3! Curry for 3! Pasok! Kobe!
Ayun pala yung kamukha niya, no? Rosify. Okay. Hindi ka na sabihin.
Ayun, ano? Ayun, nakamute ka. Sabi mo si Badman? Wala, nakakainis talaga yun, Ray. Tama ka naman sinabi mo, yung tipong, sila na naman ba maiinis sa meta back then ng jumping lason, di ba? Nakakainis talaga yun. Tapos, may naming liquidation pa. Awit talaga. Tapos may Goda pa yung kalaban mo. Wala na talaga.
Parang may pinag-uhugutan ka bila. Sa ano, good day manager ka.
Ay, sorry. Iba na pala yung pinapag-uusapan natin.
Sorry amin, guys. Nakakainis talaga yung mga yun eh, no? Kahit anong nag-rant dead kagad sa.
Totoo naman talaga.
Lalo na pag ano yung lineup mo, hindi para sa ganun eh.
Yung backline ko pa naman, lahat melee na aqua. Walang magawa eh. Pag may naming regression, panoorin mo na lang yung buksi mo na lang yung oras eh, pang-asar eh. Diba? Wala na magagawa, men.
Kahit ilabas mo lahat eh, kahit ang dami pang...
Wala eh. Hamunin mo na lang nasuntukan pagkatapos.
Buti na lang na ano na yun, na nerf yun. Sakit sa ulo eh. Talo yung ano ko eh.
Yung naming decretion? Hindi naman siya nerf eh. Ganun pa rin siya. Pero wala eh. Ganun talaga eh.
Wala. Ano ba yung sa'yo? Ako, pinag-usapan iba. Wag na. Bala sa akin, isa lang yung ano ko eh, yung aqua.
Isa lang.
Isa lang sa akin. ABP.
Pareho lang naman tayo.
Ay.
Simula ako nun June last year. So naabutan ko yun. Yung mga... Pumaldo din ako dyan, Ray.
Ay, oo. Alam ko yan. Na good day manager ka talaga dyan.
Oo, sobrang napaldo ako nun. Pero, anong ginawa ko? Alam mo kung anong ginawa ko? Bumili ako ng skin sa Valorant. Diba?
Ay, oo. Sa bawat ano dyan, sa bawat sahod, pambibili na skin sa... Kaya tayo naggaganon para pambili sa skin sa Valorant. Totoo yun.
Tama. Kaya, nagkakas kami para sa skin sa Valorant. Tandaan nyo mga kaibigan. Wala naman kami pakialam. Ano pambahid ng bilis? Skin lang sa Valorant pwede na. Yung mga tipong kunyari kailangan ko magbayad ng Meralco eh, no? Pero boss, iko muna ako, lakas yung pera eh. Next round na lang. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Pero yung nga, RG will kill on to Rosify. 7-9. Mukhang gusto na ata ng PSG na manalo na lang din talaga ng todo. Yung mga matches na to.
Ay, may nagtatanong, sino nanalo sa Made in Thailand tsaka Cerberus? Myth na nang natin. Ngayon lang daw nagkaroon ng dalawang neon. Oh guys, actually, tama kayo dyan. Yung magkalaban na Neon. Kasi usually isang team lang nagni-Neon eh. Eh ngayon, gusto nila ng ano eh. Kita na mo ba yung post sa PPGL, di ba? May guest performance daw ah. Ay,
Ako
nako.
yun. Ako yun,
Oo.
guys.
Sasayaw si Bill.
Here.
Ay, oo nga. No.
Makikita nyo kami. Butik ko na nga sabihin, sex bomb ba to? Sex bomb. Wawawi girls?
Ayun na naman. Sino ang bias mo sa Wawawi Girls? Ako meron eh. May paborito ako din.
Suluningning.
Oo. Lahat naman ata tayo. Siya yung bias dun.
Siya lang yung kilala dun eh.
Pero syempre sa Daisy sa
Si
Daisy
Jopay. Si Jopay.
Ay kasi Rochelle.
Si Rochelle.
Oo.
Siya rin yun, di ba?
Ano ba yun? Hindi.
Jopay, Rochelle, iisa lang yun.
Hindi! Magkaiba sila.
Magkaiba? Oo, tama si Jopay.
Check mo. Ano ba magkaiba sila?
One
Ay,
enemy remaining.
isa na lang. Natrap kagad yung mga taga PSJ ah. Wala na nagawa. Si Rosify na lang kagad natitira.
Oo nga, magkaiba.
Oo.
Si Jopay nga pala yung ano, yung medyo maputi. Yeah. Tama. Nanonood ako ng dati, Daisy 7. Legit yung nanonood talaga ako ng dati. Pero, Rosify, op! 8-9, ang pagbangon ng api is here.
Ay. Asan ba yung mga taga-bonkers? Nasa Thailand sila ngayon, guys. Kung gusto nyong, para sa mga nag-work, may, may pagkakaiba ba sa mga kanilang connection? Okay na yan. Nasa Thailand sila, so yung server. Alam niyo na kung ano. Pero ito na nga. Yung PSJ, naiipit sila sa kanilang defending. So, ito talaga yung meron. Pag si Minimize, saktong-sakto kagad eh. Para sa team. Tapos si Noz din kagad ay pumapalo na with this entry. So, that's already a good way. Defaults lang ang ginagawa ng Bonk usually, but they're winning the aim duels. So, yun din kagad yung nagiging problema ng Persija usually. Yes, magpapaka-aggressive sila, but the next question is it actually worth it? At ngayon na mukhang slow play lang ang manggagaling sa Bonk. Baka magulat na naman ng Persija sa movement na ginagawa nila.
Rosify. Gusto mo natatamaan dito pero nga na-scroll. Muntik. Oh, isa pa. Diyos ko po, muntik na matamaan si Rosify dito mga kami. Pero here, we're gonna take one down already. Pushing it to a 3 versus 4. Minimize. Trying to catch someone off guard. Meron nalabas dito sa may city. Pero ito rin yung Hunter's Fury na meron si Rosify para talaga hindi magkatamaan dito. Napatay pa si Tix. Scroll. We'll get a deny. Famous with another one. Famous with a 2. Trying to go with the third one. 1v1. Famous. It's a perfect angle. Perfect position.
Persija finally get something out of their defending side. At buti na lang may onting kaharangan na din galing sa retake na yun at ginamit na nga kagad si Rosify ang kanyang ultimate para lang maharangan ng mga miyembro. Pero si Famous na ito, grabe naman, as he got that good 3K sunod-sunod, nag-audition lang ang ibang mga miyembro ng Bonk sa kanyang harapan na 3 na lang. Persija might be winning this, pero gusto sana na magpaka-aggressive sa bats, although hindi nag-work dahil may counter naman coming in from Minimize.
Ano yung counter? Sipin mo, nagka-counter dito sa Valorant, man.
Ay, oo, man. Maraming counter na nanggaling sa counter, nandito na.
Oh, SBE. Actually, lahat naman sila. Actually.
Halos lahat. Parang 80% na mga players. Tama ba ako? Parang 80% na. Tapos sila din magkaka-team.
Sila siguro.
Diba?
Walang pinagkaiba. Ganern pa rin.
Pero, ipit! Wala nagawa si Famous dun eh. Kahit umal siya.
Yung ginawa na, taas na siya ng kamay. Taas ng kamay, Altab. Nag-altab na lang siya, nakita na yun. 4v4 lang, ito na nga yung Pecha Discard dito, E or hindi siya mag-spray and pray dito para syempre hindi makompromise yung position niya. Pero nga lang, that is Flinch though, denying scroll. Pero we're actually waiting for the rotation if ever mag-rotate pa ba si Minimax tsaka si Tix dito. Pero mukhang, yeah, they need to do that. Kahit lang siguro maka-pick off ng isa. If ever naman talaga si Eeyore, si Eeyore sumisilip pa dito. Double pick kayo pwede. That is the best thing to do for Minimize at saka si Tix, mga kaibigan. I mean, they know already, nagkariligan na nga sila, pero nga na Eeyore is the best lining, is the best angle, but Flinch, mga kaibigan.
Dalawa na lang. PSG. And crucial yung round na yun kasi mag-eco talaga ang Bonk. Unless i-force pa rin nila yung next round. Pero mas malulugi ka pa ata. Pero tignan natin kasi medyo paikisa sila sa harapan ng Persija medyo hindi sila nagka-connect-connectan. Kaya talagang nakita natin ngayon na ang Persija finally still gets this round. And I think sa Bonk, it's time already na mag-force pa rin. You don't want to give that match point already sa PSG. A big risk is what we have. Pero si Famous, dinanay lang si Noz ngayon at pinaglalaruan ng mga miyembro kagad na Bonk. Pero si Minimize butan lang pumalo and he gets Famous. And maybe susunod na nga kagad ang isa pang miyembro ng Persija. Kita mo, minolbang pero butan lang. Rosify is up for that day, up for that trade as he gets 2. And isa na lang kagad natitira.
Hindi na spray ng maayos ni kaibigan yun. Rosify 1 HP. Arju 1 HP as well. Shock dart. Not gonna connect. Scroll doon lang si Katie, mga kaibigan, pero meron pa shock dart si Rosify. Yes, meron pa. Eeyore. Oh my god, scroll. Siya ba nakapati ng shock dart dito po siya kita 1v2. Lamang ang Bonk. Kahit naka-sheriff lang si Scroll Arju. For sure, siya makakuha ng kill dito. Maganda ang position nila, 9-11.
Habol pa, bumili na sila.
Ilan pa ba ang team sa Indonesia dito? Ilan na lang,
Tatlo pa. Tatlo pa rin.
Tatlo pa? Boy pa sila.
Tatlo pa. Last ng Boom, tsaka ng Onyx.
Cerberus 1. Persija 2. Yun na lang.
Ay, dalawa na lang pala.
Oh. Ay, ito Onyx. Onyx, tama. 3, Onyx 3.
Diba?
Ito
sila. Yun. Tix gets Eeyore kagad. Itong mga familiar naman siguro kayo sa mga taga Persija guys, diba? Yan si Eeyore, Asterisk. Sila pa rin naman usually nyo nakita. Mga galing individual players sa own region nila. Yung problema din yan ng mga nakalaban nilang PH teams
Ito. In order for you to be included sa Valorant Champions, mga kaibigan, meron tayong mga circuit points. Okay? Ang circuit points, makukuha lang yan sa 9-12 place. Sayang ang Naos, wala Pero mag-uwi naman sila ng $4,000, so it's fine. Dami nun
Palibre naman.
200 kyaw yun
Sana
dami nun. Tapos ilan sila? 5?
7. Kasama si Coach.
30 seconds left.
Siyempre, sa organization pa. What's diba?
Siyempre. Rosify na lang. Tatay pa ata to.
Okay, mukhang mag-10-11 pa
Pero actually okay lang kung nanalo yung Bonk dito. Kasi mahina ang Persija, din nila talaga usually pinipili yung Fracture.
Fracture ba sila?
Scanning ahead.
Fracture pumili Bonk.
Bonkers. Rosify catches 1. 10-11. Sino pumili ito pa to?
Persija. Persija pumili nito.
Naku po. Mukhang let's go Bonk
Dun mapapalit. At saka, to be honest guys, pagdating sa bind, malakas din talaga yung Bonk. Although, ang mayroon dito ay Persija, wala silang talo pagdating sa bind. Pero yung amount of matches, mas marami sa Bonk. They had a total of 8, while Persija naman 4 lang. So, may experience pa rin talaga yung Bonk. Kailangan di lang sila magpapadenay coming in from Persija. Pero iyon, nako po, nakahawak na kagad ng operator. Pumitik lang nakapaglipad pa. Pero ngayon, si Noz, sakto na sana. The timing, swiningan na lang kagad ni Asterisk. At 3 na lang kagad ang natitira sa side ng Bonk. Oh! Oh no.
Ito na ata pagbako ng api 2v4 winnable pa to sa side ng Bonk mga kaibigan. Pero kalau Fritz, oh no! Na mali ka ng nadaanan. Minimize. With the Phantom. Meron ng Great Wall of Neon. Meron na ring Ecoms. Lumabas na rin siya dito. Minimize. Will be dead.
Revealing area.
Match point.
Nakikita na natin. Isa na lang before Persija can finally win this. Pero Bonk, sayang lang talaga pag isa-isa kayo pumapasok. Nauunahan kayo ng Persija at madedenay pa kayo isa-isa, and finally, AC5 will be able to take Minimize out. And it's either OT or let's go next map.
You want to
That's gonna be the question if ever. Ito na si Pastor Chamber mga kaibigan. Meron siyang ultimate which is si Arju. Si Arju yung naka-ultimate. Napakaingay ni Neon mga kaibigan. Ay si ano pala yun? Si Brimstone pala yung talon ng talon. Sumisilip sa showers eh.
Ang dami kita yung mga comment Meron daw silang mga fan, may mga bias din sila dito. O pinag-uusapan natin kanina, Bin. Pero, Eeyore, discipline. Oof, wala, nahuli. At ngayon, pamamaalam ata. Oh, sakto. May sinabayan din kasi ng Hunter's Fury. Nice play coming in from Persija. Pero alam na nga nila yung ibang miyembro, makakabawi ba si Scroll? Wala siya napitas, pero Minimize on the other hand. There's just the 2 already at mukhang madedenay kagad ang mga miyembro na naman ng Bonk. Pero buti na lang, 2v2 na ngayon at mukhang mapapalipat na sila papuntang B. Kita na nga din natin kagad. And right now, what will be the next take coming in from Persija? Dahil ngayon, naka-post plant na kagad ang mga taga-Bonk. Nakaabang din kagad si Ardu with that 2 force.
Pero, Arju, with that ultimate on hand, pwede mo dito si Famous if ever. Pero nag-aantayan lang sila. Sino ang unang magpipick? Sino ang unang mamamatay? Pero walang choice ang PSG kundi pumasok lang. 2v1 Eeyore super low. Okay, out na lang din talaga. Na-addisa ako siya ng Vandal. Sige, pwede pa.
Lumalaban pang Bonkaville. 11-12 na 2v2
lalaban
pa.
Sila.
Lalaban. Okay lang.
Bakit sila titigil? Hindi sila titigil dito. Go, go, go lang talaga.
Gabi, magta-30 kills na pala to si Minimize.
Get
Ay,
20, bro.
20 kills na pala siya so far. And siya talaga yung nagiging tipo para sa side ng Bonk na sobrang consistent. Sa lahat ng games, sobrang daming ambag ni Minimize. Promise. As in, ang dami. Parati siyang ganyan. And that's a good thing sa side ng Bonk. Kahit hindi mag-pop off yung duels, basta si Minimize nandyan, tsaka si Ardu. Sila talaga yung particular players na kailangan nating abangan. But on the other side, sabi na Persija, magta-timeout tayo. Natalo tayo dito. That's just it. Talagang mapapa-OT ngayon. So it's either win this round already or makukuha talaga ng Bonk yung momentum.
Meron akong kilala, walang ambag, pero mamaya natin sasabihin yun. Baka magalit sa akin eh. You need to go on a timeout. I mean, do they have enough money or not? I think they do have money here. Para makakulan dito ng mga kahit Vandals lang dun or probably a Spectre. Para syempre makabawi sila to. Kasi nung nakita natin na si Eeyore, nung kinuha niya yung Vandal, there's a chance na makawala. Meron. Marami. Marami naman silang arep eh. Okay.
Okay lang.
Payaman. Pero Flinch, tamang, ano ko po, bubugain sa mukha nito, men. With matching some 3D lighting kasamang kanyang glitch pop judge. Uy, mamangor-ngert siya dito mga kaibigan, pero yung hinati na nga ang mundo. Malamoses ang galawan.
Mangor-ngert. Love trip yun na. Denied lang ngayon. So utilities ni Flinch yung mga miyembro kagad ng Bonk. At wala silang choice kundi pumunta sa A-site. Okay, kakas na sila. Pero kita na din kagad si Flinch. Naku po, nagpaiwan lang. At makakapitas naman, na sure. At ngayon, namomblema pa ang Persija ngayon dahil undermanned sila and looks like making noises na kagad ang mga taga-Bonk papuntang A. And up to you, Famous, kung makakapitas ka ng dalawang miyembro ng Bonk para lang pumabor sa inyo ngayon ang panalo.
Oh, we're gonna see that later on. Pero Famous waiting patiently na pumasok sila dito, pero Noz going in already. Meron pa siyang dash, pero oh, Diyos ko po, kinain ng lupa. Kinain ng orbital strike mga kaibigan. Noz catches one. Si Asteris mo kasi sili pa. Oh, Diyos ko po, pot shots. Pero dito na natamaan dito. Probably this is gonna be a side for Bonk na ma-OT to. Grabe naman talaga. First game, first match OT. LFG, let's freaking go. Meanwhile, another one. 4v2 right now. Eeyore getting tagged. Takes another one right now. Pero nga lang, Rosie pa na dito. Nabuka patay ng isa, pero sabi ng Tix hindi. OT! It is!
Switching sides.
Unang map pa lang. OT agad. Bakit ganon? Siyempre, talong-talo yung mga miyembro ng Bonkers eh. Basta maging confident to si Nuz. Kanina pa pumipitas eh. Hindi mapigilan eh. Ang mga miyembro ng PSG. Tapos kanina pa nabawasan din si Flinch. So nakikita tayo ng mga usual mistakes. Pero ginagawa lang dito ng Bonkers. Pitas-pitas lang natin mga member ng Persija isa-isa. And that's it. At sino na lang natitirang PhD? SBE. Yan. Sa mga nagtatanong. Okay. Ay, may hindi dito sa mismong PPGL Twitch yung English. So, hanapin mo lang. Tanong ko saan eh. Pero ngayon, si Noz, inaabangan na naman sila sa defending. So, I think malaking posibilidad pa to na mananalo ng Bonk. Let's go. 2-0.
Oo. Sila pumili ng mapa na to. So, pinili pala to ng kalaban na rin. Pero okay lang yan. Ito na, pagbangon. Ng AP. Oh! Bonk! Oh no! Miniball!
Palakpak pa.
Switching sides.
Narinig yung palakpak!
Nagabi pa ako ganyan.
Oo nga eh. Love trip eh. May palakpak. Alam mo yun, yung nag-dash in ka, ginawa mo lahat para maging mabilis ka agad yung pagpunta ng site. Pero si Minimas nandun lang sa Gedli, nakaabang. Hindi niya pinag-audition, wala eh. Tumalikod lang eh.
Ang chill niya dun eh.
Ginawa aim lab. Yung mga Persija to guys ha, tatandaan nyo. Sila Eeyore yan and gang. Pero tong Bonk, kakaiba talaga. Pag si Minimize, buhat na buhat. Parang Monyet and Friends. Minimize and Friends ang meron sa side ng Bonkers. At yun, hihintay lang si Famous. Meron ba siya mapipitas? Wala, pero uy! Nabawasan na sobra si Minimize ngayon.
Eeyore, muntik na siya makuha dito mga kaibigan, pero Noz. medyo nababawasan na siya dito kahit paano, pero ang sticks mga kaibigan, super low on HP. Spike's been planted already, and more contest onto the players of Bonkers para syempre dito sila magkakakitaan, pero yung alam, minimize, super low. Fames are gonna get that kill, paint shells. Papunta dito sa malayo. Si Pico, tulog pero kumakahol na nanaginip.
Cute. Miyo kaso ko si Gohan.
Switching sides.
Nung naabutan ko siya, nananaginip, tumatakbo siya.
Planted.
Talaga?
Yung parang nakahiga siya, tapos ko-crawl yung ano niya.
Talaga.
Oo.
Nananaginip talaga sila ng ginagawa nila eh.
Oo. Minsan, umiiyak, depende, may tinatawag. Ang cute eh. Lalo na pag puppy pa lang sila. Sila talaga usually na nananaginip. Naging dog enthusiast. Yun yung pinag-usapan, hindi yung laro. Basta yung 13 all.
Bakit? Okay lang. May trade players mo naman si Sky. Sorry naman eh. Pero nga lang, Eeyore. Bonking Arju. Oh my god. Ito na ata ang pagbaho ng PSJ. They picked this map. Sila dapat may bawi dito. Pero yung nga lang, Famous catches one as well. Eeyore. Hoy! Walang nababawasan sa PSJ!
Bawas naman.
Elbow man. Elbow. Flint! Naiihi daw siya. I'm pissed!
Napagod na yung bonk.
Switching sides. Match point.
Minimize lang kasing gumagawa eh, maambag eh. At ngayon, gumising na bigla yung Persija. Naging, hindi na sila natakot sa duel. And tama lang. Buti naman. Ganun ang ginagawa ngayon ng Persija, maging confident. To, buhat okay lang yan, asterisk. Hindi naman yan brimstone diff eh. Kalahati eh. 9 to 18 eh. Talo ka talaga ni Tix doon. Lakas kasi ni Tix maganda eh. Controller din talaga eh.
Yan ang ayaw natin sa mga aso natin, Tix.
Ayo. Kaya mo bumili ng gamot nila. Yung nabibili ako eh.
May binibili din ako. Medyo mahal siya. 600 siya.
Oh?
Tapos, next guard ang pangalan.
Talaga?
Pero kinakain siya. Oo. Ano siya? 1 tablet per month. Next guard. Ay, matarangin mo. Ganda nun, promise. Yung bigil ko hindi na nagkaroon nung after ng mag-next guard.
Sa akin, may pinapatak ako. Ano siya, Thai product. Parang nasa ano lang, 60 pesos isa. Papatak ko lang per month. Oo, papatak ko sa mga aso.
Talaga?
Tapos as in, wala talaga. Sige, send ko sa'yo.
Nagchikahan na yun. Wala pa naman nangyayari. Bakit may nagbabarila naman? Wala pa. Pero, Arju.
30 seconds
Tamang
left.
punch last dito kay Dosify, mga kaibigan. Still, Game 1 pa lang to. Concuss and wall na ginamit na dito ni Fresh, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, it's just Arju shut him down. 4v2. 11 seconds in. This is now the take of the players of PSG. Na mapigilan din yung possible win of Bonk right now. Asterisk. We're gonna be down 14-14. Second OT.
Switching sides. Overtime.
May kanta na. At ngayon, lahat pare sa team malakas sa atake. Nahirapan sa defending yung mga teams natin right now. So, medyo complicated to. Ano na lang to eh. Kung sino hindi mapapagod eh. Sa hindi. Pero magpapatime out na yung Bonk. Kailangan na kasi. Kanina pa eh. Sabi, men, ayusin naman na natin to. Hindi na pa na tayo yung lamang. Pero di natin matapos-tapos. While yung Persija naman, the amount of perseverance din kasi na meron sila is really putting a toll din sa side ng Bonk. Pero malaking pressure to kasi nga, ulitin ko lang, map-pick nga to ng Persija. Kasi pag nanalo nga yung Bonk dito, guys, sobrang dali na lang ng fracture. Kung tutusin.
Oo, tama. Pero, narinig ko ba? Sorry.
Oo.
Pero, on to the players right now of Bonk. I mean, kailangan nilang, nananalo sila sa ganito eh, pero, like what Jeff said, hindi rin nila alam kung paano ba nila tatapusin. Yun yung number one problem lang din talaga nila on how will they finish everything.
Meron na kaya nga mangyayari ngayon sa Bonk. Pag napanalo nila to, that's already a big sign of actually winning this. Pero mas bibigay nila ata muna yung hookah control kung sakasakali sa Persija. Di na nila aasimin kasi dun sila napipitas. Pag napitas sila, ang hirap na mag-defend eh. Kasi Persija, alam naman natin yung advantage nila sa disadvantage. Pero uy! May kita ba nila na may nagtatago? Si Ior! Okay, napansin kaya nila o hindi? Mukhang... Okay. Si Ior? Kala ko... Kalaban yung mga teammates niya pero wala pa rin walang nag-a-aggressive sa Bonk. Wala lahat to sama-sama lang and kung sakasakaling dito sa B, may off angle din si Minimize dito para lang makita kung saan manggagaling yung mga miyembro ng Bonk pas makakuha siya ng information. Pero wala pa ring noise coming in from Persija kaya nag-overtake yung Bonk. Nasaan kaya tong mga to?
Sama-sama tayo. Ganun lang yun. Pero, ito lang sa mga players dito ng PSJ already para makakuha pa ba to ng Bonk or not. Recon Ball and Charter not gonna connect on the players of PSJ right now. Pero, si Noz, kompleto pa naman siya ng Q niya. Meron pa naman siyang E though. And so, gonna use all the abilities para syempre makapasa dito yung mga players ng Bonk na with that dash, with that E, with that spray. Rosify and Famous doing a job done. It's all up to takes right now. Pero nga, sabi ni Flinch, nope.
Uy! Nanata oras Mga Persija manalo. Tapusin nyo na. Hindi na pa OT. Round 30 na. Kalimutan ko na kung anong record yung pinakamatagal sa Valorant eh. Pero alam ko may mga nag-around 45 pa ata. Ganun eh. May mga ganun pang laban eh. So, diba? Pag magmamatigasan sila sa overtime. Ilang overtime kaya yun, no? Pag round 45 eh. Mga nakaka-drain yun. Pero on the other side, Bonk, dito natin magiging difference yung pagdating sa willpower. Speaking of Minimize, di na nag-work kung mag-isa lang siya eh. Di alam na kagad ng Persija paano nila itatakal si Minimize na usual na nagiging problema nila eh.
On the side of Bonk naman ngayon, lagi na lang talaga si Minimize na napipick up dito, Ray. All the time, it's actually that guy. Kailangan nilang baguhin yun though, if ever magkakaroon pa sila ng isa. But at the end of the day, this is still a map na pinili nga din talaga ng PSJ. Pero yung scroll, shot down one, pushing it off 4v4 situation right now, walang tamaan yung Molly na nilagay dito ni Asterix do. Pero nga lang, Famous knows exactly yung nasa si scroll. Pwede ba siyang umikot to? Famous, they know it na meron siyang operator, so alam nilang walang rumba, alam nilang walang walang satchels. 3v3 Dix. Scroll third OT.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Ano nang nangyayari? At I think wala talaga silang solid play pagdating sa defending nila. Sobrang nahihirapan sila dito sa mga strat nila paano sila magde-defend ng sobra. So, this is very complicated kapag nakita nga natin ngayon din. Pero, on the other side, Bonkers, is this the time na talagang may kita na natin ang maganda nilang retake maybe? Or still, di tayo matatapos dito hanggat di nila figure out ano gagawin nila sa defending. Gagalit na ako. Ang gigigil na ako. Panalo nyo na. O, basta mag-map to na. Okay naman. Sa Fracture minsan kasi kakaroon ng comeback story doon. Kaya di mo rin alam kung sino mananalo eh. Unlike sa Ascent, unlike sa Split, kapag tambak ka, tambak talaga eh.
Oo. Mahirap mga comeback. Pero sa tao lang, napanood na natin ng dito sa Vine talaga, pinakamaraming ganitong OT. Dito lang talaga yun, man. All the time. Like, literally all the time. Like, oh my God. Ito ang pugad ng OT. Bind eh. Basta pag bind matik, parang may OT ka na eh, no? 15-17 nga dito ang brand dati, tsaka sila winner. Up bonk. Bonking the players.
Get out of here. Spike down.
Down you go.
Oh no, ato na ating oras. Delayed pa ang mga taga Persija and Tix gets him. May oras pa para i-plant ni Asterisk pero habol na lang. Wala nang oras. And that's just it. Good hold coming in from Bonk. Isa na lang before they can finally
next map natin? Haven ba?
Fracture.
Fracture. Okay.
That's a good spot.
At pag Fracture, Bonk ang pumili eh. Kaya, let's go Bonk. Clap, clap.
Pero, ang Bonk if ever na laging nananalo ang Bonk pag sila yung attacking. Lagi. Dito kasi sila nag-comeback eh, di ba?
Nakakita
So
na
hopefully
ako.
makaisa tong mga to.
Oo. Ito na ata yung Vil eh. Sana naman, di ba? Nakakapag-come up na sila na something nila sa defending. So, kung hindi nila nagawa to, ibig sabihin, gumanda naman yung strat ng defending. Pero...
Baka naman, di ba?
Oo, baka naman. Ilang OT na tayo.
Game 1 pa lang. Pero ito na nga, saktong montage lang dito kay Scroll. Kitang-kita ko ng ginagawa ko. Pampaganda ng vlog. Vlogger yun, sobe.
Vloggerist. YouTuber.
Oh, YouTuber na si sobe. Nag-montage. Flinch! Nagkakita na nga yung mga players dito doon lang sa may likod pero nose. Mamba out lang siya dito. Parang pantay lang din talaga, hindi. Lamang ang Bonk kahit pa paano pero nga na Eeyore.
They found my trap.
Op! Wall. Oh! Wala lang wall dito. Hindi na kailangan. Oh my God! Lagi na nanalo dito ang Bonk pero mukhang ayaw ata ang PSG. Hindi. Go! Flinch. Going to be... Oh my God! Debated! Debated ang mga players ng PSG. Bonk! With a kill on the one, Arjo. Nagkakatayan na nga dito, pumapasok yung isa. Pero kung napapansin mo, nagkakatay lang din talaga dito yung mga players ng Bonk, mga kaibigan. Minimize, not flashing that person. Dun lang sa may gil. Oh my God, Osify! Ginawang isaw! Si Tix tsaka si Minimize, all up to Orju right now.
One enemy remaining.
Catches one!
Oy!
Oh my God! Nakakita yung likod!
I get away with these things.
Yung
nakasilip! Kitang-kita yung kapa!
Ay, natapos din. Gulat ako, akala ko madedefis. Konti na lang yun ha. Hindi niya binitawan eh. Sabi na, oy pre, panoorin mo ko ah. And here, in one of the best maps ng Persija, Bonkers, they were able to win this 17-15. And I think minimal mistakes sa Persija on that last round. Pero Bonk talaga, si Nave, ni Ardu na naman ang araw para sa kanyang teammates. It's always been like this, the 1v2s that he's been winning so far. And finally, Bonk will be able to stand tall sa pinakaunang mapa. And next map, dito tayo magkakaroon ng malaking difference between these two teams. At ngayon, nasa momentum na din sila. Ang ganda ng gameplay nila with still that double initiator. No Jets here, no Reynas, only Neons. Yet, super na shutdown naman nila ang Persija in the first half.
Men, kitang-kita yung kapa. Miski ako, nagulat na sa nakikita ko. Wala siya nagawa eh. Tinry naman nila lahat do, pero yun, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Pero dito naman sa mga players ng Bonk, I mean, at least nanalo sila dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. So next map, sa Fracture tayo, ito yung pinili ng
Bonkers.
Ito yung pinili ng Bonkers. So kailangan talaga sila kabahan dito if ever.
Medyo weak map ng Persija ang Fracture. Wala talaga. May experience sila. One game lang, natalo pa sila. So, naiintindihan natin kung bakit confident yung Bonkers to actually pick yung Fracture. Pero on the starting line itself, siguro naging one of the biggest problems dito ng Persija. Siguro kung may advantage sila sa first half against Bonk, siguro panalo na din yung Persija. Pero hindi pinabayaan ng Bonk kagad sa kanilang defending side. But there were just a lot of good clutches side by side. But super draining na kagad ng OT. At akala natin may pag-asa ang Persija dahil nga experience ang kanilang mga players. Itong Bonk, ano lang sila, relax lang, chillax lang na may papanalo nila.
Oh man, and then they're really super chill sa ginagawa nila, knowing na pumunta talaga sila ng Thailand in order for them na talagang makakuha na mas magandang ping apparently. Para syempre makalaban na itong mga Southeast Asian teams na medyo okay, medyo maayos. So, that's actually one big step na ginawa nila dito so far. Pero dito naman sa side ng Bonk though, there's actually a big mishap na dito talaga nangyari sa kanila. Natalo sila dun sa mapang pinili nila. So, there's gonna be a big adjustments lang din na pwedeng gawin ng PSG dito sa susunod na mapa na to. And yeah, we're gonna see if ever na there's gonna be a one-sided match or medyo close match sila dito sa Fracture though. Hindi pa natin nakikita ang Bonk. Well, ako. Hindi ko pa nakikita ang Bonkers sa Fracture. So, I'm really excited on what can they offer here dito sa mapa na to, Rere.
Talagang may gusto na talagang team pa na makapag-advantage already on this coming next week. Pero may kita pa natin syempre ang second map as we're gonna be seeing both of these teams fight. But we're just gonna go on a short break. Kami yung shotcasters nyo. Ako si Rere and kasama ko dito si Vil, guys. So see you.
I'm playing. Shooter got eyes in my van.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down, and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Hi guys! Nandito muli tayo sa laban na between Persija Esports together with Bonkers at still, they're fighting na nga already. After the first map, nanalo na nga kagad ang Persija Esports, nanalo na nga kagad ang Bonkers in a map pick by Persija Esports at ngayon, tutungtong tayo sa Fracture. Pero guys, syempre bagong lahat, syempre pasalamatan muna natin ang amazing sponsor natin because you can start strong with Fiber Strong, Family Strong. With the new G Fiber, only 2,099 ng globe at home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. So guys, kung gusto niyo talaga, just go on there, register na, and talaga nga, get that game experience. So, ngayon, balik na muli tayo ngayon sa Bonkers. Biruin mo, Vil, na comeback pa nila yon into making it into an overtime. Ang laki na ng lead ng Persija. 4 rounds na kagad ang difference, yet bumawi kagad yung Bonkers. They are still standing strong. And I think yun yung mga moments na makikita tayo ng mga teams na kahit gipit, kahit mahirap, nakakabawi talaga sila.
Pag gipit sa patalim ko makapit. Blades ko. Pero I mean, that is actually a really great thing na ginawa nga talaga ng Bonkers right now, na they've won that first map na medyo mahirap lang din talaga kasi at the end of the day, it's just Persija. Sila ang pumili nun. Pero dito naman sa side ng Bonkers though, as long as naman talaga na nababawi nila lahat ng mga gusto nilang gawin, nababawi nila lahat ng mga pagkakamali nila sa una, medyo matagal na nila nabawi. And dito naman talaga sa Fracture, mga kaibigan, they really love really big maps sa totoo lang. And dito talaga sila nagsashine. Kasi unang best ko ito napanood, unang best ko ito kinas sa Haven yon, galit na galit kaibigang Arju. So we're gonna get to see if ever mag 2-0 ba itong match ito already, because I have a feeling that's gonna happen.
Kaya talagang pagdating sa Bonkers on the other side, itong Fracture, so surprise muli nila tayo once again on how they'll be able to get that good gameplay, but at the same time, I think exciting din ako para makita naman ngayon itong Persija Esports pagdating sa Fracture. They usually talaga iniiwasan nila to. Pero nakita naman natin yung map veto kanina eh. Kasi okay lang naman na iban ng Persija yung Fracture. Pero kasi at the same time, mas maraming magiging opening maps kung saan may advantage pa rin yung Bonkers sa kanila kahit pa paano. So really, Bonkers is making a statement here, especially dito na first time nila, yung region nila nasa APAC, na kaya nilang sumabay against a lot of teams, a lot of experienced team internationally, and one of it is coming in from Persija. A lot of willpower na Persija na wala talaga sa isang iglap. Sobrang small mistake yung nangyari kanina and hopefully makapag-reset sila. But what will be the lineup nga ng parehas sa teams na to dito sa Fracture? We've seen a lot of double controller plays. Ang ganda ng mga executions, lalong-lalo na sa mga teams natin na maraming specialty pagdating sa Fracture. But right now, anong gagawin ng Bonkers ngayon? Double duelist ba? Or talagang double controller? Or sentinel and at least one control? The usual defaults here? Or double initiator? Maraming questions ngayon na pwede nyong gamitin dito sa Fracture. And hopefully, it will work out sa Bonkers para lang talagang ma-clean 2-0 to, or else yung Haven kasi medyo complicated din talagang kalabanin ng Persija doon.
Yeah, that's true. And Haven, complicated kalaban ng Persija? Well, if that's your thing. I mean, para sa akin, malakas ang Bonkers sa Haven. Doon tayo nagkaiba rin. Pero okay lang, we have our own inputs about that. Pero mamaya, unped lang ata. Joke. Basta magkaiba lang, tapos ganun na yun. Huwag ganun. Respetuhin natin ang opinion ng bawat isa. Hindi porket iba yung opinion niya, mali na. May iba-iba lang kayong pananaw. Oo, tama. Huwag nating hayaang masira ang pagkakaibigan dahil lang sa iba't ibang perception sa buhay.
Okay. Still, Bonkers, double controller, Cypher, tsaka mag-settle sila with the Raze and the Breach. But on the other side naman, sa Persija, sila ay mag-settle with that Brimstone. Tatandaan nyo guys, maganda rin naman talaga ang Brimstone pagdating sa mapang Fracture. Next to Viper talaga, okay na okay si Brimstone kesa sa mag-Astra ka. Pero ngayon, ang maganda rin naman sa Persija ngayon, magdo-double duelist sila. Magje-jet sila and mag-raise. So, they can just hopefully, ma-timingan sila ng maayos ng bonk pagdating sa mga aggressive plays lang mula sa dalawang duelist nila. So, yun din yung way kagad ng Persija para lang ma-stop itong double controller ng bonk.
Yeah. And they can be really aggressive if ever na kunyari na talagang marami silang controller, marami silang smoke, and all they're gonna do is go in and move in na lang din talaga. With the help of a breach pa rin syempre, they're not gonna go in easily, they're not gonna go in really that aggressive if wala si Rosify. Kasi if ever magpapasok ka lang, dry peeking, walang mangyayari sa'yo, mamamatay ka talaga kahit anong gawin mo. Noz, pushing in, wala siyang satchel dito, pero si Asterix, oh no! Ano mangyayari? Kailangan ibagsak mo na yan, bes. Wala naririnig ang players dito ng Bonk. Pero eto na. Hindi na alam na meron pang tao dito sa may Gedli. Pero at least patali dito sa assist mga kaibigan E or dito sa tower ito. And dalawang player agad na pumakakit ngayon. Tix with a kill on to one. Famous with just that pain shells. Let's see if ever matatamaan ba si Minimize mga kaibigan. Oh my god, muntik na. Pero tamang punch shots din talaga through that wall, through that box rather. The damage is not enough for you to take down all these players, but flinch from the back. I mean, easy kill. Napaka-basic ng backstab na ginawa dito ng PSG, pero nga lang flinch, 1v3. Tatlong one tap to the head yan, pero nga natamaan siya ng pinchos dito. Half HP, Arjun was gonna be dead. Pero yun nga lang, flinch trying to take down these players. It's just that time na din talaga ng kailangan nila, pero nga knows with that swing with a kill. And they're gonna get that sheriff. Free mulas from these players though.
Great start from Bonk. Muntika na nga sila magkaroon ng advantage. Once again, on the other side ng PSG, kahit nakakuha sila ng good smoke, nakapagpasok na rin ibang miyembro kagad ng Bonk doon. And even if there's just a tops coming in from Flinch. Once again, wala na din kagad oras to actually defuse that. That's paglalaroan na lang siya kagad ng mga taga-box. So ngayon, we're gonna be going with the next round na mga taga-box. Syempre, bibili na to mga to para lang ma-confirm kasi hindi mo alam ang pwedeng gawin na
Okay lang yan. Shoutout nga pala kay Red Xerxia. Naharot ng harot at takot sa commitment.
Camera taken out.
Diba, share natin yan. Share natin yan. Shinare na ni Ray Ray. Op!
masaya ako ngayon.
Naol.
Sana all masaya. Ayun.
Op! Minimize. Will kill onto ear right now. Pero mukhang isa pa ba ata si Nosito if ever. Diyos ko po, tumalon si Asterisk. Meron pa isang satchel dito. Talon si Asterisk dito mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, ito yung mga players ngayon ng Bonk. Inuubos na. Ubos, pati pantubos. ESJ. Ngayon na sila makakabawi. Ngayon na sila makakalaban ulit. Because of the economy that they have. They have all the firepower, Vandal, Phantom, and si Flinch, pwede siya mag-operator dito if he got enough money. Pero yeah, we're gonna get to see if ever he's gonna do that.
Hopefully nga talaga. Ayan ang pwedeng ilabas ng para sa teams. But then, si Arjo dito, set up lang tayo ng konti para lang may makita tayong magpa-flank kung sakasakali. Pero sabi na, bakit? This VCT is working for us. Let's go aggressive lang. At kita mo kagad si Ear di na makagalaw. Ang iit ng hangin. Pero buti na lang. May info na rin kagad. Na-sprayan na nga kagad ni Rosify. Mga katulad ni Noz. At biglang nag-back off ang mga miyembro kagad ng Bonk against PSJ. And ticks na lang kagad at scroll na natitira. At ngayon, medyo complicated to sa Bonk. Dalawa na lang sila. Si Tix pa ngayon ay may Sheriff. So, talagang advantage sa baril parate ng PSG. Nakita din naman natin to kanina, di ba? Natatalo lang ang Bonk kasi may advantage sa baril ang kanilang kalaban. And naipit din talaga sila doon. Tignan mo, pop off mo pala yung cyber cage, tas alam mo na kung nasan yung mga kalaban mo. Komplikado nga talaga yun. Pero to may lineup si Scroll. Yung mga gusto sa mga controller, yung mga alam na lineup. Kaya may ligaw sa controller, min eh. At ngayon, oh! Si Flinch! Na-timingan niya si Tex! At isa na lang kagad na natitira si Scroll. Naghihintay, pero dami niyan. 4v1 yan. Hindi naman to ano eh. Hindi naman to yung alam natin na may isang bang-bang din na may zone eh. And finally, Famous gets Scroll. And finally, PSJ slowly but surely climbing pagdating sa gameplay nila dito sa Fracture. But I think Bonkers naipit lang sila dahil wala silang pang mahirap talaga pag naka-specter ka lang eh. So talagang naipit lang sila ngayon sa PSJ. But the rest, let's see in this round na anong gagawin na ng Bonk. Kung magsiset up pa sila na sana ma-cut off lang talaga nila ito sa may mga nakatingin sila sa kanila sa site mismo. So, kung di nila na-cut off yung angle ng Persija, talagang matatalo sila.
Alam mo, Ray, ganun lang din nangyari ka din ng first game eh. I mean, meron naman talagang bawi. Pag merong Vandal, syempre kailangan ng mga Spectres. Pero at least, if ganun pa rin na nangyari dito sa PSG, if sila pa rin nanalo dito, walang pera ang Bonkers next round. Paano sila papasok dito? They have minimized, they have Noz. Tex can block out everything together with the Jew as well because of that neural theft. Scroll mga kaibigan, pwede nang gamitin ng tatlo ang nagsasmoke dito sa Bonkers, men. Si RJ pwede, pero si Iyoro, grabe naman talaga, oh. Hindi gumagalaw kasi maririnig yung camera. Una pa lang, pagkalapag na ginamit na. Para syempre talagang walang makakarinig nun. Maganda ang ginawa dito ni kaibigang Iyor. Kailangan mong tumingin sa taas, baby boy! Pero nga lang Flinch for the 2K. Hindi siya na flash.
30 seconds left.
Or V3. Kalmado lang si kaibigan, no? Here lang ng here. Oh, Bob, huli ka, Balbon! He knows exactly where you are. Diba? Tix will be dead.
Spike down B.
1v3.
10 seconds
Scroll?
left.
Oh my God!
Enemy remaining.
1v1 with a great one. Op, alam ni Scroll. Ay, hindi. Naghahabulan lang sila. O sige, tama na, bes.
Huwag mo na ipilit pag masakit na.
Takbo siya eh. Wala, takot siya eh. Hindi naman. I mean, syempre, you won that round already. All I'm gonna do is secure that win. Huwag ka na lumaban. Kasi if ever lumaban kayo, baka matalo pa, di ba?
Kaya... Pero... Buti na... Dahil lang kay Iyor, nalito eh. Ang daming mga nalilito, pero sa tingin ko din dito, kailangan lang ng bonk. Is quick to grasp. Saan ba nila i-expect yung Persija? Doon lang. Pero dito, kung kasama nila kagad, isa pang miyembro kagad ng Persija doon. Baka nanalo na naman ng bonk ngayon and Flinch is gonna go aggressive. Uy! Mapapatay ba niya? Oh, okay. Umabot si RG sa kanya. Na-classic at nakakuha pa nga kagad ng orb. Pero after that, nilabas na rin kagad ng Vipers. O tatlo na lang kagad na natitira sa side na bonk. And what will be the next retake already coming in from PSG. Nagtatago ang mga miyembro kagad ng bonk. One by one, pops off that snake bite. At nililito nga nila mga miyembro ng PSG para hindi makapag-aggressive sa kanila. At ngayon, sinisimulan na nga nila. Pwede lang gawin talaga dito ng bonk play. Play really safe. And speaking of, tumatama kagad. There's just a trade. Isa na lang kagad natitira. Si Minimize na lang. At nasaan ba magagaling si Minimize? Sa malayo. And Famous still gets him. Pumasok lang talaga kagad ang mga miyembro ng PSG. Persija finally leads by 1 round against Bonk.
Ito na. Persija getting the lead already. Napakabilis na tuloy. Uy, hindi man lang tumama si Flinch. Pero meron naman siyang classic. Okay lang yan.
One enemy remaining.
Well, walang pera ang Bonk kanina though. So, it's given already. Pero... si Flinch, probably gonna get that operator if ever kung meron siyang pera though, enough money. Pero si RJ, at least all the traps has been activated already. And for PSG though, stopping everyone from Bonk to go in dito sa may A main. Because of the fault line that Rosify did. No, so he can actually get that showstopper. If nakuha niya yung orb na yan, pero yun nga na ito na nga papasok din ng mga players ngayon ng PSG. Pero, apparently, naglabasan na nga ng Rolling Thunder dito. Nods, all the way from the backside. Arju catches one from nowhere though. Meron siyang neural tip pero medyo malalim kasi yung medyo malalim eh. Pero ngayon mga kaibigan, everyone is actually compromised already. Arju knows exactly where PSG is. Minimized with 3v4. Scroll with that snake bite though, just trying to deny the win of Bonk. Pero yun nga lang, Minimize, medyo meron din siya idea dito. Meron siyang meron din siyang mga utilities and then ticks. Nakadalawa pa ang Arju, gonna finish it off. Pero kung napapansin mo talagang halos sentinel lang din talaga yung gamit niya. Pero situational pa rin yan. Minsan kasi, nagje-jet din talaga siya. Doon nag-jet siya, dinurog sila ng kalaban niya.
Nadudurog. Pero, Bonk. They just lose 1 round. Mobile once again. Workable. 3-3. And I think, mas okay din talaga kapag nag-set sila sa A rather than sa B. Yung usual mga problema si Ear. Iwasan mo lang si Ear, okay na eh. Sabi na Bonk. Kasi ito, maraming malilito talaga sa ginagawa ni Ear, pero buta nila, sumakto na rin kagad yung concuss coming in from Persija. At ngayon, Flinch still naghihintay lang na may pick-up. Scroll na kagad ang sumunod na biktima at 4 na lang muli ang manggagaling sa Bonk.
Flinch. What? You are divided! Missing that shot, pero nagkahatian na nga namunod dito mga kaibigan ng Flinch, being concussed. Pwede rin siya paul na lang dito ng utilities para talaga mamatay siya, pero yun na nga, ito na nga lumalabas dito. Si Inlos mga kaibigan, natamaan na nga na naliligaw na bomba yung dalawang players ngayon na PSG mga kaibigan, pero that is the showstopper coming in from Noz. Pero nasan ba? Meron ba natamaan? Wala. Tex going in. Andun dito sa kabilang sa kabilang mundo, pero mukhang wala ata siya makikita dito. Kasi yung dalawang players ngayon ng PHA papasok lang dito sa may default though. Asterisk, nandito lang sa baba. Si Eeyore, andun lang sa may dish though. Asterisk with that molly, not gonna be able to take down these players. Nandito nagagamit niya kailangan ginaputok ng mga players. Pero that is the flash coming in from Minimize to deny the possible win of PSJ. Ray, sabi mo ng mga PSJ, pero Bonk, lamang na sila ngayon.
Nahabol ang Bonk, nakahabol na din. At ito, okay, saan na problema na nga tayo? Wala nang isang miyembro na nanggagaling sa Bonk. Buti na lang Nods is quite confident. At even if na-pick off nga nila ibang mga miyembro sa side ng PSJ, I think that post plants itself, that 3-2 already is a sign that Bonk can actually change the tables and finally lead by 1. At ngayon, no, talagang even if si Minimize di siya nagpa-pop off, sumasakto kagad yung kanyang mga utilities against PSG. And finally, may isa na nga sila pinabagsak, si Asterisk kagad. At mukhang magpapaka-aggressive na sila kagad dito sa B-set nang walang kaproblema, pero still needs to take care of all those angles na pwedeng paglaruan ng Persija against them.
Here, Minimize. Obliterating one, and Nos with another one right now, pushing into a 4v2. Flinch and Famous, just that Sheriff on hand. Flinch with a kill on someone, pwede mo siya makadalawa dito, pero kasabi na Arju hindi. Famous, swinging in. Pero, basta makabaril lang, ginawa ni Famous. Kung may matamaan, tsamba. Bahala na si Abatman, 3-5. PSG, meron na silang pera ngayon. Pero kung napapansin mo, Ray, pantay-pantay lang talaga sila lahat ng kills. Pati yung kalaban itong dalawang teams ko, pantay-pantay lang.
Si Derek, sabi niya, nakita ko yung comment niya dito sa isang post. Sabi ni Derek, okay lang kung wala akong chance sa'yo. Basta may chance ka sa akin. Grabe talaga si Derek.
Ano yan? Ano?
Hindi ko alam. Sabi niya dito sa isang group sa Facebook ko. Yan. At ngayon, Bonk pa yung nag-timeout, Bill. Sa sobrang lakas nila. Sila pa ang napa-timeout. Hindi, pero siguro kasi kailangan nang wala mag-strat or mag-relax lang. Diba yung PSG na naman, mapanalo yung round against them. Maybe try to come up with another thing. Kasi yung PSG, madali lang naman basahin. Usually kapag nasa defending side ka here in Fracture. Saan ba naman gagaling yung team natin? Meron bang nagpa-flank? Usually sa Bonk. Unfortunately, wala. Sama-sama lang talaga sila usually. And they're maximizing lang yung utilities nila para magkaroon sila ng advantage against Persija. But on the other hand naman, Persija, naiiwasan na kasi si Igor. Pero kung hindi siguro, baka type pa nga kagad yung magiging scoreline natin. But here it is. And mga Bonka, hiwa-hiwalay na naman sila. And there's just someone who's making noise for his team. And that's just going to be Ardu himself.
Medyo aggressive move ang ginagawa nila dito mga kaibigan. Pwede sila magkita lahat dito sa B. Hindi ine-expect ng Bonk to if ever Uy! Diyos ko po, sabay-sabay sila nag-aim. Kasi pagpasok dito ni Rosify, man, mag-isa lang yan! My God! Mag-isa lang yan! Si Rosify, Diyos ko po, isang player lang yun dito sa WP. Tapos tignan mo ang Bonk! Paikot-ikot lang sila! Diyos ko po, pinaglaruan ng PSG ng Bonk! Pero mga PSG pa nga mananalo! My God, okay na sana yung ginawa nyo! Pero bakit? Oh my God, sayang lang!
Oh! Tumama na din. Ay, nako.
Men, nanonood ako sa minimap. Sa minimap ako nanonood. Diyos ko, sayang.
Ay, ano nangyari doon, Bonk? Nag-time out, parang di naging worth it. Wala nga ibang mga miyembro ng PSG. Dalawa lang naghihintay sa kanila. Si Eeyore lang, tsaka si Asterisk lang yung nag-aabang sa kanila. Na-delay lang sila ng sobra. And once again, di ba? Pag hindi nila iniwasan talaga si Eeyore, malaking problema. Kung gusto na lang i-try lang ng i-try contest, pwede naman. Pero, tingin ko, medyo mahirap yon. And as Noz tries to push, takes off that ubot. Kukuha ng info kung may tao. Pero walang tao dyan. Si Eeyore ay nasa tower. Naghihintay lang sa mga miyembro ng Bonk na papasok sa site. Sinabayan na nga nila kagad ngayon ng Rolling Thunder. Ardu, nabawasan na kagad si Asterisk. Kahit concuss, nakapitas pa ngayon ang katulad ni Eeyore. Pero may trade lang. Pero may backstab din. So 3v3 pa nga ang mangyayari. At Bonk, di pa nila napaplant yung spike. Kailan kaya? When kaya ipaplant ang spike? At baka mahuli na nga nila. Kagad, speaking of, Scroll gets flinched, gets the trade once again. Pwede pang maka-bail out dito ang mga taga-Bonk. Kung sakasakali. Speaking of, Ardu gets him pero si Tix kinot off na si Rosify.
2v1 situation mga kaibigan, Famous. Mahirap to. Pero Diyos ko po, nasa kabilang ibayo si Famous, men. Nasa B siya. Oh no. Mukhang malayong ano to, mukhang malayong lakaran to ah. Pero yun nga lang, kina-cut off na ni Tix pero nasa kabila siya. Nasa, tama doon siya nakatingin sa kabila. Pero dito rin naman, dito rin naman talaga sisilip dito si si Famous if ever. Oh, hindi, di diretso sa papasok. Oh no, alam na niya. Malilikuran siya ni Famous dito. Pwedeng crossfire ang pwede nilang gawin dito mga kaibigan. Oh, Famous. Satchel, not gonna tag anyone. Pero that is Tix! Andun sa kanan! Hey!
That goes there.
At, ngayon, Bonk, buti na lang nakalayas. Buti na pick off ni Tix. Kung hindi, baka manalo pa yung PSG doon. Kaya buti na lang naghintay lang siya ng isa pang miyembro na mag-move and Famous expected na din kagad. And still, Bonk, try lang ng try. And that's just it. Dalawa na uli ang kanilang advantage. Pero the setup goes in ngayon papuntang A site. A few noises once again. Kinovera si Flinch but still gets the head of Tix. At bawas na naman ang mga miyembro ng Bonk. At pero kahit sa mga gantong moments kaya pa rin nila makabawas. So na-utilize nila kagad yung double control nila. Napakaayos at ngayon si Famous magpapaka-aggressive ng kanyang judge. At he gets one. And finally it's gonna be a 3v4. Pero Minimize on the other hand gets Rosify. And we're gonna go down into the last 3-3s. Ngayon din, pero knowing na dalawa na yung miyembro kagad ng Persija dito sa A, baka medyo complicated to sa Bonk kapag nahuli muli sila.
Pero itong 3v3 na mainit nangyayari mga kaibigan, talagang kay Bonk pa rin talaga ang huling halakhak if ever talaga nakakuha dito. They have the complete agents pa rin. They have the controller, they have the initiator, they have still the raise. 2 more orbs para dito kay Nos para syempre makakuha siya dito ng showstopper. Pero ang importante si Scroll, men. Si Scroll meron siyang Viper Spit. 20 seconds in. Kailangan nila mag-commit dito sa mga kaibigan. Nos going on already. Pero that is the kill from Minimize. Pero Famous medyo malayong showstopper yun at pwede nang mag-ultimate si Scroll. Eto na nga. Oh, Diyos ko po! Flash sa mukha! Ang ginawa ni Famous dito is just gonna be an ace para kay Minimize. Pero wala na silang pakialam kung sino mapapatay nila dito, kung sino ang makakapatay. Si Scroll ba o si Minimize? Basta for them to secure this round. Eeyore, nauubusan na ng HP dito. Magiging 0 na. Pero kailangan niya mag-regen ng konti. Tapos mapasok siya ulit. Hop, Minimize!
Oh!
Ace!
Ay. Nagising bigla si Minimize, Vil. Kapag kailangan pala siya nandun eh. At tatandaan nyo si Minimize talaga pag nag-pop off siya dire-diretso. Kita mo sa isang iglap, 5 kills ang nakuha niya. At yan ang meron sa kanya, that initiator parate sa kanyang teammates. Actually, nag-flex din siya minsan. Depende kung anong lineup ng Bonk. And at least, they have the 2-round lead. But the next question right now is that will it actually work ang kanilang lineup pagdating sa defending din? Dahil I'm sure pwede naman. Pero on the other side, ang PSJ, meron pa silang maraming chance para lang ma-take off ang mga katulad ng Bonk. Pero speaking of, dire-diretso lang ang mga taga-Bonk. Pero 3-4 na kagad naghintay sa kanila. And si Famous, kagad together with Flinch, gets them. May posibilidad pa nga na magiging 5-7 to. At buto na lang ng gulat kagad si Tix against Eeyore. And finally, pops off that neural theft. Checks out the information saan ba ang mga nasa Persija. And they can go into B site without many problems kung mababawasan ba sila or hindi. Pero sumakto! Na-concussed din somehow. Pero bakit ganon? Pumabor pa nga sa PSG yon. Pero Scroll is up at there to just wait for them to come in. And speaking of, maghahabol na nga sila. Mag-aabang ng information. Nasaan ba ang ibang mga taga-PSG? And speaking of, alam na nga nila na si Asterisk na lang kagad ang natitira. And Tix finishes him out, gets the 3rd kill, and a Bonk still. Good half para sa kanila to. A 4-round difference pagdating sa fracture sa first half is already big.
8-4 already. And ang maganda ba dito, Riri, is sila pa yung sila pa yung defenders. Knowing na meron silang dalawang controller. O, di ba? Hiwalay ang pwede mangyari dito. Hindi pwede magsama si Tix tsaka si Scroll. Magandang pangitain na 2-0 to, kaibigan.
Dapat
Let's
lang.
go. Oo.
Meron dito. Mukhang sasama na daw si Asterisk kay PTC.
Oo. Hindi. Huwag natin awayin yung hindi kalaban ng Pinoy. Hayaan natin sila. Hayaan natin sila,
Ang
guys.
mga aawayin lang natin yung mga kalaban ng SM.
Pero ito, di ba? Pero dito sa Bonk tsaka sa PSJ, I mean, matalo dito laglag na, di ba?
Laglag na.
Awit! Aroy! Lungkutan, mga kaibigan.
At okay lang yan. Kapag masyado nang maraming teams na sabi nga naman. Pero feel ko talaga yung previous map sobra dapat kinuha ng Persija yan. Kasi pag hindi...
Hindi, okay lang yan.
2-0. Para
2-0.
Tapusin niyo na po. Panalo niyo na yung pistol.
Men, isipin mo, dalawang controller yan, depender kayo. Ganun lang yun. Ha. Si Flinch may smoke pero hindi naman matagal katulad ni Viper tsaka ni Brim. Ay! Tama. Pero meron naman silang Astra. Okay lang yan. Tavern. Arjo. Eliza Panot. Na magkakaska next game. Andito pala siya.
My intel is their obstacle.
Oy, may gagawin pala tayo, Riri, mami.
Ayo nga, no. Kaya, lang tayo, chill lang tayo.
Eeyore. RG with a kill right now. Pero tamang cyber kill, Diyos ko po si Minima, isilundan si Famous. Naka-ghost. 4v2, Asterisk si Rosify. Ano na? One tap to the head, Rosify. Mag-isa na lang dito. Less than half HP left dito kay Rosify. 4v1, they know exactly kung nasan si Rosify. Ano? Ang gagawin mo? Ano, Bes?
Hirap niyan.
Bes, ano? Ha? Puso, Bes.
Kapag ito na, clutch.
Up, dito, mama. Pero iniikutan ni Astra. Tingnan mo si Tix. Iniikutan no? Ako na bahala dito, boy! Tix with a kill, 4-9.
Let's go.
Meron sila Spectre.
Let's go! Go, Bonk! Ayan. 4-9 na nga. Gusto na talagang umuwi ng PSJ. Nabubuhayan ng loob no? Basta 2-0. Ayan. Guys, galing sa Oceania region itong Bonk, pero nilagay nila Australia. Yan. Tignan mo yung mga nagko-comment, no? Bop. So, gusto nila yung Bonkers. At ngayon, nabawasan ng unti-unti ang mga miyembro ng PSJ. Di sila makapasok ngayon sa B-site at meron nakaabang na nga. Tix gets the spray! Oh, hindi nga lang sumakto kahit pumunta ka pa sa harapan niya, iyo hindi mo matatamaan yan. And magiging ace nga ba to kung nabawasan pa niya si Flinch ngayon? Pang ano ba to? Pang post Denville sa sarili na lang VCT. But on the other side, Flinch siya si Rosify, magkahiwalay sila ngayon.
Sarili din ng VCT. Valorant ID tsaka Valorant Australia. Ganun lang yun, men. Rosify getting tagged. 2v5. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang dito, sabi ng Bonk. Pero si Flinch at least meron naman siyang sheriff dito. Malay mo, sumapi sa kanya yung ano. Sumapi sa kanya yung tawag din. Yung espiritu ni Jing na nag-ace sa last round ng laban nila sa Icebox, men. Mainit. Ang kalaban nila dun, ito Persija kalaban nila eh.
Oo. Yung Persija. Naku po. Alam mo, ang sakit nito in fairness pag natalo sila. Alam mo naman natin si Eeyore tsaka si Aster, ang tatagal na niya sa Valorant. At nasasabayan talaga sila ng mga teams din ngayon. And just shows na this stage talaga, daming lumakas na teams. Kita mo sa Pinas, ang daming lumakas na kagad. Pero may na-concuss, may naipit, at yun. Lahat sila tatlo kagad. Napitas. B-site is open already. Alam na nga nila nasan si Noz. At si Arju na lang kagad ang natitira. Although makakatch nga ba niya to? Feel ko medyo complicated talaga eh.
Pero si Arju na lang din talaga natitira dito mga kaibigan. Probably is gonna save that gun instead. Ay hindi, lalaban si kaibigang Arju. Bakit siya hindi lalaban? So sabi ni Asis, yung gagawa mo dyan balbon. 5-10, still, Bonk pa rin na may lamang dito.
Bonk is actually going with I feel ko kailangan ng Bonk manalo na dito sa round na to. Mag-i-eco most likely, hindi, magpo-force na tong PSG muli para lang ma-match point na nila. Talagang, Vil, kino-compute ko na para masaya, syempre. At ngayon, 18, sobrang nagpa-pop off talaga ang katulad ni Tix. And let's see if he'll be able to secure yung mga kills sa pagpasok ng PSG here in B-site. Magiging problema na naman nila to is just to cut off yung angles dahil nga brimstone ng kanilang controller ngayon. But on the other side, the Famous tries to make some few noises, gets the information. Ito nakakagad ang oras sa kanila para pumasok sa site mismo. Inaabangan nga nila pero wala. Ibibigay muna siguro ng mga taga-Bonk ang site at mag-retake na lang sila. There's just the patience coming in. And as Rosify goes for a plant, lahat ng mga miyembro ng Bonk kailangan nila mag-ingat dahil magkakasama sila. Yet, lahat ng mga taga-PSJ nakaabang na lang kung nasaan sila manggagaling.
Pero uso pa, kaya pa. Diba? Hindi naman sila magpapaka-awit dito for sure. Pero ito na, speaking of awit mga kaibigan, dito na si Bonks. Si Bonk. Talagang babawiin talaga lahat nakakita pa isa dito. Bonks will kill 1-2-1 as well. Meron pa isang tao dito sa may sa may tower. 79 HP. The spike hasn't been planted. Arju, Skrull, Noz, they have a perfect position for them to deny the possible win of Asterisk right now. Asterisk is in a top spot right now, catching one, but not going to be able to take down the player from Bonk. But Arju with a swing, with a kill, 5-11. And good day, manager dito sa side ng ano.
Oo! Good day talaga sa Bonk at PSG. Ano nang mangyayari sa kanila? Full buy na lang ba ulit? Force buy na nga na lang nila kagad? Or talagang magsisave sila? Habol ba sila ng 7 rounds? Medyo complicated yun. Kasi advantage pa ng Bonk yan kung sakasakali. And ano ang magiging reset nila. Dahil medyo dehado talaga sila dito. Dalawang choice, yet they need to make it worth it. But Bonk on the other side, nakakuha na sila ng momentum win. Medyo mahirap talaga i-shutdown na. Ayan na, nag-force na nga pa rin dito ang mga taga PSG. They lose this, medyo mahirap na nga talaga ang mangyayari. But as a scroll rather, nag-wait lang siya sa PSG. Mahirap yan. Sama-sama, firing squad yan pag sumilip siya. Pero unless makakapita siya ng isa, that's a good sign. And flinch. Oh, nasaktuhan siya. And after that, that's it. The control is at the tower. And finally, might be securing that plant itself. Pero Bonk, in a more disciplined way silang naghihintay ngayon sa mga miyembro kagad ng PSG. At ngayon, meron na ding delay na manggagaling kay Famous as he pops off once again those paint shells.
Oh, Famous getting the verticality, getting that high ground for him to take down Minimus right now. Pero
One enemy remaining.
Takes with a kill, pero yung alam, Rosify with a big trade. So, to takes, meron silang pero next round, so okay lang nila, okay lang kay Tix ibigay itong round na to, man. Okay lang. Pero ang ginagawa lang ni Tix dito, mga kaibigan, is inuubos lang niya siguro, gonna get the economy of PSG. 6-11, babawi ba? Mahirap sa fracture. Pero kaya.
I need this. My thanks.
Dapat ipanalo na ng Bonkers, syempre. Diba? Nandiyan ka na eh, dalawa na lang oh. 5 pa yung kailangan habulin dito ng PSG, so medyo complicated pa rin to. At ayun na. Bonk. Still goes with the setups. Eco nga lang sila ngayon. So, makakakuita pa rin tayo most likely ng kalamangan na naman ng PSG in this round. Pero as for Bonk, ako sa kanila, mas maganda pag na-thrifty nila. Para secure na talaga, isa na lang before they can finally get this. But Famous, slowly but surely, magpo-push na nga sila kagad dito sa site. Na-take over na din nila kagad sa isang iglap. Galing sa drop. That's a good way ko na. Kanina pa naisip ng PSG na pwede na lang gamitin yung papunta dito kagad sa site coming from drop. Siguro baka makadikit pa sila kahit pa paano against Bonk. Kasi hindi nila usually binabantayan yung drop eh. Pero right now, Arju.
Oh!
Okay.
Eeyore na kaya siya dito mga kaibigan. Pero kung ito na yung pagbangon ni Noz with the kill. Meron na siyang baril dito. 2v4, mahirap. Minimize with just that sheriff though. Kailangan makapatay lang ni Minimize dito kahit isa, pero nga lang ni Noz. Nakakuha pa nga ng isa, pero nga lang. That is the double pick na ginawa nga talaga ng PSG para syempre sila yung manalo dito, pero ito na meron na ulit pera ang Bonk. Got that Vandals, paikot-ikot naman sila dito eh, na may pera, wala, may pera, wala, may pera, wala, mahal ka, hindi. Kalungkutan yun eh, no?
Oo, pag di ka na mahal. At kapag di mo na mahal, syempre. At,
buti pa si Rere. Madaming option.
Oh! Stick to 1 lang tayo, be. So, stick to 1+1.
Hindi ba siya nagagalit pag gumaganyan ka?
Sino magagalit eh? Ay, nako po. Inaaway nila si Asterisk dito sa comment section. Grabe naman kayo kay Asterisk. May 10 assist naman siya. Pansinin nyo naman yung assist niya, 10. Pinakamadami sa lahat.
Sino?
Uy, pag-combine ko ba mo pa yung assist ng mga miyembro, siya pinakamaraming assist. Kaya siya si Asterisk. Kasi marami siyang assist. Okay, share ka lang. Last na yun. Tita joke sa...
This is a nice... This goes here.
Andito ba? Saan? Sa Facebook o sa Twitch?
This should do.
Sa Facebook. At ngayon, ang mga taga-Bonk is actually waiting for PSG Pero kailangan mas disiplina na yung meron ng Bonk eh. Para lang talagang manalo sila. Dumidikit pa yung laban eh. Pinapalamang niyo pa yung PSG eh.
Pero, Famous, what's gonna be the next thing na posible nilang magawa dito daw, pero yun nga lang, trying to play slow right now, pero Famous with just that showstopper, not gonna tag anyone din talaga dito lang sa may drop. Pero ito na yung pagbango ng api, meron tao sa drop, meron tao dito sa may A main. Saan ka papasok dito sa PSJ? Pero minimize. Sobrang daming smoke na nilalabas dito ng Bonk, mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang, Rosify nakakuha siya ng isa dito. Showstopper! Wala! Oh, wala na siya matamaan. Oh! At least si Ross nakakuha ng isa dito. 2v1. Parang low! Okay, Noz.
Ako po. Bonk! Huwag niyo sabihin kakamba kayo ng PSG ah. Ako po! Pipigilan pa ng PSG yung defense ng Bonka. Pero sayang yun eh. Dalawang low. Pero kasi dalawang nag-swing na sa akin. Now or never na daw, sabi ng Persija. Ngayon, save na naman ng mga taga-Bonk. Ito, Eeyore. Checks out. Meron mong mag-agree? Wala. Nasabi sila lahat. Yung tatlo. Nakaabang sa mga miyembro kagad. Diba ba si Arju? Meron din kagad setup. Taas niya na. Na lang. Ganda ng setup niya din ah. Maraming makikita yan. Pero sila flinch. Dahan-dahan lang. Papunta sa site mismo. Dahil mahirap na. Pag na-thrifty ka pa rin na mga kalaban mo, eh match point pa sila.
Wrong buddy out.
5v5, wala pa rin nagkakalaban dito si Noz, trying to be really aggressive with that judge on hand, pero wala. They're gonna be on to the safer side. They're not gonna use that judge. They're not gonna be really that aggressive than if ever. And ito, oh Diyos ko po, delikado ngayon. Literal, nakatabi lang ni Tix lahat. Pero ito, maganda yung position dito ni naka-judge. Pero Diyos ko po, natamaan na nililigaw na bomba, mga kaibigan. Famous with that swing, with a kill, with a 3. 2v3, Rosify, low on HP. Nakakakuha ba sila dito ng baril sa Binot? Spike is planted already. Pero si Arju nasa likod lang din. Makakapasok ba si Arju ngayon? Rosify waiting patiently. Meron siyang rolling thunder dito, pero kailangan nila makakuha ng kill. Arju with a kill talaga 1 second. Pero ang Famous gonna kill him instead. Nagpaparinig na siya. Bahala na si Abatman. 9-11.
Dapat sa next round manalo na yung Bonk kill. Or else Taito. 11-11 talaga may ka-wish. Pero ganda na sana ang starting kill ni Scroll tsaka ni Minimize. Pero si Famous kasi umentry ng maayos eh. At dito din nakabawas siya. Pero advantage din pagdating sa baril. Pagdating sa PSG once again. And here it goes. Bonk. Meron silang ult dapat siguro ngayon na pwede na lang gamitin. Pero yep, meron na kay Tix together with Ardu. Ay, lahat pala. 4 out of 5. Meron na din kagad. And they can use that to their advantage against Persija para lang hindi makapasok. And speaking of, hindi nga sila makakapasok at all, as Scroll is just gonna be there. Pero as the lurk comes in, Eeyore, may mababawasan ba siya? Yep. Pero, that's a good trade coming in from Noz. 4v4 tayo ngayon. Lahat sila ay nalilito na. Ang mga taga Persija, saan ba tayo pupunta? At mukhang pupunta na nga sila kagad sa A, maybe? Yep, di na sila babawasan ngayon na Bonk. Bibigyan na nila yan. Di na sila pupunta dyan anymore. And here it goes. Ang natitira lang sa A dito ay malayo pa. Si Scroll. At ngayon, nakapag gumawa sila ng ingay, makakapag-rotate na din kagad yung Bonk. Meron pang si Minimize kagad with that Rolling Thunder sa pwede na talagang ibigay mismo yung site sa Persija.
30 seconds left. Spike
Pero,
planted.
mukhang nakaka-comeback ata yung mga players ng Persija ngayon. And mukhang kinukulang ata ng vitamin sa mga players ng Bonk. Mukhang nahinaan ata ang Bonk ngayon. Pero, scroll with just that Viper Spit na meron siya. Pero ito nakakalampag ng papag. Nagkakaldaga na ngayon mga players. Pero Diyos ko po. Famous nga patay ng isa pero at least tamang trade-off lang din talaga ang ginagawa na dito. Nagkahatian na nga ng mundo. Rosify. Andun lang sa taas pero Diyos ko. Oh, hindi nila alam na dinidefuse na! Hindi nila alam na dinidefuse na! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! No way! Oh no! Okay lang. Clap, clap. Ang ganda nun, di na binitawan. Akala siguro na nag-top lang. Ay, kasi may kasama din na cosmic divide eh. Kaya kahit i-push nila, nakaabang na din sa kanila eh. May follow-up eh. And here it is. One left before Bonk can finally win this. Patatagalin pa ba nila ulit to? O hindi na? Pero mukhang hindi na eh. Pero meron pa si RD with that neural chip. Pero ready na din kagad si Flinch together with Famous sa kanilang mga ults. So talaga nga medyo dehado siguro yung Bonk kapag inaagre lang sila. Pero looking at them, nasa form na ulit sila eh. After that, ginamit nila lahat ng kanilang ultimate. So yun na talaga yung way sa Bonk ngayon para manalo. Pero sisimulan na nga muli ng PSG ang pagpasok dito sa B-side.
Hindi ba tapos ito?
Nakapasok na sa site. Si New
Lavarn lang. Pero ito na. Hindi pa rin talaga nagkakapawasan dito pero nga score tapos snake bite lang din talaga pero makapapasok sa ating mga players ngayon na PSG dito ko nasang basa. Oh, Diyos ko po! Nakatama na naliligaw na boba pero tamang trade-off lang din talaga ginawa ni Minimize dito taking down the controller of PSG. Showstopper. Oh, isa pa. Oh, Diyos ko po! Nagkamali yung talong. Natalong! Hindi talong! Talong ang nangyari! Si Famous wala nang nakita! Napakadaming flash ang pumunta sa kanya! Men! Kawawa naman si Famous, bulag na!
Uy! Nakabawi!
Nakabawi, okay. Nakabawi.
Naka 4 kills pa siya doon! Grabe ka naman! PSG! Famous! Okay lang daw kahit na medyo na-stop siya eh. Pero, asterisk. Baka naman. Pero to, wala lang. Siningan lang. Okay na daw. Almost an ace. Okay. Buti naman. Good call sa Bonk na mag-time out. Talo na eh. Matatalo sila pag ganito. Magkaka-OT pa ba? Bibigay pa ba nila to sa Persija? Kung gusto na nalang tapusin nyo na. Ganun lang yun kadali.
Kumbaga, meron nga tayong tinatawag. Tapusin!
Ayos sila. Ay. Iba, wag nyo batiin na GG kagad. Kaya naman. Ako kulit nyo eh.
Tapusin! Yan ang gusto ko na mangyari.
Hindi ko, ikaw ba nagsasalita nun? Feeling mo pwede na mag-voice actor, Bill.
Oo naman.
Natry mo naman mag-voice actor. Yung dub, ganun, ng series. Hindi pa. Or commercial.
Sorry. Ano yan? Ako?
Yeah. Voice over.
Yeah, I did some. Yeah. Masaya.
Diba? Masaya naman. Pero...
Sumasample.
Sige. Sample nga.
Joke lang. Magandang gabi. Bye. Joke lang. Pero I did some, yes. Yeah. I can do a lot of things with my mouth. And my voice.
Yung PSG, ano na gagawin nila? Wala nga magpa-flank. Ako nagsasabi sa'yo, Iyor. Wala nga. Sinasabi ko na hindi magpa-flank sa'yo yan.
Pasok lang ng pasok, mga kapatid. Less than a minute left in the clock right now. Oh, Diyos ko po! Si Kroll natamaan ng lintik dito. Pero ito na, full on 5-man retake. Pero kumalaman lang sila kasi meron talaga dapat sa likod nito. Imposibleng wala sa likod, ah. Diyos ko po, natamaan dito si Tix. Natamaan si Asterix. Wala palang pera ang Bonk.
Nag-save sila. Nag-save sila.
Oh no, may showstopper. Iyor waiting. Wait, tumingin kayo sa kanan. Huwag yung, ayun, nice smoke. Ito na ang pagpasok nila, men. Oh, naku po si Flinch! Kalma lang, dapat, Diyos ko po, double pick. Oh no! Tix. Pre, kalma.
Ay. Kawawa.
Ongkas siya.
Wala ng oras.
Nice!
Refuse. Wala ng oras.
Walang oras.
Nice one.
Nice.
Galaw-galaw din. Bonkers. Baka naman gusto niyang ayusin.
Baka naman, guys.
Oo, baka naman.
Nung oras na kasi.
Excited pa kami para sa laro ng SDE.
No way!
Okay lang yan, Asterisk. Walang nakakapansin. Basta nakakapag-setup ka. Di naman araw-araw Pasko. Kaya kahit napansin yung ginagawa mo, okay lang yan. Pero ito na nga. Last chance sa Bonk! Kundi mag-OT pa. Oh my goodness. I-agree na dapat. Di na okay. Sige, di na nailang nila tong Persija. Na pinaglalaruan. Pero Persija, lahat sila magkakasama. Si Iyer lang talaga yung humihiwalay sa kanila. Wala na sila dyan, mga friends. Nasa B-site na naman sila.
Tapos na ba o hindi pa? Diyos ko. 2 series ang tagal. Pero ito na yung pagpasok yun ng api, mga kaibigan. Nagkakabarilan na nga ito mga ito. Pero si Rosify nakaisa na naman. Diyos ko po! Tix! Anong nangyayari sa'yo?
Oh!
Nice. Magi-game 3 pa ba tayo o hindi na? Pero wag na. Kailangan nila i-defuse to, men. Eto na! Here comes the party!
Ay!
Diyos ko po, Rosify! Ito na yung kinaldag si Flinch, mga kaibigan. Pero alam ni Scroll kung nasan ba. Men! May tao sa likod mo! Oh, Diyos ko po! Okay, OT na.
Okay. Diyos ko po. OT na naman! Nakabak pa yung Bonk. Palong-palo si Famous 29-17. Shoutout nga pala kay Eliza Taylor. Ako nasayang. Nasayang lahat eh. Ba't ganun? Oh well. Dapat di niya minamadali eh. Marami namang oras eh. Tingnan niyo, Persija pa nag-time out. Ano? Nakahabol eh. Mga pickers sa Tatabil. Niloko tayo ng mga to eh. Ay, nako po. Tix eh, papakaltas eh. Dapat di naman. Gagalit namin ni Coach.
Umpisa pa lang, time out na. Magandang thing na ginagawa dito ng PSG, mga kaibigan, pero makikita natin kung makakaisa pa sila do. Game number 3? Sige, pwede. Sinasabi lang na PSG na men, hindi kami magpapatalo dito. Kami ang mananalo dito. Kasi sa totoo lang, PSG nanalo sila dito kahapon eh. Tama ba, partner? Nanalo sila dito kahapon. Pero nga lang, mapa to ng Bonk. Pero magkikita tayo if ever gano'n pa talaga mangyayari. Pero nga lang, ito yung mga players ngayon ng PSJ Ray. Diyos ko po, ito naman yung Ray Rakers. My God.
Di talaga natin araw ngayon, Neville eh. Paano ba yan? Okay lang, ginagawa to para sa SBE.
Ano? Bakit?
Para bukas,
Nice
puro
kill.
2-0.
Nice kill kay Arju, man. Nice kill kay Arju.
Ayan, nice one!
Scroll na nga, isa pa! Let's go! Let's go, Australia! Let's go! Mga kangaroo!
Kangaroo! Save na lang sila, next round na lang.
Oo.
Save na kayo, Persija. Hirap na mag-hit.
Pero wala namang save na pwede mangyari kasi mag-change side sila. Pero French going ngayon, pero nalos ko nasan pa sila. Pero nga lang, meron pang isa! Wala man lang nabalhin sa Bonk!
Switching sides.
Hey!
Match point.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
At ngayon, 12-13. Bonk, isa na lang, nabuhayan din. Sa wakas, kinabahan eh.
Yes, this should do.
At yun din. Simulan na ng Bonk kung makakabawi ba sila or talagang meron pang pag-asa sa Persija. Pero kung ako sa inyo, Bonk, tapusin nyo na. Okay, lahat sila pupunta na eh. Maganda to, lahat di na sila pupunta na visa lang titira nila. Puro nasa iyo mga miyembro ng Persija. At sana ma-crossfire ka agad ng dalawang miyembro ni Arju together with Noz ang mag-e-entry at sama-samang miyembro ng mga taga Persija. At ito na nga, sisimulan na nga nila kagad pero may na-detect ko nasaan sila. Naghihintay lang kagad si Arju dito at lahat. Uy, ingat lang, si Famous nakadalawa pa. Pero ito na nga, 1, 2, oh no, may trades. Si Tix na lang kagad tsaka si Skull na natitira.
Pero,
Spike planted.
mukhang isa pang OT. Pero puso lang dito kay Tix tsaka kay Skull mga kaibigan. Ito na ata pinakamatagal na first series ng araw na ito. Pero at least napakaganda ng series na to. I mean, wala talagang babawi. Lahat sila lalaban. Pero yung nga lang, scroll. 1v3. Winnable. Pero tao sa may loob, pre. Nakakuha na pa rin. Pero yung nga lang, ER with a quick trade. 13-13.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Ano na?
Ano kayo matatapos to?
Ayawan ko nga eh.
Ano last map?
Haven.
Diyos ko po, Bonk na to.
Ay, nako.
That goes there.
Bot ni Famous eh.
Yes, this should do.
Walang palo. Ayaw pa umuwi ng Persija.
Cage triggered.
Okay. Arju. May mapipick off ba siya ngayon? Ikaw mag-knife out. Diyos ko po. Nakakatakot. Oh no! Naka-operator na si Flinch. Sumabay na si Arju. At ngayon, meron ulit ba siyang mabibiktima o gets the second? Oh no! No way!
No way! Oh no! Pero,
there.
Famous with just that pain shell on hand. Oh, maganda! Kung merong, Diyos ko po, oh my God! Chup-chup, sabay putok ang nangyari kay Famous, mga kaibigan. Nagpasabog pa nga. Pero tamang flash nito, pero siya may dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga, scroll. Just waiting patiently. Dito lang sa may loob. Pero, hindi siya, walang natamaan. Yung aftershock, masyadong nasa likod ni Minimize. Hindi man siya nakiliti, pero kung napapansin mo mariretake pa ata ito ng mga players ng PSJ, men.
Ay, hindi!
Scroll with a kill ear with another one right now, but a Rosify! 1v1 with a great one. Flash! Malabas!
Nalitake pa nga! Nabati ni Phil! Hindi niya binati, nagkatotoo eh! Ay, naku po! Persija! Isa na lang!
Switching
Uy,
sides.
Bonk, ayusin niyo.
Match point.
Tapos sa Haven Pay last map, parehas, okay yung stats nito sa Haven parehas eh. Di ko na alam. Anong mangyayari? Gigigil na ako.
Kalungkutan, men.
Oo. Kasi.
Last player standing. One
Pero
enemy
hindi pa naman
remaining.
tapos na, marami pa.
Puso, Bonk. Puso. At,
Pwede pa, puso lang.
oo naman. Pwede pa yan. Diyos ko po. Bonk. Natanda mo, Villa, wala na nga ginagawa si Asterisk eh. 4v5 na nga lang to eh.
Kaya pala walang ginagawa dahil gano'n.
Kaya nga eh.
That goes there.
Ano kaya ang
This goes here.
pwedeng
This is a
gawin
nice
na
spot.
ng
That goes there.
Bonk para manalo lang defending side. Nahirapan pa sa defending na nga lang at ayun,
Diba? Depending na nga.
sana sa acting setup ni Arjo. Okay, alam na nila kung nasaan. Nice one. Oh, alam nyo na. Baka naman, lipat na yung iba oh. Ay, di pa rin talaga lumilipat. Wala pala. Joke lang daw yun. Ngayon na nakita sila, lipat muli sila. Paglalaro nyo yung Bonk eh. Oh no.
Oh no.
No way.
But on to the stuff na ginagawa dito ng Bonk, mga kaibigan. They really want to stop the possible win of PPGL right now, but Scroll critical onto flinch. Pero Fame sila, oh my god, Fame sila 2K. Pero nasan ba ito? Oh, Scroll, nakaisa pa nga, pero Diyos ko po, mukhang game 3 na nga.
Di pa. Ayun o. Ay, shucks! Oh no.
Oh, ayun na nga. 1v2. Pain shells. Kailangan nila mag-out dito. Mamba out. Up. Binibait. Bang! Game number 3!
Attackers win.
Puro OT. Tapos may game 3 pa. Checklist. Sabi na pag-fracture yung map eh. Kumakambak pa rin eh. Parang sa bind. Map pickers. Yes, and finally, Persija. They already told us na we've improved our fracture map. Even if Bonkers is actually one of the teams that has a good stat when it comes to fracture. Yung Persija, I think, ito lang medyo tiring lang talaga sa Bonkers. Kasi nakahabol na, nagka-momentum na talaga yung Persija all over again. And sobrang unstoppable ni Famous once na he get into the site. Nakakapitas siya talaga ng dalawa eh. Nahirapan talaga si Bonk na i-handle si Famous, and plus si Flinch din also eh. Kapag nasa defending, may operator, lalo na ngayong nagsiswitch sila, especially on the defending side.
Mahirap talaga pag merong operation, Ray. Napakatindi ng ginagawa dito ng PSG. Talaga nabawi nila yung pagkawin dito kay Bonk. We really thought that Bonk will gonna win it with a 2-0 score, pero gumanti ang api dito sa side ng PSG. Pero nangyari na ang dapat nangyari, mga kaibigan. It's just Bonk we're gonna lose onto the side of PSG, and we've seen it already na wala talaga nagpapatalo dito. Once again, elimination na to. So the losers will go bye-bye!
Ayaw pa umuwi ng Persija eh. Kung talagang gusto pa mag-haven. At,
puso lang naman.
Oo naman.
I mean, sobrang pusong galawan lang talaga dito sa mga players na to. Pero para sa Bonk and Persija, it's just talagang momentum lang talaga ang gusto nila ipakita dito. Ang Persija, tuloy-tuloy sa nanalo, wala na nagawa ang Bonk. Yung Bonk, nung nag-change side, na iba na ang ihip ng hangin. Akala natin makukuha ng bonk yun, pero yun nga lang, ano eh, parang yung mga galawan, iba yung galawan eh. Kasi lamang na ang bonk, pero hindi ko alam kung paano pa sila nanalo, kung bakit pa sila nanalo. Ang labo na. Pero at least naka-easy, si Minimize.
Actually. Lumalaban pa tong Persija. Good start na sana sa bonk eh. Yet, sa defending talaga, it became their problem to actually get that good timing lang, actually. Good timing lang against PSJ's entries talaga yung hindi nila nakuha. Yung timing ni Flinch together with Famous. But, okay. I think medyo kulang din sa double controller moves eh.
Oo. Akala natin double controller kasi yung double controller siya yung nanalo kasi matic defender sila. Wala sila okay yun eh. Goods yun eh. 8-4 nga lamang sila, di ba? Pero wala eh. Naka-comeback talaga yung yung PSG na lang din talaga. Pero yun sa third game, kung PSG mananalo, okay. Kung Bonk, okay lang din. Game rin eh.
Pumapalakpak pa kami.
Wala na tayong ina-nice one, baby.
Kahit sino na lang. Kasi di naman makakalaban to ng SP sa kanilang bracket. But still, the performance from both, sobrang close sa first map. Close din. Dito din, sobrang close ng ginagawa nila. And that was just really a good comeback coming in from Persija.
Yes, that's true. And we've seen it already. I mean, ganito pala yung itsura ko. No? Ganda ng lighting ko ngayon eh. Alam, gusto ko yung lighting ko ngayon. Kasi syempre umaga pa, di ba? Tanghali. Maano siya. Maliwanag kaya ganito. Pero mamaya pag dilim, makikita natin kung ano yung magiging itsura. Anyway guys, my name is Phil alongside me is Rare. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC in game number 3. Dito sa Haven ng PSJ at saka ng Bonkers is coming right up! Right after the very short break. See ya.
I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back.
Wala pa rin talagang gustong umuwi sa dalawang teams na to as we're gonna be heading off here in the third map, which is going to be in Haven with the Persija Esports together with Bonkers. My name is Ray and kasama ko pa rin dito si Vil. At after a lot of OTs sa first map, sinundan pa nga ng isa pang OT dito sa Fracture at ngayon sa Haven, kung saan pagdating sa stats ng Bonkers and Persija, sobrang close enough. Baka talagang makita na naman tayo ng bakbakan, pero it's up for both of the teams kung they can actually take it all over or talagang may isa lang na magiging one-sided siguro. I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna see if ever sino ba magiging one-sided dito sa side ng mga players natin dito sa PSJ and Bonkers. Pero nakadepende naman sa kanila yun if ever gagawin na nasa Haven sila. Napanood ko ang Bonkers dito sa mapa na to, nagwawala si kaibigang Arju na rin talaga, no. 100% he's gonna use that chamber. Meron silang chamber tsaka sage dito. Tignan natin kasi nung ginamit nila yun, gumana eh. Pero tingnan natin, I have a feeling nandun talaga na pwede mangyaring ganun. Malay mo, biglang mag-Phoenix to, di ba? From nowhere, di ba? From nowhere, bigla sila nag-Phoenix. Gulat na lang tayo, bigla nag-Yoro, di ba? Gulat na lang, di ba? Amen. Itong dalawang agent na lang hindi nagagamit eh. Si Phoenix at saka si Yoro eh. So, sino pa ba? Si Reyna ginagamit. Ito na lang talaga, no? Ito na lang talaga, no? Si Phoenix tsaka si Yoro na lang. So, makikita natin dito kung ano ba ang gusto nilang mangyari. Si ano kasi, si Phoenix kasi, pinaghalo-halong agent yan eh. Flash, na meron ng initiator. Molly, na meron ng controller. Wall, na meron ng sentinel. Run it back, na pinaghalong hindi pinaghalo eh. Pinaghalong initiator tsaka pinaghalong sage. Pinaghalong sky at tsaka sage. Kasi nabubuhay sarili niya, ganyan. Something like that. Puro ulit yung buhay, ganyan. Tapos meron pang parang pag napatay ka, syempre revive and something like that. Tapos ang Yoro, well, iba na Yoro ngayon eh. So, mahirap pa rin talaga ipasok sa meta if ever. Mga kaibigan, hear me. Ang next na ibabuff, makinig kayo. Si Phoenix. Alam mo bakit? Kasi wala namang gumagamit. Ganun naman talaga yun, di ba? Binabuff nila yung mga agent na wala namang gumagamit. Di ba? Na hindi ginagamit. Si Yoro, may gumagamit ba? Allows. So ngayon, ibabuff nila si Phoenix. Men, naisusulat yan sa Biblia, chapter 6, verse 9. Promise. Nakalagay doon. Binuklat ko kanina, nakikinig ko, nakaganoon ako. Habang nagkakape. Ibabuff si Phoenix pre. Yun na nabasa ko, men. Promise.
Ang pagkapasok ni Neon, mawala yung Phoenix eh. Diba? Wala eh.
Parang bula, hindi na pinansin eh. Huyo daw eh.
Pero may mga nagpi-Phoenix sa rank. Pero dito wala eh. Pero ngayon, sa Haven, ano kaya ang pipiliin ng mga tropa natin? Okay, it's just gonna be the race once again. Okay? Double duelist na naman ang comp ngayon ng Persija. While on the other side naman sa Bonk, magse-sage sila. And double sentinel once again. So talaga ngayon, Brimstone ang kanilang magiging controller dito. So interesting to see. Pero nakakatakot to dahil si Famous palong-palo ngayon din eh.
Hindi naman tumigilan sa sa pagiging palong-palo na eh. Gigil yan si kaibigang famous. You know, yun yun. Yun yung lineup nila. Yun, Chamber Sage.
Ayos yun. At mas maayos kung nasa Persija na ba ngayon ang kanilang power. Nandito na ba nila para ma-overwhelm ang mga taga-Bonk? Or yung Bonk, reset lang tayo. Kit pa rin naman yung naging laban natin. So it was still a good run in one of our best map, which is in Fracture. At syempre, na-expect talaga natin na marami bakbakan ngayon between the teams. At lalong-lalo na ngayon na talagang problema ay ayaw pang umuwi. And now, Persija is gonna be on the defending. Bonk wants to start, will be starting sa kanilang aggressiveness. Pero si Flinch, nakapagpitas na nga ng isa. May follow-up ata. Pero looks like Bonk gets 2 members kagad. Papasok. Oo, winasiwas talaga.
Winasiwas yung frenzy. Parang parang nagwalis eh. Lepret, ang bilis eh. Kaya malaki yung yung biceps, triceps yun eh. Mabilis eh. Pero ito, medyo mahirap na rotation ang gagawin ng PSG ah. You need to check the corner sticks. We're gonna plant the spike already. And narinig ito ni Killjoy. Alam ni Iyor to. Pero magkakaroon siya ata siya. Pero okay lang kasi meron naman siyang turret dyan. So if ever papasok, alam ng Bonk na meron turret dito. Pero hoy! Marami kang katapat, baby boy. Tatlo. Gulat siya. Tatlo. Gusto lang naman niya sumili pero gulat siya. Tatlo. Ang kaharap niya.
Oy! Oy!
Okay.
Out of charges.
Nice.
May nag-comment. Ito, ano ba naman yan? At laglag na daw ba yung naos? Unfortunately, guys, sa mga nagtatanong dyan. Masyait, pero ganoon talaga. Kailangan mag-move on at kailangan gumaling. At ngayon, Bonk, nanalo ng pistol to, Viper, di na ako nagtitiwala.
Ano?
Di na ako nagtitiwala na yung sa Bonk minsan. Nanalo sila ng pistol na second round. Pero sa yung Persija, nag-init na din. Sunod-sunod na naman. Pabor sa Persija lang. Nakambak pa. 7-11 yun. 7-8-12 nga eh. Okay, ganun talaga ang buhay. Super harsh. At
super harsh, parang super base. Pero 2 minutes remaining. Pero dito naman sa mga players, syempre, muna tayo? Tech pause muna tayo, men. Hindi namin ilalabas yung tech pause na word, pero tech pause to. Kailangan makabawi ng PSG dito. I mean, si Famous, solid yan eh. I mean, really solid player. Pero ang pinakamalakas sa Bonk, si Arju. I mean, yung mga Australian casters na rin talaga mismo nagsabi. Sila Elfish guy. Yung nakatrabaho namin back in 2017. Yung kasama kami sa mga international casters. Sarap nun, man. Promise. Kami, yung international caster treatment sa amin nun eh. Promise. Tapos nag-stay kami sa hotel at sa Nobu kami, City of Dreams. Tigi-isa kaming room. Whoopsie!
Sino kaya? Si ikaw, si...
Ako, si Nomad.
Si Nomad.
Tapos sila Eliza. Yun, sila Terror. Si Terror, host dun eh.
Di ba host muna kayo bago shoutcaster? Or shoutcaster muna bago host?
Shoutcaster muna bago host. Kami ni Terror. Hindi ko siya tatawagin Terror talaga. Oo. Yan, si Terror mahilig yung magtanim ng kamote. naitanim na ang kamote. Naitanim na ang etomak.
Okay. Ngayon, Tekpos. Lahat na ngayon OT, third map, Tekpos. My goodness. Good day talaga. Sa lahat na nandyan.
Good day manager sa inyong lahat.
Good day talaga. Hello sa inyong lahat. Ay. At muli, Tekpos na naman. Anong pwedeng mangyari?
Paulit-ulit na lang tayong Tekpos. Ang totoo naman, di ba? Totoo naman. What we see is what we say. Paikot-ikot lang tayo. Shoutout nga pala sa sa nagmo-montage sa amin. Itatago ko lang siya sa pangalang Meika. Ayan. Siya yung nagmo-montage kayo mga kaibigan ng aking misis na sumisilip-silip lang ngayon. Ayan. Aga nga yung nagising kanina, alas 7. Gising na yan, 7 o'clock.
At ngayon, no?
Tapos mga alas 8, sasabihin na sa kanila, alis na ako.
Sabihin mo?
Ha?
Sabihin, bye-bye. Ganun.
Bye-bye, ingat.
Yan.
Ganun. Tapos appear.
Appear.
Okay. No, bata pa kami. Bata pa kami, guys. Ano ka pa? Maraming alam sa mga makamundong bagay.
Tama. Marami.
Appear. Minsan, fist bump. Ganun.
Yun lang din yung alam ko eh. Actually, shake hands lang talaga yung alam ko.
Shake hands? Ano ko po? Ingat ka dyan, shake hands.
Sa bakit? Sorry. Nakaka-relate lang ako. Ay, nako.
So if ever magawa mo yun, nag-shake hands kayo? Nako po.
Ay, nako po. Grabe nga yun.
Mahirap. Mahirap pang mga shake hands niya kasi it will lead to another stuff. Ang tagal ng Tekpos. Pero feeling ko, sipin mo, puro OT, ganyan. Tapos game number 3, tapos Tekpos, nice! So, kamusta naman lakad mo kagabi, Riri?
Ay! Alam ni Direk eh. Masaya yung lakad ko kagabi, syempre. Masaya yun. Masaya lang Hindi ko nga alam eh. Kung ano na nangyari. Sa sobrang saya ko, di ko na alam ng iba nangyari. Diba? Pag you're having a good time, nakakalimutan mo na minsan yung mga nangyayari. Pero ngayon, hindi natin makakalimutan yung mga ginagawa ng Bonk. Kung mananalo ba sila dito or hindi. Nag-open lang nila kagad yung site. Advantage yun kasi sa baril. Anong gagawin ng classic na yan sa mga taga-Bonk?
Maraming pwedeng gawin yan, kapatid. Pero eto na, pero umiikot ata yung mga players ngayon. Pero alam na miss call kung nasan ka talaga. Ano pangalan ng ano na yan? Ano pangalan ulit ng ano na yan? Ano pangalan ng ano na yan? Ng skin na yun?
Saan? Ito?
Yung puno? Yung ginagawang puno? Overgrowth? Gaya.
Yan. Thank you sa naming caster dito.
Kala ko, roof trailen pero 2-0.
Yan. Nice one. Pero di na ako naniniwala. Alam ko, dikit na naman to eh.
Siguro. Narinig ko na yung boses ni Eliza eh.
Oo.
Nagbabadya na, parang gusto ata magas ng game number 2. Feeling ko, sabi. Kaya muna partner. Happy birthday nga pala sa tita mo.
Here.
NP loves.
Ay, parang gusto ko mag-karaoke.
Yan, gusto ko yan.
Yan, gusto ko yan.
Mamaya?
Pwede. Oh! My goodness, pinag-audition!
Mahirap Riri, may work bukas.
Ay, oo nga.
Ano tayo? Karaoke tayo sa Monday night. Diba?
Ay, oo. Mahilig ako mag-karaoke. Alam ni Taylor yan. Nagawa, pang-warm up namin bago mag-start ng VCT. Sige. Diyan ka dyan.
alam daw ni Terror kung marunong daw siya mag-karaoke, sabi niya.
Oo, magaling mag-karaoke yan. Kahapon nga, alam namin mga kanta ni Celine Dion eh.
Di ba yun yung kanta ni ano? Ano yun, kahapon?
Oo.
Oo, kumakanta nga pala.
Kumakanta namin.
Alam mo yung karaoke, di ba yun yung kanta ni ano, ni Michael Jackson? Karaoke, honey. Sige. 4v4, it's just emo players ngayon ng PSJ. Yes, they have the money, pero yung nga ng Bulldog lang gamit na assets dito. But Bulldog, okay lang yan. I mean, 2 shots to the head, it's already dead. But dito ngayon sa Bonkers, Arju, meron naman siyang 2 defos naman, so it's fine. And ito malakas ang Bonk sa defending. Napakalakas nila sa defending, hindi ko alam kung bakit ganun. Pero sana makita natin kung paano ba yung mga kalakasan na dito sa match na to. Pero napakatagal naman nila pumasok. Pasok na kayo! Anong oras na? Sinusulit nila yung pagstay nila dito sa Asia.
It's time! Baka naman. Oh! Nakabawas na si Pix. Takes the Steam Beacon out. Pero on the other hand, si Minimize may ginagawa. Diba? Napaka-flex player ni Minimize lahat. Siya gumagawa. At ito, may maka-cut off siya. Okay. At isa na lang kagad natitira si Rosie Pie. Try niya babawasan itong isa. Mahuli niya ito most likely. And mahirap na i-contest to. Napakalayo ni Rosie Pie. Alam mo, nagkaganahan ka ba sa Vandal ng Sentinels of Light?
Ano, sorry? Oh, dinrap ako ni Mr. Mark Navarro. AKA Chili Mark, what is money, paper only. Kasama kami niyan nung, kailan ba? Kahapon. Nung Friday night. Kasama kami niyan.
Balita ko masaya eh.
Oo, syempre, masaya. Every night ang ginawa. Kaya masaya talaga. Reveal eh.
Shout out nga pala sa tropa kong si Hana na nanonood. Nagigets niya yung context tungkol sa shake hands. Very good. Buti naman lang.
30 seconds left.
Ano sabihin mo?
Hello.
Yan. Ano yan? Bebe yan ni Flip. Ni Flippy. Ng SB. Saya.
Kaya nga nag-hello lang ako, diba?
Stay strong sa inyo.
Stay strong sa inyo. Congratulations kasi panalo kayo niyan.
And your champions! Ganun. Para na makas talaga yung SB. Uy! Ala, kawawa ka naman, Scroll. At ngayon, baka ma-thrifty pa nga. O, yun na nga sinasabi ko. Tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa mga taga-Bok. Hinahabol na sila ngayon. At mukhang meron pa rin ngayon, no? So, on the other side, lahat pinapakitaan ang mga miyembro kagad. Pulls off that showstopper. But won't be able to connect to anything. At walang nagawa. Dinamahan pa ng wall. And we're down, no, to that 3v2. Takbo sila papuntang A-site talaga.
Ito na. 2v3. Minimize will plant the spike already. Asterisk with that flank. Pero nga medyo hindi talaga na makikita yun because merong trap. Si kaibigang Arjo! Pero rinig ni Arjo. Arjo like a book! Yan ang sinabi ni Arjo, man. Famous. Wala siyang makita dito. 1v3, mahirap to. Wala siyang utilities or ano. Roomba mga kaibigan. At least sa culture na idea kung nasa ba na ba yung isa. Pero kung napapansin mo, si Arju nasa likod lang din, kaya pa ba? Famous, is this gonna be a take or not? Pero yung alam mo kung makakakuha pa ata siya ng mga kills dito mga kaibigan. Most will gonna be dead. Minimize. We're gonna get that trade off. 4-1. Still in favor Bonkers.
Tapusin na, Bonk. 13-1. Pero, kumutik pa manalo yung Persija dun. Buti na lang, hindi nila, masyado sila nag-focus dito sa mga gusto nilang patayin sa may garage. At advantage din pagdating sa baril. Kaya ngayon, tinapos na lang ng Bonka ng paisa-isa. And finally, leading na nga sila by 3 rounds. At ngayon, baka may feel ko yung Persija to. Magta-time out. Ano ba ang plano natin, guys? Tong Bonk nagiging unstoppable na naman. At ano yung next nating retaliation sana? Si Famous, sayang yung showstopper niya sa round 5 eh. Pero looking at it naman, on form naman ng mga PSG, they get the trades. Okay naman yung lineup nila ngayon ng kills. Pero nga lang, pagdating sa Bonk on how they step up, okay din talaga makita yung double sentinel nila.
4-1, pero tulad nga sinabi ko sa'yo, Rene, malakas ang Bonk dito sa Haven. Swerte na rin talaga kasi nakuha ng Bonk itong default map na to. Pero tamang spray lang din.
Paano ulit?
Take flight.
And
Scroll with that owl drone. Tamang montage lang din para maganda yung vlog. Orju, okay lang kahit masakit ka, pero Eeyore! Buhay pa! My God, Eeyore! Immortal ka! Dalawang ultimate na, pero buhay ka pa! Shock dart lang pala para mamatay ka! V4, Famous will get a kill. Next, mag-isa na lang din. He got that spike though. Pero, flinch. Andito lang din sa mga backside. Makukuha si Tix dito, men. Ayun na, tumama. Hindi tumama si Flinch, mga kaibigan. Pero nga, Tix will get that kill. Pero buhay pa si Flinch. Pero asterisk. Good kill.
Nice one. Okay lang. Kahit sino naman eh. Basta matapos na itong map na to. At ito si Eeyore. 7 HP na Dream. Nakapagkuha pa ng 2. Naipit na din kagad ang mga taga Bonk. Sayang lang din talaga. Oof. And ngayon, time out na naman. Wala sa Bonk. Nahanang ayusin eh. Natin ayusin, guys. Medyo nahihirapan tayo. Minsan sa trades or minsan kapag yung PSG nahuhuli lang tayo on those minimal styles. But right now, big shoutout sa mga nanonood sa YouTube din. Yan. Hello sa mga YouTubers at sa Twitch. Sabi nila dito gusto nila 13-1 ang scoreline. Fortunately, hindi pwede guys eh. 2-4 na tayo eh. Alam mo naman, ayaw pa uuwi ng mga to. Sayang lang nga yung sa side ng Persija. Lahat ng Indo team, palong-palo. Sila na lang yung next na hinahantay. Alang makapag-qualify na din sila.
Once again, lamang pa rin ang Bonk dito, pero si Orange is gonna set up everything. Kasi napapansin mo, parang exhausted na rin yung ibang players eh, no? Kasi sobrang exhausting na naman talaga. Totoo naman talaga yung exhaustion dito sa sa ganito, lalong-lalo na pag tournaments eh. Kasi, I mean, every round, kailangan mong mag-come up ng bagong strat. Every round, kailangan mo mag-isip kung ano yung gagawin mo. Every round, kailangan nyo mag-usap kung ano ba yung kung paano entry yung gagawin natin. At iba-iba yan every round. Hindi pwedeng paulit-ulit lang, kapatid. Pero, Arju, gonna miss that shot. Inaantay lang talaga na nasabay yung Aldron tsaka si Arju. Pero yung Eeyore, waiting patiently, andun ulit sa Gedli. Pero thanks, with that Molotov, with that Molly, meron pa naman siya dito para sa mapigilin ng mga players dito na pumasok dito sa may A. Pero, kitang-kita talaga natin 6 call, we're gonna ban that spike. And a lot of AoE damage yung ginawa dito ng side ng PSG. Pero yung nga lang, flinch with that operator from the up top heaven. 4 more orbs para doon sa Blade Storm na yun. Pero meron ba siyang makukuhang kill doon or wala? 5v3 men. Sipin mo, kumpletos recados pa, wala pa namamali dito sa side ng Bonk. And feeling ko, out na lang sila, huwag na silang lumaban eh. Wala eh. I mean, wala ang bawas yung armor nila. Tapos 5 pa yung kalaban nila. Talagang mahirap talaga napasukin to.
Hindi din sila nakapitas eh, dun sa operator eh. Di tumama yung bala eh. Timingan lang din kagad. Naglalakad-lakad nga lang kagad si Arju dun eh. And finally, Bonk is leading by 3 rounds. Great push coming in from Bonk towards A. Tapos, although may mga little damages na binigay ng Persija doon. Ang hirap, may wall eh. May trap na nga, may wall pa. Meron ka pa kagad molly mula kay Tix. So, na-cut off lang talaga sana yung potential ng PSJ. And there's just a trade coming in from Famous together with Trix. Pero si Tix ngayon, ay sinusundan lang ng Hunter's Fury at buta na lang sinaywan lang niya at hindi siya mababawas.
Pero pa. Famous is now down. Yung dalawang race na talaga dito sa dalawang players ito is now down. Sino ang mag-e-enter dito sa side ng Bonk? Sino ang papasok? Sino ang magde-defend?
Right here.
5 more rounds para sa pagtatapos ng first half. And sobrang swerte ng Bonkers sa sila talaga nangungulo dito. Up with 3 points sila.
Pero Arju versus Flinch. Buhay pa yung mga operator user natin. Pero buti na lang hindi doon nakatingin na si Flinch at ngayon mag-setup na lang sila at patakbo na kagad ang mga miyembro ng PSG. Meron na nga kagad dalawa and here finally bringing them down. Pero it's something that they didn't expect. We're gonna be going down with a 2v2. Rosify. Paglalaruan ang mga miyembro pero baka maswingan kagad ni Scroll. And speaking of, he gets it. And si Flinch na lang natitira. 14 seconds. Nakatingin ba si Arju sa kanila? Tago lang. Naku po, he gets it. Operator sa operator. Pero sa kanya, gagamitin niya ngayon. Oof! Hindi nagkatamaan. Take it off. I think medyo complicated to para kay Arju. And this is just gonna be that good 2v1 coming in from Flinch. Sobrang ganda with that win. And looking at it, mukhang itong PSG kailangan na lang magsama-sama. Quick to rotate, okay na kagad sila against Bonk.
Flinch. Bam! Not seen from the side of PSG though. Pero feeling ko ito yung round, ito yung mapa na hindi na mag-OT.
Let's flush them out.
Mahirap kasi pa nag-OT dito eh. Laki.
Dapat lang, Will. Ang hirap eh. Kaya pa sila nag-OT pero depende. Ayaw mag-give up parehas eh. Knowing itong Persija din sanay sa mga OT pero ngayon nagpaka-aggressive.
Basic ang ginawa dito ng Bonkers mga kaibigan. Go mid. Tamang wall lang then out na. Napaka-basic na galawan pero Diyos ko po. Hunter's Fear from the side. Dito ng Bonkers mga kaibigan will gonna deny that lockdown and Nose will gonna take down pero Diyos ko po! Oh my God! Hindi pala nawala yung lockdown. Oh no! Tapos sa defuse nila kung binasic ng Bonk, binasic naman din ng PSJ. Nagka-basican lang sila.
Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari doon eh. And,
grabe naman yung mga montage natin eh. Shoutout nga pala kay Miss Mika Cabral. Kay Mrs.
Vil, kung magiging agent ka, ano daw ang utilities mo?
Ako? Yung ultimate ko, kill all. Instantly. Yung C ko, hindi makakagamit ng baril yung kalaban. Yung Q ko, lahat sila flash ng kalaban. Oo. Tapos yung E, invulnerable kami lahat ng kakampi ko.
Oh, yeah.
Tapos yung gawin nating mahal yung gawin nating mahal yung mga bilihin nila. Parang jet ng konti pero plus 100 lang.
Mura na yun ah.
Mura na yun, man.
Discount, man.
Oo. Yung ultimate ko, 1 orb lang. Coin.
Tapos ang hirap pumatay. Ngayon, aga na naman sila, pero mukhang nahihirapan sila. Nakaabang si Timus, may nabumbot. At si Tix na lang natitira, pero nakabutan na kagad ni Earko. Nasaan ang dalawang miyembro na natitira mula sa Bonk. And sabi sa'yo, makakahabol pa to eh. 5-5. My goodness.
Got him. One enemy remaining.
Pero at least ako agad na ng PSG. Pero kung napapansin, ang tagal pumasok ng Bonk. Diyos ko naman.
Ay, naka po.
Get him.
Yun. No, sige, try lang silang try dito.
Naku po,
eh.
ito. Sige, try nila kung gumagana yan. Sige, pusuan nyo. Pero flinch without updraft. Not gonna tag these players natin talaga, pero kaya fist na ba sige na operator niya. Maganda yung position dito dito if ever kung meron mapupunta na, pero nga sa orbital strike. Coming in from that Brimstone, though denying the possible win of PSG, pero napakadaming ecoms. Here comes the party. Isa yung patay, pero asterisk. With a defuse again.
Last round in the
Ulit na
half.
natatalo dyan.
Sige, ulitin nyo lang yan.
Okay lang
Kung
yan.
gusto, binibigyan.
Ganun lang kadali. Sa side ng PSG. Yung, di nga na pinagpawisan eh. May kasama pang orbital strike. Wala naman, hinintay lang mawala. And yeah, defuse mo na pre, sabi. May pressure pa galing sa showstopper. Kaya yung gumaganda yung retakes ngayon ng PSG at ngayon sa last round. When will PSG finally get the upper hand or still? Bonk pa rin. Papantayin lang naman na yung score. May pera pa rin naman sila pero nade-deny sila ngayon. May pressure pa mula sa mga miyembro ng PSG. Pero kita mo naman may naka-o din kanina sa side ng Persija. At nagpalit na muna sila ngayon ng operator. At wala na nga sumilip. Pwede pa silang mag-A. May dalawang naghihintay nga lang sa kanila. But this might be workable.
This is gonna be really workable if ever. Pero Diyos ko po. Ano score ko kanina?
5-3.
Basta na 5-3 pero ito ang comeback ng PSG. Oh, magkakakitaan ata dito sa may C! Your win at 2K. That is huge. Hop! Flinch Miracle onto 1. Up, Sentinels of Light. Lang talaga ang gamit dito ng Flinch, mga kaibigan. Pero, 1v1 with a break when Arju! With just that ultimate on hand. He knows it already. Masyadong mahaba ang operator ni Arju, pero hindi! Arju, mas madaling gamitin ang tour de force kesa sa operator. Tandaan nyo yan. Kasi mas mabilis ang reset ng ultimate ni... Ano lang?
Ni Chamber. Pero tagal sa operator
Spike down.
Ayan, ito ang bilis
30 seconds left.
Diba? Mapapansin niyo, bilis Yung quick scope tayo doon my friend. Ngayon, leading ng PSG by 2 rounds lang. So kung nanalo yung box sa pistol, alam nyo, tayo na ulit yung score ng pareha sa teams. Ay, nako po.
Ito na. Akala natin Men, Diyos ko, nakabawi talaga. Grabe. 5-2, no? Jeez. 5-2 to 7-5. Napako. Ang Bonkers ngayon, Diyos ko mukhang mababonk ata ng PSJ. Pero hindi pa naman tapos to. Puso lang, men. Puso lang. Wala pang nangyayaring kung ano. Grabe yung bonk, no? I mean, ang cute na ano nila. Ang cute ng logo nila. Yun talaga yung bonk, eh. Oh.
Ang ano eh, no? Creative.
Oo.
Ginawang meme eh.
Sayang yung Boys with Love, sa totoo lang. Gusto ko yung ano, logo nila. Sa totoo lang. Sa team lang.
Ano pangalan dapat nila?
Ah? Ano?
Ano ba dapat yung naging pangalan nila? Papalitan ba? Pang Boys with Love?
Hindi.
Hindi lang natin sila nakaka...
Ay, Persija!
Persija! Ayan.
Oh, sila yun.
Sila to, diba? Dapat Boys with Love na lang eh. Ito na! Pistol! Hindi nag-work yung boga ni Ardu. Bawi. Okay, Persija is doing it. 1, 2. Uy! Si Flinch! Patay ni Iyor.
Nagtanong. Anong mga voice lines ng agent mo nun? It's time.
Hey!
Oh, yung mga naririnig niya sa akin, mga ganun. Yun.
And your champions.
Oh, yung ganun na. Pag nanalo kayo ng round 1, sisigaw eh. Yung champions.
Tapos yung pagyanig na ano yun?
Pagyanig ng bani.
Oh.
Oh. Op, Iyor! Alam nila ko na si RG pa yung and that click not gonna be in favor of RG right now. PSJ getting that win 8-5. So in favor of PSJ and they have the Spectres already. And ito na ba ang comeback na inaantay natin? Once again, sinasabi ko malakas nga ang Bonkers pag ng defending dito sa dito sa mapa na to. Pero mauulit ba nila yun? That is the tanong. Kasi Ray, yung unang match ng Bonkers, yung unang nakalaban nila is Persija. Ito yon. Dito dinurog ng Bonkers ang Persija. Dito lang din sila nanalo. Nung last time na nagharap tong mga to, nanalo ang Persija. Pero mukhang babawiin na ata ng Persija yung pagkatalo nila sa Bonkers dito sa mapa na to, men. Pero 2-1 pa rin talaga yung score kahit ano mangyari. This is the second time na naglaban sila to. Pero tingnan natin if ever meron pa silang comeback. Pero nga sabi ni Famous, wala! 9-5 already! Bawi.
Mare-reverse sweep ata itong Bonkers Pero on the other side, Persija play aggro lang. Double duelist Tapos hindi ko. So, ganun lang gagawin nila.
Hindi naman nila kailangang magpaka-stress dito As long as they have the money, as long as alam nila na sila yung lamang, edi G lang. Tuloy lang nila. Pero ito na ngayon, papasok ngayon ng api mga kaibigan. Ito na nakikita natin ngayon ng mga players. Ngayon for the side of the PS, talaga mababit ng Kibel Stick sa katatlo na!
Spike down, C.
Diyos ko po, nakabaril yung paa. Rosify, the only man remaining. But Not's gonna shut him down. 6-9. Nice!
Nice. Okay. Muli, ang mga taga Bonkers bumawi sa full buy nila ngayon. At na-trap ang mga miyembro ng PSJ kagad after that wall. Di nauntog Di nakagalaw. At ngayon, sa full buy naman ng Persija. Gusto na talaga nalang magkaroon ng maraming round difference already against Bonk. But here it goes. Play slow, play disciplined. That's the way. Pero looks like they want to have a mid-take ngayon against Bonkers. At as the setup goes in, coming in from Asterisk, will they make it worth it? Okay, mukhang nakapag-worth it nga. At may setup na kagad ang mga miyembro ng PSJ dito sa mid. Pero lahat pinapatama kay Flinch at buto na lang nakapag-dash out. Sumakto na rin kagad ang mga post lineup. Hindi pa nila natatap pero andyan na sila to actually bait them out. And speaking of, Flinch gets the timing pero si Minimas dinedefuse lang o di binibitawan. No? Talagang nandyan lang para sa mga teams nila. Pero mukhang may lineup na din isa-isa. At it's just Scroll himself, but Famous tackles him down. And finally, PSJ is on a double-digit score against Bonk.
Ito na. Ang pagbaon ng api. Talagang at least nanalo din talaga yung mga players dito ng ano. Nanalo ang mga players ng PSJ dun sa mapang natalo sila back din ng Bonk. Okay na yun. Gucci wap na yun.
One enemy remaining.
Ayun na.
Scanning ahead.
10-6. Babawi ang Bonk. Yep. May pick off na naman mula kay Yardu.
Here.
Ang hirap talaga pag si Yardu yung naka-ano eh. Operator, hirap talaga i-deny yan. Pero as the wall boosts in, minimize. Tries to pick off at least one. Pero dinadahan-dahan lang din ng Bonk at the same time to.
Yeah. They can be chill. They can be really super chill if ever. Talaga, para lang syempre hindi sila magkaroon dito ng any kind of hesitation dito sa pagpasok lang din talaga dito sa site, mga kaibigan. Pero makikita natin dito, Eeyore trying to be really aggressive right now. Pero si Minimize nagbabatay na dito sa may Getty. Pero lockdown muna for the side of PSJ para syempre malabas yung mga players dito ng Bonk para hindi sila makapasok. Pero just trying to force out yung orbital strike din talaga ni Brimstone. Pero yun nga lang, dalawa lang namamatay dito sa PSJ, mga kaibigan. Minimize open dun lang din, pero ito rin yung pagpasok ng PSJ. But nice crossfire na ginawa dito ng mga players ng Bonk. I love the positioning though. Babawi sila. They don't want to be eliminated, Ray.
Bonk. Sa ating simula, that one round will be a game changer. And maybe this is the time na they might get their hopes up against the guys of PSJ. And totoo to, history makers ang Bonk kapag nangyari to. They will be able to eliminate the PSG, one of Indo region na magagaling na players talaga. At parating nakakapasok sa APAC. Alam mo na iba ang magiging statement ng Bonk when it comes to that. But here it goes. Bye pa rin sa PSG. Nanalo ng previous round. Pero ngayon, what can be the force na pwede nalang gamitin dahil wala silang ultimate ready unless meron si Flinch ngayon with that kill. But as they get some information, makakapitas din ba si Flinch ngayon? At mukhang magbaback up siya. Nahuli nga niya na may trap kaga nakasaad kung saan siya ipipick off sana ng mga taga-Bonk. So medyo nag-aalangan ngayon ang PSG if saan nga ba sila pupunta and saan ba sila magko-commit. At knowing here sa C, sobrang bigat to. You have 3 members almost na naghihintay sa'yo.
Pero this is gonna be a huge crisis for the players of Bonk right now. Hindi pa nila nagawa ng paraan to, pero yung kung sila ng picks going in with that molly para hindi na makapasok dito yung mga players ngayon ng PSJ. Pero nga ito yung showstopper from the side of Famous right now, pero wala siya makukuha dito mong damage or whatnot. Pero minimize up on that corner, makakuha siya ng kill dito, pero nga lang at least meron siya kahit isa which is si Famous 3v3. As it is, meron pa siyang molly. Inaantay lang natin yung molly, pero meron bang line up dito, men? Yun ang tanong. May line up ba o wala? Eeyore, wallbang. Ayun na nga yung molly sinasabi natin. It's all up to the two remaining players. 2v2 up, Eeyore with a 1 kill. Noz, only man remaining, waiting patiently for that pick. Angels.
Impressive wiring.
Impressive. Kinalahati. Rosify will get the kill instead. 11-7. still in favor of PSG. And ang tanong, may pera ba ang Bonk o wala? Hindi nagagawa ni Arju yung mga bagay na ginawa nila sa PSG dito nung nagkaharap sila. Ikaw ba yung kasama ko nun, Ray? Si Taylor.
Si Taylor.
Si Taylor. Siya yung kasama ko, mate. Sabi nila, bloody sorry, mate.
Oh. Ayun. Ang mga taga PSG na magta-time out. Dahil ito na naman yung crucial rounds. Biglang mahabulin sila ng Bonk eh. Nangyari to kanina sa bind map. Sa kanila na sana. Hindi nangyari.
Ito. Kung napapansin mo PSG pa rin talaga nag-timeout. Para lang syempre mag-isip sila ng mga next move in order for them to secure that win. Pero in the next upcoming round na pwedeng gawin dito ng side ng Bonk, talagang kailangan lang talaga na bumawi and maximize yung ability ni Arju. Ito na. Like what I've said, he got that ultimate, pero let's see if ever he's gonna get that kill. It's really important for Arju to get all these kills na rin talaga. He popped off the last time they went here. The last time that they met, he really popped off at nagulat ang PSG doon. Pero ngayon, basang-basa na nila ang ginagawa nila. Flinch mga kaibigan, dash out lang. Pero eto na, Arju, yun nga yung sinasabi ko eh. Rosify is now down. Wala na silang initiator, pero ito na yung Hunter Spear coming in from the players of Bonk right now. Pero si Minimize with that swing kills one. Pero tamang wallbang lang ang ginagawa dito ng PSG para syempre mapatay yung player dun sa may window. Pero ito yung pagpasok talaga yun, catches one. Pero yun nga, isa na dito Pix will gonna be down as well. Famous, the only man remaining. 3v1 onto this game right now. Oh my God, Famous! Napakaganda ng kill, pero nakapag ano ba siya? Nakapag-reload, ayan, yun, nakapag-reload nga. Mamba out lang, pwede siyang umikot, pero alam niya, hindi siya natamaan ng shock dart though. 2v1, scroll. Ang makakuha ng kill ngayon.
Team Ace.
At, Sish, Bonk is doing it. Usually talaga, itong si Arju yung nagiging problema ng Bonk, ng PSG. After he gets one kill, you know na Bonk is gonna win this. And hindi siya na-trade off, magiging iba yung ihip ng hangin. Pero, in this part, I think those flanks became the game changer. And finally, Bonk, tatlo na lang before they can manage to get this. Pero si Famous, palong-palo. Pero naka-thrifty sila. So mukhang baka hindi na naman ito pumabor sa side ng PSG ulit.
I have them.
Pero dito naman sila flinch. Catches one. Big trade, they're gonna get that. I'm a fight with a bit of Nozma being with just that showstopper will take down two. Nozma another one right now will take down Famous as well. Verticality, 4 bullets on that Phantom. Pero Tix, nakuha siya isa dito ulit. Pero it's all up to Rosify. Wala siyang, yes, meron siyang Hunter's Fury, but he's not gonna use it anymore. 11-9. Bonk ayaw pa rin. Bakit kami uuwi, Ray at Vil? Bakit namin gagawin yun? Hindi, Deins.
At, medyo hirap to sa PSG. Pag yung Bonk, inuutakan sila plus na ma-maximize yung kanilang rotation, mahihirapan talagang PSG. Okay, ito yung may a-agree sila. May mga trades na mangyayari na naman dito. May respa na magagaling. Pero, matatrap ata sila. It's just gonna die out of it. And gusto na tapusin talaga ng PSG. Sige, kontesan natin kagad. Bakbakan ang meron sa may ilong. At dalawa na lang kagad natitira sa side ng Bonk. And Eeyore plays it passively against Styx. At sa isang iglap, si Arju na lang ang natitira. Yun.
Pero ito. Eeyore. 3v1. Are they gonna get that when papauwiin ba nila ang tumalo? Ang tumalo sa kanila dito sa mapa na to. Pero yun nga, ang importante ng talaga, the last element they met is panalo ng PSG. Magkakaroon ba ng bawi ang Bonk? Na ano sila dito na reverse sweep sila ng PSG dito kasi. Yun yung problema lang din talaga Pero Arju, with that operator, the best player dito sa Bonk was gonna go out na lang din talaga. But yeah, that's true. I mean, it's confirmed na ito talaga yung best player na talaga sa Australia. Sarap siguro nun, no?
Oo Okay. Ayun.
Match point.
Nagutom lang ako. Wala lang. 3 maps na Anong oras na? Mag-aalas 3 na. Pero ito na nga. Isa na lang before Persija actually get this at mukhang ano na lang, magti-trip na yung Bonk kung ano man meron sa Thailand. Kasi balita ko maganda nga doon, sabi ni Vil.
Oo.
Diba?
Pupunta ako.
Pwede na ba pumunta? Open na ba yung board nung ang Thailand ngayon? Hindi ko alam Nakakabalita Alam ko oo So,
Ha?
Nagtatanong ko kung open na ba ngayon yung Thailand. Yung di na kailangan ng swab ba pumunta or kailangan pa rin?
Hindi pa. Kailangan ko pa ng Thailand pass tsaka swab, sabi ni Taylor. Sabi ni Terror.
Terror.
Tapos pre-booking ng PCR tsaka pre-booking ng hotel, sabi ni Terror. Yan ang kailangan mo para makapunta dun. Ano pa? Ano pa, Bes? Meron pa?
Wala na to.
Ayun lang daw. Yun lang daw. Proof of vaccination. Siyempre, kailangan mo rin ng kailangan mo rin ng ID. Yan, ID. Tsaka siyempre, bayaran mo muna yung mga utang mo sa suking tindahan. Tsaka siyempre, hindi ka naman talaga makakalipat pag wala kang passport, men. Yun ang pinaka-importante. Kasi pag wala kang passport, kumuha ka na ngayon. Kaya magpabook ka na. Kasi baka maunahan ka pa. Uy! Nakakita yung ulo ni Eeyore. Match point. Uy! Naku po, Arju. Ito nagalit mo ang isip. Uy! Naku po! Ito pa isa! Oh my God, Arju! Give me the ace. 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 Yan ang nasa isip ngayon ni kaibigang Arju. Mga kaibigan, pero makukuha ba ni Arju yan? Kung may... Alam mo, kung may Arju, ang Pilipinas meron din. Alam mo pangalan? Aljur. May hotdog. Kung may operator ni Arju, may hotdog ni Aljur. Ay no. Tapos naman ako, gumagana na naman yung utak ko. Kanina, patay utak ko pero biglang nag-on. nung may naisip na kalokohan, biglang nag-on. Ano yun?
Ay, nako. Alam mo, pag kompleto tayo dito at nandito si Terror, nagiging podcast
Hotdog ni Arjo. Diyos ko. Nag-on na naman yung utak ko. Pero ito yung nakarinig ka lang ng hotdog, tuwang-tuwa ka na naman. Pero hindi naman sigara kill on to flinch right now. Pero ito pa si Rosify with that recon ball, pero walang pero ibang players ngayon na PSG pero mukhang babawiin ata na PSG. So that is the orbital strike, catches one, but Famous with a big refrag right. Oh my God, Tix through that smoke. 2v4. Oh no, pero Asterisk mga kaibigan getting sacrificed now. Skull, kita yun, pero si Skull tinanggap yung sakit ng molly, pero dalawa pa rin. Oh my God, minimize 12-11!
Diyos ko! Di pa ata to! Ay, nako! Hindi ko na alam. 12-11. OT na naman lahat ng map. OT. At ngayon, anong gagawin nyo, Persija? Makakambak mo naman kayo ng bonk. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness nga talaga. Sarap ng buhay ni Taylor eh. No? Paintay-intay lang. Ano? Naantay matapos. Chill lang siya. Kain-kain. Lumpia. Ganun. Popsi. Kasi nasa birthday nga daw siya, diba? Laban tayo dyan, terror. Ano naman, pa-spaghetti ka naman, bes. Kunti na. Gusto kong kumain ng pichi-pichi, man. Sarap.
Yung sa...
Oo. Meron kayo?
Ay, sama kami dyan.
Oo. Kasi meron kasi sikat na restaurant na tinatawag natin campers na. Sarap ang pichi-pichi nila dun eh. Pero ang problema nila sa pasta nila, sa spaghetti nila, yung hotdog parang papel, yung nipis. Diba?
Lahat nagmamahalan na eh.
Ever since, nagsimula silang ganun sa sobrang nipis ng hotdog nila.
Uy, nawala. Yung kasama natin.
Ito na si Minimize. Oh my God. OT! Bakit hindi? Diba?
Switching sides.
Tatlong OT!
Ayoko na. Nalaloka ako sa dalawang teams na to. Ay, nag-crossfire lang, Vil eh. Naipanalo pa. Ay, sish! Yoko na. Ay.
Okay lang yan, Ray Ray, kasi isang kaska lang daw naman kahapon.
Hindi din ako natutuwa sa ganito eh. Wala namang problema kung 3 maps, pero malaki problema pag may OT pa. 3 hours eh.
Oh, same. Oh, ano, more than 3 hours na tayo.
11, 12 pa. Oh, diba? Diyos ko pong dalawang
Grabe, feeling ko pagkatapos itong game na to, matutulog na yung mga players natin. Pagod na eh. Flinch, meron naman siyang dash dito, so okay lang yan. Pero, hindi siya magko-contest. Okay, tama na. Medyo nasa safe side siya. Nasa tama yung ginagawa ni Flinch dito, mga kaibigan. Hindi siya harap, hindi siya lilikod. Pero si Flinch mukhang iisa ata. Nakakuha na isa dito, pero tignan natin kung... Oh, nako po! Yan na nga po yung sinasabi ko, pero mukhang baback out at out. Oh, yan na nga po yung isa! Pero yung ano, oh my God, Eeyore, maganda ang posisyon mo, baby boy! 4v2. Everything's actually in favor of Persija right now. Eeyore with another one! With a 3K!
Oh!
Lockdown it is!
Nanggigil lang ito yung kaway. Gumanon, yes! Gigil ni Persija. Abuti naman.
Right here.
Opo, Persija. Tapos na ba to?
One enemy remaining.
Bam!
At ngayon, Persija, is this it? Already? Or hindi pa? Tatlong nakaintay sa kanan. Naku po! Oh, okay. Alam na ni Flinch, may idea na siya. Sige, nagsisiwalbangan lang sila ngayon. Sino kaya unang mapimpitas? Famous. Oh, alam na niya. Aware na nga din sila na baka mapitas sila na isa. Buti na lang nag-out. Si Arju. At ngayon,
ito na. mukhang magkakaroon ata ng bago yung mga players natin pero ipapasok sila ngayon dito sa may A mga kaibigan pero nga ng PSJ going in already and it's gonna be a full on 5-man retake pwedeng gawin ng bonk dito pero tamang serve kayo dito para syempre hindi makapasok yung mga players ngayon pero yung analysis ko nakapatay na nga isa with that shock dart to famous planet the spike already plus that molly of brimstone para syempre talaga makakuha pa sila ng enough information and enough location para malaman nila kung saan sila papasok and hindi pero nga lang Noz with that brimstone on hand satchel just to force him out dito sa loob ng A mga kaibigan tamang wall lang din para syempre hindi sila mapunta pero nga lang takes with another one right now pero minimize and Noz doing the job done it's all up to Rosify wala siyang anything like that pero yung nga lang meron siyang shock dart pero yung alam nila kung nasan pa yung mga players ngayon pero isa pa tapusin
Oh, Will! Ano na? Sa mga teams natin. Hindi pa. Tapos. My goodness. Ganado ang Ray-Rakers. Ito yung... Yeah. Grabe. Y'all. Ano eh? Di ko alam kung matutuwa na lang ako o hindi. Pero sige. Bonk. Time out. Nahiya pa kayo. Ano to? 22 ba yung scoreline? Sino man naman nanalo? Wala pa eh. Ba't pa uuwi? Pwede pa namang mag-OT. Sabi. Lahat sila sana OT na to. Grabe naman kayo sabi.
Hindi, mali mo. Gusto nila manalo. Ang bonk, diba? So,
to di na bago sa amin yan pag si Riri yung caster. Tama. Salamat. Di kayo naawa.
Bayaan na natin sila.
At ayun. Bonk. When will they finally get that upper hand against Persija? Kahit sino naman manalo eh. Pero mo-OT pa. Ano ba naman yun? Nod. Tries to play against Persija. Pero wala. Kasi si Arju.
Pero
na.
Here sa mid, this is gonna deny every traps na meron dito ang PSJ if ever, lalo na yung kay Eeyore. Pero si Flinch ang pwede makakita. Oh, nakitang-kita sa CCTV na ang ginagawa mo dyan sa Gedli. 13-13 mga kaibigan. Famous! We're gonna go down into the hands of Bonk. Pero ba't ka naglalakad habang nag-Yu-Gi-Oh? Anong ginagawa mo? Pero Rosify, mulik na siya dito pero si Flynn siya kaisa pa nga rin talaga pero nga na we're gonna shut him down already. 3v3. Okay. Pantay na naman, hindi naman alam kung sila papasok pero nga Rosify with a 2k already. It's all up to Tix.
Problema naman nila ngayon, attacking side. Kanina defending. Ngayon attacking. Ano na? Tix gets Eeyore. Na clutch. Sabi ni Rosify, no way! At isa na lang bago makuha ng Persija to against Bonk. But still, di na naman yung next problema ng Persija pag nabawasan na naman sila ni Arju kapag siya ay nakahawak ng operator.
Yeah. For sure. Pero PSJ, one more game. One more round mga kaibigan. Sana lang.
Tatasok daw. Si Noz. He tries to pick off something. Pero wala pa. Slow lang ngayon yung PSG kasi kanina kapag naipit sila, mababawasan na naman sila ng bonk eh.
Here.
Trying not to make some noises. Here it is. Flinch. Siya contact. Pero nakaharang sila ngayon. Unless sisirain nila, no? Pero wala pa naman. Ang pag once na kinaskas nila yan, alam na ng Persija na nandito sila, pero pumasok na nga kaagad si Flinch, pero may nakatutok sa kanila at ngayon na nga kaagad isa-isa sila bumabagsak. Ay, naka po. Si Eeyore na lang at Asterisk ang natitira. Asterisk was able to get one! And isa na lang natitira! That's gonna be RG himself! Low on HP si Asterisk. Dinedenay siya dito. With that operator, will he finally get that clutch para lang talaga kumoti ang laban ulit? Pero papadali pa siya kagad with that lockdown. So Vil, mukhang tong Persija.
Sabi ni Arjo,
talagang kunin.
Wala na oras. Kailangan tayo na pumasok dito. Bahala na. Hop, ito na Arjo sa kaliwa mo. Boy! And it's done!
Attackers win.
Bonkers! GG! Well played. They tried their best.
Oh, still good run.
Tagal natin hindi nagkita.
Oh, hello. Musta ka dyan? Tagal ng OT eh. Pero, looking at it, sabi ng Persija, even if it's gonna be an OT, even if mahirap, I think they will still win this 2-1 against Bonkers. Kaya guys, maraming OT. Kasi nga, sobrang familiar na sila. Naglaban na sila before and naglaban nga muli sila ngayon. 13-15. Good run, to be honest. Galing sa sa Bonkers. Imagine this is their first time here in the APAC scene. Yet, super outstanding ng match nila against Persija. Biruin mo, Vil, OT lahat ng maps. Tapos sobrang dedicated talaga ng mga players ng Bonk. But I gotta give it talaga kay Arju. Sobrang ganda ng performance niya with those impact kills that he's been getting. But on the other side naman sa PSG, it's just famous all over again, who is really consistent pagdating sa pag-entry para sa kanyang teammates.
Sobrang consistent din talaga ni Famous kasi even back then sa mga tournament na ginagawa rin talaga nitong tao na to. Pero sa totoo lang, big props to Persija. Big props talaga dito sa Bonkers kasi napakahirap ng ginagawa nila man sobra. I mean, second OT na naman. I mean, 15-13, 15-13, 15-13. Puro 15-13 ang nakikita natin ngayong araw na to. Pero, nangyari na dapat nangyari. Pero as long as sila talaga nakakuha ng kill, sila ang nananalo. Sila ang mag-a-advance dito sa tournament na ito. And syempre, I mean, naalaman na rin naman natin kung ano bang laglag na ang Bonkers. So sayang lang. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi qualified na. Hindi sayang, pero congratulations kasi qualified na ang Persija Esports para sa knockouts. Sila ang pangatlong team na makakapasok dun sa knockouts Riri.
Ang dami nating nakita mula sa Persija and the perseverance nga ng team na to ay ang naging way nila to actually get the series and finally may kita nga natin sila next week. So ang daming matchups ngayon yet wala talagang gustong umuwi syempre. Ikaw ba naman isa talaga kayo sa malalakas na team. You have this players that has already that individual plays plus how they gave a good impact facing lang sa last year ng VCT. Sobrang ganda talaga. So a lot of people are expecting out of them. Pero dito nga tayo guys makakita din. Sino ba ang mga strats na ina-expect natin? Pero for Bonk side, the fact is really close. Nag-improve nga talaga sila and pwede natin talaga sabihin na ang debut nila dito sa APAC has been really good and sobrang lakas ng katulad ng team like Bonkers.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we've seen it already. Parehong napakatagal ng match. Tatlong OT. Ngayon lang ako nakapag-cast ng ganun.
Oo nga, no? Ilang oras? 4 na ata eh.
4 na oras para sa game number 1. Partida para halos wala pang wala pang take pause yun ha.
Oo, konti lang, parang 2 minutes.
Literal na tuloy-tuloy yun. Grabe, ang tagal!
Wala akong masabi dito, Bill, sa laban na to. Aside from this na sobrang dikit, sobrang big brain talaga. Siguro ganyan pag nagkalaban muli kayo eh. So, alam mo na kung paano mo i-shutdown yung mga magiging kalaban mo. At alam mo na din yung strategies na ginagawa nila all over again. So talagang pagandahan na lang ng execution at nakita nga natin na kung paano yun. So GG sa Persija. And right now guys, so we're gonna be going on a short break as we're gonna be heading towards the next series. So we are your shoutcasters sa Karirit. Kasama ko dito si Vil guys. And see you on the next series guys.
We did say that history is gonna repeat itself, but not like this. Bonkers definitely showed a completely different color from what they went through when they went up against Persija Esports in the first place. But here we go. The victor is the Indonesians, and Persija has locked in their slot in the knockouts. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Rav. And this, I gotta ask the question here: is Oceania looking like a stronger region now after Bonkers showed up? Will we see a little bit more of that as the entirety of the year continues?
Oh yeah, it totally does look like their number one seed at the very least has proven that they do have the caliber as a region to put a team that can maybe go the distance. I mean, to be fair, when you look at their own local qualifier, and there wasn't really a team that was able to stand up against Bonkers. Pretty much swept everybody for quite a while. But then, I mean, after this match, it's really making you look at this region, Oceania, and thinking like, do these guys, should they have more slots considering how well they played here? Not able to make it into the knockouts, yes, but they almost did.
Yeah, almost is the word that we are going to be looking at, because in the span of a few days, Bonkers did such a great job of catching up and closing the gap per se. On a surface level, the comps have grown much more varied. Fracture has always been a 50-50 type of map since the sample size still has not grown enough for us to really delve into, but Bonkers, once again, those layers we saw against Fancy United were showing, but the Iron Man-like endurance and an unwavering nature of PSJ made this qualifying match a bit of a nightmare for Bonkers. Case in point, every single map we got was overtime. It's been a tale of 3 and a handful of overtimes.
Well, we did kind of predict this to go the way it did, 2-1 at the very least, and I did say it will be 2-1 Persija, but it will be much closer than the last time we saw them. So I think it's only apt that when the first time these two teams met up, it was pretty much to stomp every single map all the way till map 3. And then now it's almost like we got the overtimes to kind of make up for those stomp matches and really give us a great series. One of the best and most competitive series, arguably, this entire tournament. This is probably the closest one we've seen so far in these past 2 weeks. And it just speaks to the caliber of both of these teams. Persija, the ones who are able to kind of edge it out near the end of things, but I think based on this series alone, you can't really say that either team is better than the other, because it really just happened to be that Persija won it in the end. They are ultimately the victors, so they get to write history, but there is really a lot to be said, even with the loss that Bonkers did. They did a spectacular job of representing the Oceania scene.
I mean, it was a little worrying after the Fracture map. We thought that Persija might just kind of steamroll them on Haven, because the plan was very apparent, playoff RDW. But those adjustments that they made, once again, in their R&D section, the diligence and the study that was dedicated really was rearing its head. But I feel like in the overtimes that we saw, the diligence was kind of whittling down, and I feel like some of the retakes that were almost pristine in regulation somehow kind of felt a little misaligned and disjointed. But either way, for both these teams to duke it out, to slug it out for that coveted spot, really has already opened up a day of, well, a lot of expectations.
Yeah, a lot of rounds being played out, and it definitely kind of took us by surprise of how close that match was. And what a wonderful way to start the day. What a wonderful way for Persija to qualify for the knockout stage next week. And unfortunately for Bonkers, they will have to bid farewell to their run for the Masters here. Better luck in the next Asia Pacific Challengers there, but I'm pretty sure the next time we see them, they'll be a lot stronger than before. But speaking of being strong, these are the strong the next match that we have, these are the strong guys in their group. We've got Xerxia Esports and Bleed Esports going up against each other in another best of 3. And with the showing that Bleed Esports has, playing with Pit and Maxi, kind of added a little bit of a different flavor here in the Asia Pacific region. And I'm curious to see what they have in store for their opponents, who we will have to introduce first. From Thailand, it's Xerxia Esports. Xerxia Esports, fresh from Thailand, will go ahead and reintroduce themselves. We've already known them as X10 in the past, but they're now in the new org, new faces as well here. Still the same amount of craziness and aggression. We got Crows, Fox, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boys.
This roster, you know, especially when you lose a superstar, I think it's true for most rosters where you kind of wonder, can they still keep that level of play up? But Xerxia, whatever doubts might have been there have been dispelled quite swiftly, especially when Surf has, you know, helped them still retain that #1 seed, that top spot for the Thailand scene, a very, very difficult scene. And even more than that, they're really looking to thrive here right now. They played against some of the best teams in their run here in the group stages. Like they played against Onyx, for example, which is a very, very difficult team to play against. And I guess the big thing to take away from this is that it doesn't necessarily matter always who their jet is, who that main duelist of theirs is, but the fact that these guys are so well-rounded in really incorporating whoever they pick to be that duelist of theirs is something that we really can't understate. They did it with Poo Tap. Then when he moved over, came in Patifan. They did it now with Surf again. So these guys are 3 for 3 in 1, scouting and picking who they want at that top head of theirs, who they want to be the spear of their attack, but also incorporating it. And I think that speaks volumes to the fact that this team is a very tactical, very utility-based team over anything. And really that backline is what keeps this team available and alive. If not for the support players on this team, Xerxia wouldn't be the same.
You hit the nail right on the head there. We've talked about how their system has benefited everybody. Again, a lot of people ask, but how are they going to operate without all those star duelists? But sometimes that shimmer can really blind you from what's really happening. They have a lot of that Spec Ops backline that we love to see. Again, a very, very tactical approach. But we say that, right? But how are they going to stack up against Bleed, who is also a very tactically gifted team, but their philosophy and how they apply it is, I would say, a little more different than our Xerxia boys.
Definitely going to be a little different because they have that, not they, but they have an addition to the roster where they kind of had that EMEA flavor added on to the Asia Pacific one, and that's already existing. And we just have to talk about them a little bit more as we introduce Bleed Esports. From Singapore and Sweden, with love, Bleed Esports wants to make Xerxia bleed that crimson liquid out into this matchup. We got Flang, First Love, Lenny, Alexi, and Pith. And I gotta ask this question, Raph. It's Pith going into this group. We've seen a little bit of the EMEA flavor, and Pith already having experience playing against some of the best the world has to offer. You think that right now they've fully encapsulated that experience?
I mean, obviously that's one of the biggest reasons to put Pith in the lineup. What I am more surprised about is, where is Darion? Again, one of the brightest stars of our Bleed roster, but still a very, very good point to make. I did say that between them and Nous, they really had that edge, that tenured approach with both Pith and Maxi being fielded. It does look like this is going to be the same approach for them, but once again, there is going to be a stylistic clash. We know that Xerxia is a little more on the aggressive side. Bleed, they're patient, they're ambush predators. They are going to let you bleed out as much info as you can. They are going to use that, they are going to adjust accordingly. We've also seen them use that map 1 as a bit of a scouting ground. I think this was also against Nous, where they went for a super info heavy comp, and when they did get that information, as I talked about, it just became set play after set play, hard read after hard read. So Xerxia, despite all that firepower and despite that system they have, they kind of have to be as refined as they have to be possible.
You know what I do appreciate about Bleed is that, typically when you put like, big names in stars, the automatic assumption would be to put them on the duelist role, to put them on those main rifler attacking roles. But no, they keep Pith in where they feel like he belongs best on the Sentinel. They keep Maxi doing the same on the controller as well. And they let the younger stars like Darion, as you talked about, be the ones to take that forward approach. And I really appreciate that about Bleed. It just speaks to me that they might have big names on their team, but they really are about the team and what they feel like the team will need the best and what will really help them improve. And so even before they added kind of these as we call it, imports from other regions, it isn't about that. That isn't what their game is structured about, and they really have always been a diligent team even before this.
Absolutely. Before, now you say that Darion's super young. Are you kind of implying that Pith and Maxi are up there in age, Black and Blue?
Only in tenure and experience, not
absolutely
exactly in birth date.
Good save, good save.
Well, funny you guys mentioned that, because we're going to be looking at the support players here for Bleed and Xerxia Esports. We're going to have to go into the head-to-head, and we're looking at the set that supports Pith and Sushi Boys here, the Sentinels for Xerxia and Bleed Esports. What do the numbers mean? I don't know. Well, here's in Black and Blue to break it down for you.
What do the numbers mean, Mason? Well, I'll tell you what they mean. Not the entire picture of the story, because you look at this. Yes, Pith, we know his experience, NIP, G2, all that. 232 ACS, and Sushi Boys 184. But when you actually look at the teams they're on, it's Sushi who is in the arguably better team. It's Sushi who has arguably gotten further, and it's Sushi who arguably I guess fills in the role a bit better. Pith, he gets by because he is a very just insane player mechanically, and that experience help. He's Pith, to put it simply. But they just haven't had the time to really soak in, I think, all that they need to be able to really fully function as a team. Maybe next stage is when we're really going to see the Bleed that we're expecting to see. But right now, I do think that they're still going through the motions of really feeling the team out and how that structure is supposed to come on in. But even with that, even, albeit them being, I guess, the newerly formed squad as opposed to Xerxia, where Sushi Boys is on, they're already looking pretty good for their baseline.
I'm glad you pointed that out too. Again, both these supports, they have their heads on a swivel all the time, because once again, we keep talking about this. No matter which matchup, we really need refinement from that strat book. We can't, or rather, teams can't be freewheeling all the time. We've seen so much success from freewheeling teams, and that's been the Swedish special ever since the early days of tactical shooters, and that's why Pith has been so adaptive. But it's honestly the age of structure. We've seen so many of these robotic teams just absolutely crush the competition with ruthless efficiency.
Well, I gotta ask this to you, Black and Blue. If you're in the shoes of Bleed Esports, what's it gonna take to break down Xerxia Esports, where it's all you guys are talking about how Xerxia Esports mechanically they're already there as a team? How will they break down the mechanics there for Xerxia?
Wait, before you say anything, I just saw you like, oh my goodness, you put me on the spot, rubbing your eye. I'm joking, obviously.
Well, that's just a bit of sand, because that match almost just knocked me out of how long it took. But I mean, the previous one, but this one, I think it starts here with the map veto first and foremost. It starts with the map veto, and it starts with the homework done, preparation wise. When you get into the server, though, the question is, how do you beat that? Now, Xerxia, you have to take on map number 1 against Xerxia. We saw that in their matchup the last time around. They played against Onyx, and in that spectacle, once the series got later and later, that's when Xerxia got better and better. And to be fair, they lost Breeze on the final map of regulation, so it was 13-11. But the case in point, Onyx were able to take map number 1, which let them still stay in the series, because Xerxia, as I just said, the longer it progresses, the better they get as well. So you have to take map number 1 against the Xerxia squad, I think. But at the same time, you can't just be gung-ho, because they are really good at really defaulting and waiting for kind of, rather prodding the opposing side, try and make a move and catch him when they least expect it.
I was about to say that maybe we could use their match against Paper X as a barometer, but Paper X kind of cleanly took the series away from them. Both of those attempts by both sides have been stifled with, once again, just with quick ease. Now, taking a look at the maps, I feel like Bind makes the most sense. Fracture, obviously, an almost default ban. Bleed, we saw a little bit of that Haven. Once again, this was the very map they used to scout out the tendencies of Naus. But Xerxia, I'm not too sure if they're willing to fall into this trap, so they might just have to deal with this as quickly as they can and maybe hope for the recovery to be non-existent on the second map. Now, the second map, maybe Icebox. I think Xerxia has been super impressive on Icebox. There we go.
Well, when you look back at what they've done on Haven, at least Xerxia, in the past few months, they're nigh unstoppable. They have not dropped, a map on Haven since like, what, 8-7 months ago? So it's been quite a while already. And you look at Icebox here, the map that Xerxia do pick, and historically, it's always been a pretty good map for them, at least internationally. But when you look at the local side of things, or at least here domestically, or hell, even just in C within it, it has been a map that they have struggled in lately in the past. They did do pretty well the last time we did see them versus Onyx, but it was a very, very close map in that Icebox match. And so there definitely is a chance here for Bleed to take it, but Xerxia have for a very good reason, especially like during Masters 2 last year in Iceland, really made a name for themselves on Icebox. So Bleed, they're going to have to be punching up here. And as Split and Breeze are banned, Raph, that leaves us on, well, Ascent.
I kind of want to go back to that point on Icebox. Again, locally, they haven't been super good. But what does Pith and Maxi bring to Bleed? It's that extra flavor that Xerxia is probably, you know what, guys, once again, you mentioned that they're absolutely stunning on Icebox in international competition. This time around, it's international competition going to them. So this could be the linchpin to their success, or at least that's the theory, right? With Ascent, I feel like this is a little bit more of a toss-up. Ascent is one of those maps where it's a lot more default heavy. We see quite a bit of teams put an emphasis on B lobby control, if not mid. So both these teams, hyper adaptive, hyper intelligent. This is going to be, I would have to say, a battle of gray matter and a bit of a slog. I think this might just go on a little longer than our previous matchup.
Well, Ascent here, we look at it, it's a pretty good map for both of these teams, but I do think that while Xerxia might have the better stats on it, Bleed aren't bad on it as well, and more importantly, their composition, they have practiced a composition that I think it can be very effective against the KO comp that you see coming from Xerxia when they play on Ascent. The fact is that Bleed are practiced both in playing KO and in Breach, and in that case, they seem better when they have a Breach and Sova as their initiators on Ascent. I think the Breach is one of the key tools to shutting down a KO. We see that on maps like Haven quite often. We see that here as well on Ascent, and so the fact that is when you're on that Breach, you're on that Sova, you can influence the fight without even being in it, and that is one of the best ways I think Bleed have to utilize to try and beat this team when it comes to Ascent.
So you do mention that, right? That it's Breach. Typically, we get that Breach and KO that's really good against fast teams. Xerxia, they also have that second gear where they kind of hang, so that's the mechanic of the matchup that we're really looking forward to.
Well, I'm actually looking forward to your predictions going into this matchup. You guys said that it's going to be a close matchup, but how close is it really going to be, and who is going to be coming out on top? Raph, I volunteer you to go first.
Well, okay, so I'm still kind of organizing my thoughts around here. I did talk about that second gear, that second speed that Xerxia loved to play. That system has been as flexible as it always has been, despite their in and outs of players. Bleed with Pith, always going for that lurk presence. I feel like Xerxia's dueling might just be the extra edge that they need to take the series 2-1.
I do think there's a really good chance that Bleed could take this, but if I was gonna, put the odds in my head, it probably looks something like 60-40, where 60% would be the win percentage of Xerxia in this one. It's gonna go down to a 3-map series, of course, and it's gonna be really close, but Bleed, we have seen some high highs from them. We also have seen some few lows even outside of the official circuit. So I'm hoping that they're going to be fully at the game here right now, because they're playing up against the potential champion of this entire tournament, if not for looking at like teams like Boom. So Xerxia looking really good right now. And because of that, I am going to say they're going this 2-1.
Yeah, I agree with Raf there. That is a bold claim, and I'm gonna have to go against the grain here. I feel like we're gonna see Crimson Red all across the entirety of the knockouts, and I feel like it's still going to be a close series, 2-1, and Bleed Esports will come out on top. But that's me, and that's us here on the panel with our predictions. It's time for the teams to make their own mark and make their own decisions on who goes into the knockouts. Without further ado, Xerxia Esports versus Bleed Esports.
Hello sa inyong lahat! Welcome sa ating second series. Kami nga pala ang inyong caster table here at dadalhin namin sa inyo ang Xerxia versus Bleed Esports. At Vil, kamusta naman yung first game nyo kanina?
Hindi ko alam.
Hindi mo din alam?
Hindi ko alam kung kailan matatapos.
Ako na lang yung tanongin mo kung di mo alam.
Nako! Umpisa pa lang! Men,
Umpisa pa lang.
Umpisa pa lang, men. Isipin mo, 3 OT ang nakita nila doon. Everything is really explosive. Mga kaibigan. Pero ano ba nangyari dun sa third game, Taylor?
Hindi ko alam eh. Kumakain ako sa birthday yan kanina, men. So, sobrang tagal ng game nyo. Nakapagkaraoke na ako. Nahimay ko na pati yung mga alimasag. Lahat na kompleto ko na, Bill.
Oo nga,
Hindi pa rin tapos.
Happy birthday nga pala sa tita mo. Yan, happy birthday kay tita.
Happy birthday, tita.
Kung naririnig mo ako, happy birthday sa'yo.
Rinig ka naman talaga sa lahat ng buong barangay kahit anong gawin mo eh. Pero ito na nga ang ating second series for today. 3 lang ang series natin para sa araw na to. Pero ito na nga ang pangalawa sa huli, no? Bleed Esports versus Xerxia, ang dating members ng X10 nagtipon-tipon muli sa panibagong org. Pero wala na si kuya mo, Fatty Fan.
Wala eh, nasa ibang bang-bang na eh. Gusto pumunta dun sa OWL eh. Pero nasa kanya naman yun. I mean, hindi naman natin siya pinipigilan. Pero sa totoo lang medyo mainit tong laban na to, partner. Xerxia, X10 versus Bleed. Kalaban nila mga mga puti. Mga galing Sweden.
Oo.
Mga
kumbaga, may dalang mga yung IKEA Swedish meatballs. Masarap yun.
Oo, tama. Ay, yun ang gusto ko. Gustong gusto ko talaga makapunta na IKEA, promise. Hindi pa ako nakakapunta eh. Sa dun sa may Pasay eh. Pero si May, syempre taga Europe siya, 'di ba? Nakapunta na daw siya sa may pinakamalaking ganito. Pinakamalaking IKEA nga daw sa buong mundo. I mean, napagod siya. Napagod siya.
Napagod siya maglakad, no? May nabili siya.
Na dito. Men, yun nga sabihin ko, yung mga inuwi na dito, yun yung mga binili nila doon. So, yung mga gamit namin dito sa bahay,
galing IKEA.
Oo.
Parang walang IKEA sa Pilipinas eh, no?
Hindi, syempre, nung
wala pa
sarado pa yun.
Wala pa. Ngayon lang nagbukas. Pero ito na nga,
kanina.
pistolan ang labanan ngayon dito with Xerxia. Actually pushing on a window already. Nag-guiding light lang. Baka sakaling merong makita. Oh, grabe. Napakatapang. Sa gitna mismo nag-doggy-doggy. Si kuya mo, Fox Z dito. Wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman ng lahat. Dito ako. Bahala kayo.
Grabe, no? Sa gitna talaga ng doggy.
Hindi na pupunta ng pocket eh, no?
Hindi man lang sa gilid eh, no? Hindi man lang nahiya sa mga makakakita sa kanila.
Well, yung Bleed naman eh, paikot na rin eh. Nahuli na nga nila dito si Sushi Boys na nagpa-flank at ito rin ng ibang mga players ngayon ng Bleed. Actually, maganda plano nila dito when it comes to retake because of those flanks that they're doing right now. Kung mas patan nila, kung nasan nga ba nag-aantay yung ibang members because Foxy and Scary was able to take 2 down already para sa retake nila. 3 players pa ang buhay dito. Si Fifth nakikipaglaban gamit ang kanyang sariling pistol pero sasarili din dito si Surf with a 2v1 situation. He still managed to get the kill and get the win.
Grabe naman, partner. Talagang game number 1 talaga. Baril na talaga.
Malamang Valorant yung pinas mo eh. Magulat ka kung iba yung nangyayari.
Napakadito na ginawa ni Foxy dito. But talaga sa gitna ng mid, dun mismo nag-doggy. Kung ako sa kanya, kung ako lang sa kanya, di ba? May hiya ako ng konti eh. Dun ako sa gilid. Dun ako sa walang nakakakita sa akin. Para syempre, baka bigla may makahuli sa akin. Ano ginagawa mo dyan?
Wala eh. Wala namang pakialam yung nararamdaman dito. Wala silang paki sa nararamdaman nyo. Ang importante para sa kanila, matagal daw yung first game kaya sila nang bahala.
Oo, Diyos ko po.
Bilis
In 2 hours ka, dapat magsimula na yung last game eh. Kasi 5:30 dapat yun eh. Pero ito mga players sama natin ngayon mukhang ano eh. Kung ano yung kinatagal kanina, ito yung kinabilis ngayon. So maganda yan, magandang pangitain yan, bes.
Alam mo, si Ray Ray kasi yung nag-curse, ano pa bang i-expect mo? 'Di ba? Ano, siya yung nag-cast eh. Ano pa bang i-expect ng lahat? Matik na yon sa Ray Ray curse natin. Naabot hanggang English broadcast kasi pare-parehas lang naman tayong kinakast dito. But on the other hand, buy round para sa Xerxia ay na-complete take on A site already. 5 sa players ngayon ng bleed. Ang buhay na buhay pa. Pero 3 na naman ang magpa-flank at susubok makakuha ng kills dito against Xerxia obviously. But on the other hand, ready na sila para sa kanilang post-plant positioning dito. Walang butas eh.
Oo, walang butas. Ano ang gagawin ng mga players ng bleed ngayon para makabawi? Knowing na dito kasi sila makapasok dito. Pero ang gagawin ng taga is just that. Retake na lang din talaga. Hindi retake, partner. Exit frags ang gagawin nila dito. Lumabas na nga yung threat. Pero nasan ba yung iba? Nasan ba yung mga kalaban namin? Pip! We're kill on to one right now. Down! Diyos ko po, nadalawa pa. Ni Surf tsaka ni Sushi Boys, kala tayo makakakuha pa pero sabi nila hindi na. Pero si Foxy, siya ang namatay, siya yung mawawala ng baril.
Yun nga eh. This is now a 2-0 mula dito sa Xerxia. Malinis na take pagdating sa site. On the other hand, para naman sa bleed, nag-decide sila dito that they're gonna go for the exit frags kasi nga hindi na nila matatapatan itong mga players ng Xerxia din when it comes to site. Actually, nakakapagtaka kung ba't di na nila pinush kasi pistol pa rin naman yung dala-dala nila dito eh. Kasi 5 rin silang buhay.
Oo.
Nag-hold lang talaga sila. Feeling ko may feeling ng takot na nakikita pa sa bleed.
Nanlalamig
pa.
Oo, nagkasilipin na nga dito pero yung alam mo kung di naka-ADS yun, kaya sana eh. Pero si Lene Len ba siya o Lenny? Lenny.
Hindi ko alam eh.
Hindi ko alam eh.
Hindi ko rin alam. At feeling ko Ieni nga eh. Letter I.
Ay?
Kasi hindi ko rin alam
Capital I?
Oo. Teka.
Si Lene na lang ang tawag sa kanya. Lene! Parang mole!
Mole!
5v5. Si kaibigang Lene, mga kaibigan, wala nang buhay dito. Pero makakakuha ba siya tama? Flash not gonna catch someone here dito sa may garage. Pero yung Diyos ko po, si kaibigang Darion, muntik nang matamaan si Xerxia.
Ay, Lenny nga. Kasi tinignan ko na yung Twitter, partner. Letter L. Ang talaga, small letters lang talaga lahat. So si Lenny to.
Lenny.
30 seconds
Eto
left.
na nga. Ang susubok na dito. Daming tao eh, no? 5 sa site, oh. 4 ang tao dito sa A site eh. Magre-retake sila. Wala namang nag-plant doon.
Oo, tama.
Dito pa lang mapupunta.
Init pa naman. Sa Haven. Mainit sa Haven, man.
Bawal kasi guys eh.
Bawal kasi kung pwede lang eh. Sana. Masaya na sana tayo ngayon. Pero
wala. Hindi namin makompleto yung mga jokes namin pero okay lang yan. Magigets nyo pa rin naman. Kasi pinong tayo. Tinanggap niya lahat ng damage nung nano-swarm na yun. Naku, nagsama sila. Nagkaumpogan si Lenny tsaka si Maxi.
Sorry Lord, sinasabi nila. 3v2 situation right now. Suchuboy and Xerxia na natitira din pero natap na nga yung spike dito. Tamang chup-chup lang ang ginagawa ng skill dito. Sinusup-sup yung mga players ng bleed, tama. Pero, mamba out.
Si Sushi Boys gumugusto pa eh. Habol pa siya doon ang tagal niyang nag-antay. Ito na yung chance ko para pumasok, men. Ito na yung chance ko para makakuha ng kill. Ayun.
Tapos di man lang.
Yataps! Yatapchi!
Gigil na gigil.
Nakagigat no naman sa lower lip na. Habang humahabol. Habang humahabol dun sa kalaban eh.
Sumahagod.
Gigasa na yun.
Umahagod po eh. Tingnan na, 3-0, Xerxia, let's go! Basta kung sinong panalo sa game number 1, yun yung bias namin sa game number 2.
Ano agad? Tapos ang boxing. Kumbaga, ito si Surf, pasok na nga on A or rather on C side at ginagamit na rin nila dito ibang mga utilities nila like the gravity well, but there is no one on site, completely free. Lagi silang nasasaktuhan dito na walang tao on site. Di ko alam para sa bleed kung sinasadya nila. O talagang niiiwan nila yung nasasaktuhan ng Xerxia dito.
Ewan ko ba dito kay Direk? Ran, tingil-tingilan mo nga pagsendahan sa akin ng mga links. Pero hinadukin na nga yung mga players natin ngayon. Maxima kami huwag gonna be down. Pero si Lexi naka-isa pa. Pero what's gonna be the next thing dito para sa search mga kaibigan? Sobrang covered na rin talaga yung site because of that smoke. Pero oh my god! So Dario at si Pete. Pero kala Sushi Boy! Pero hindi! Ba't ako titigil? Hindi! 3-1! Grabe! BLD! Bleed bleed! Hindi sa isip ko kasi iba kasi nababasa ko, alam mo blood. Blood na mabasa ko oo.
Kasi kulay pula din yung logo nila dito kaya malilito ka rin talaga. Pero
blood ang nababasa ko.
Bleed ang naglalaro ngayon. Ganda na positioning dito ng pagde-defuse ni Pith. Alam niya na clear na yung long C. On the other hand, yung natitira nasa garage na lang naman din. So why not use this angle at talagang continuous defusal lang para sa kanya. And it worked out actually. Not even winning engagement, that's fine. But as soon as you win the rounds using this kind of mga defuse, ninja defuse, pwede na rin yan. Tanggapin natin yan.
Bahala na no? Sige, kunin at tanggapin ang alay na ito, ladies and gentlemen. Ganyan ang gusto ng mga players natin ngayon. Pero, Lene! Hindi siya makakita dito ng isa. Pero at least nakita naman yung Foxy kung nasan yung mga kalaban nila.
Alagang Foxy, napagamit na ng regrowth.
Wow! Si Foxy!
Umamba! Nahuli si Foxy dito. Wala siyang trade dito kahit isa at naiwan nila yung spike on A short. So dapat puntahan nila to. At alam na nga rin ng players dito ng Bleed Esports kung saan sila probably manggagaling because of that drop from the spike. Pero every wall is bangable. Sinunod ni Surf ang payo ni Azuray dito.
Wangable mga kaibigan. Pero yung dalawang players ngayon na Xerxia is papunta lang talaga dito sa may A-Long mga kaibigan. Pero ano ba ang gagawin dito ni Maxi at saka ni Lene? 2v4 ito. Pero nga Lenny being tagged on 3 spot shots rin talaga na ginagawa na Xerxia ngayon. Pero kung napapansin mo, marami talaga pera yung mga players ng marami pa rin utilities din talaga yung mga players ng Xerxia pa rin. They have the non-reserve credit na meron sila. Pero Crossfire is not gonna be the thing na gagawin nila dito. Pero yun nga lang, lockdown from the side of Xerxia ngayon. Pero papasok ba sila or not? Pot shots! Oh, 2-1! Oh my god, si Scary!
Ano nangyari kay Sushi Boys? Diyos ko, di na gumala mo. Mapapa-technical post tayo doon
Oo, mukhang technical post tayo, men.
Kita na natin
Hindi gumalaw eh.
Nasa sad boys siya doon. Sushi Boys to sad boys really quick.
Oo, mukhang magpapost tayo no?
Oo, nakita na natin. Pero habang mangyayari yan, no? When the take happened on site, pagdating doon sa post-plant possession na meron ng Xerxia, they really go for the aggressive pushes. Kahit na sila yung may hamak na nung site and they just wanna go for the post-plant, sometimes they do aggressive pushes kagaya na nakita natin na inaabangan nila sa smoke kung merong mang papasok. Ang kaso nga lang, kapag pin-refire ka talaga, kagaya ng ginawa ng Bleed Esports doon, mahuhuli at mahuhuli ka. On the other hand, for Xerxia, we've seen this team played before in the international stage as well. Dahil nga extend sila dati, and some of the players, or majority of the players here are from extend. Meron na sila, sanay na sila sa labanan ng international, kumbaga kung sasabihin natin. At mapapansin nyo talaga yung aggressiveness nila all throughout. Kahit Masters pa lang, aggressive tong team na to no?
Oo, and syempre, I mean, on behalf of Patty fan naman, syempre, back then, kaya rin talaga sila nakapunta dun sa Masters. And syempre, doon sa saan yun? Champions. Actually, sa totoo lang, gustong-gusto ko yung gustong-gusto ko yung keyboard ni Sushi Boys Yun ang hindi ko makakalimutan, yung keyboard ni Sushi Boys.
Bakit?
Ano siya wala namang sponsor, diba? Naka cyberboard.
Wow.
R3. Magkano yun? 40 to 60k yun, isa, man.
Seryoso?
Oo.
Alam nyo, yung parang yung pagbili ng keyboard, akala mo makakatipid ka kasi mechanical keyboard. Ilang
Hindi
taon
totoo yun.
tumatagal yan. Kahit 10 taon, baka gumagana pa yan. Yung akin nga, lumang-luma na talaga pero gumagana pa. Akala mo
Oo.
lang yun. Pag nabaliw ka
Akala
sa
mo lang.
mechanical keyboard, bibili at bibili ka ulit.
Oo.
Parang bike lang yan eh.
Oo, parang bike lang. Akala mo makakamura ka
Kasi
pero
walang
hindi
gas
totoo
eh,
yun.
di ba?
Hindi totoo yun,
Tapos
men.
fiber to, bro. Fiber.
Oo, totoo yun. Tandaan nyo. Hindi pala hindi naka-R3 si Sushi Boys, naka R1 ata siya na R1 or R2 siya na na cyberboard. Actually, sa totoo lang, dream ko yung cyberboard. Pero yun nga lang.
Pero binibelieve mo, nakasurvive ka.
Na ano?
Dream, believe, survive.
Oo. Actually, if ever makikita ko to in real life, ay my God, masastarstruck talaga ako.
Fiber, Lodi. Parang ano na yan, parang katapat niyan, yung carbon fiber na bike na.
Oo, fiber.
Parang
Lodi.
G-fiber. Fiber strong, family strong.
Ayan, tuloy mo.
With the
tapos
new
mo.
G-fiber, only $2,099 na Globe at home. Well, anyway, we'll take this time to thank our sponsors. At na-mention ko na rin naman, game up to 150 Mbps. So, mabilis na unlimited internet pa. Silipin nyo lang ang shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. Singit ko na rin habang nangyayari ang lahat. At kita nyo naman, napatech post tayo kasi napanood nyo naman dun sa round na yun kung ano nangyari. Oo, nakita nyo naman.
Nakita nyo naman kung ano ang nangyari dun sa dun sa round na yun na si Sushi Boys.
Para siyang yung alam mo
hindi
yun sa
gumalaw.
GTA, yung naglalakad sa wall. Yung walang papupuntahan. Na ganun si tropa nating Xerxia But they're still on a lead here with 1 round advantage and so far para sa Xerxia, yung laban nila from the previous, kayo din nag-cast neto ni Rere Yung kalaban nila yung Onyx G. Nakakuha ng isang game yung Onyx G against them. Sa tingin mo ba, ang laking factor na nawala si Fatifan dito?
Syempre, of course, kasi isa siya sa pillars ng X10 back then, which is dito sa Xerxia. So, pero it's gonna be parang pwede pa rin i-debate Debatable pa rin talaga kung ano ba talaga yung pwedeng mangyari sa pagkawala nga talaga ni Fatifan. Pero nagagawa rin naman ni Surf yung mga nagagawa rin naman ni Surf yung
kakayahan
yung
ni Fatifan.
kakayahan yun nga parang napag-usapan natin na parang hindi rin nawala si Fatifan sa totoo lang. Parang ganun pa rin. Kasi kung ano yung mga capabilities ni Fatifan, syempre, kung magpapapalit sila ng isa, syempre, hindi sila pipili ng bano, di ba? Pipili sila ng magaling din.
Syempre, pipili sila yung mga katambal ni Fatifan, yung makakasabay.
Pero ito, ang mananalo dito, syempre qualified na para sa knockouts, and ang matalo dito is makakalaban ng Onyx G. And after nun, yun na yung laglagan. Ayun.
True. So, nakita nyo naman, narinig nyo na rin. Habang sa mga viewers natin dyan na nag-aabang para sa matchup na ito. Ito pa lang yung second series natin for today. At kung hinahanap nyo ang nag-iisang Philippine representative natin na SBE, natapos yung match nila kahapon, nag-2-0 sila. So, ibig sabihin, meron ba tayong isang PH represent dito sa ating Asia Pacific at hindi today ang laban nila. Pero okay lang yan. Mapapanood naman natin sila sa ibang mga araw. But right now, we are just going into a short break since there is a technical pause at ayusin natin yan para sa ating lahat. Huwag kayong alas because VCT Asia Pacific Playoffs or Group Stage will be right back.
And it's time. Here's a VCT VCT APAC Bleed versus Xerxia. So nakita natin yung unfortunate thing na nangyari dito kay Sushi Boy CS na DC siya. Kita-kita naman natin yun. And walang rollback na mangyayari. So still, it's gonna be like that. Na kung ano yung score nila kanina, yun pa rin yung score nila ngayon. So, ganun pa rin. Parang ilantay lang natin talaga mag-reconnect ulit si Sushi Boys dito sa game na to, partner. And yeah, really actually expecting lang din talaga this is gonna be a really great game kasi nasa winners bracket tayo. Medyo malabo rin talaga sa totoo lang na mag 2-0 to. Feeling ko talaga mag 2-1 din talaga eh. Feeling ko yung parang yung kanina lahat OT.
Lahat overtime?
Ba't hindi?
Grabe, no? Lahat ng games nyo kanina nag-overtime. But this on map number 2, sabi nila kapag may technical pause, wala nang overtime eh. Yun daw yung curse na bago. Kasi kita mo parang halos walang tech pause kaninang game number 1 o series 1. Pero matindi-tindi at mahaba-habang games ang napanood natin. And looking at how Xerxia plays anyway, talagang makikita mo yung aggressiveness nila when it comes to pushing. Kaso ito, syempre when you have a momentum stopper like this, ganun pa rin ba magiging take mo when you come and hop into the game yet again? And syempre para sa Xerxia, they don't wanna stop that momentum. They wanna reach Masters again. Kung nakarating na sila doon from last year, from Masters Reykjavik, this time around, gusto ulit nilang lumipad at puntahan ulit ang mga lupa kung saang maraming damo.
Oh, syempre. Which is
ano ba predictions mo dito?
2-1.
Tapos, sino mananalo?
Kahit sino. 50-50 to, men. 50-50 to, men. Ano ka ba? Hindi ko nga maintindihan kung ano yung nandun, kaya ikaw tatanungin ko.
Feeling ko, ang mananalo dito is Xerxia. Laban sa Bleed. Bleed, as a team, they have these 2 players, of course, from G2 before, who played in G2 Esports. Ang European teams natin, na tinatawag nga ni Vil na EU teams natin. At makikita natin na nandito tong dalawa.
Totoo naman
Si Piff. Totoo nga. Si Piff tsaka si Maxi. Ano bang sabi ko? Inulit ko lang naman yung sinabi mo. Siyempre, give the, ibigay mo yung recognition dun sa totoong nagsabi, di ba? Pero right now, guys, I guess it's not yet fixed. It's still on a technical pause. This is Bleed versus Xerxia that is playing right now on our first game. Right now, ibabato muna natin yan sa maiksing break. Pagbalik natin, hopefully, sana makalaro na sila. But this is Asia Pacific or ating VCT Asia Pacific group stage. Don't go away. We're gonna be right back.
Let's get the money.
I'm the controller player, and my favorite agent to play is Astra.
I main Jet and main duelist for no nefas.
My main agent is Race and Reyna, and my role is Flex, our secondary duelist.
I'm just really happy because this is my first VCT, so I don't know what to expect, and also I didn't expect to like make it this far as this is my first team also actually.
At first I wasn't planning to go pro in Valorant, but I just joined random tournaments with my friends for fun, and I think we won one VCT by one of the stage, and then Ox just like noticed us and just picked me up. So yeah, that's the reason why I went pro.
You are representing your country. It proves that you are one of the best teams in your country, and the level of competition will be so high. And those huge matches where there's a lot on the line, and then like if you can close them out, it just feels so good every time. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
We didn't really struggle with anything except for the fracture game against Bleed because we were down like 4-11, but we just stayed positive and didn't give up, and we managed to come back.
I think I want to play against Gambit. They are one of my favorite teams, and I like how they play. They play very slow, very structured, and that's how I think Valorant should be played. But if we're talking about SCA, I want to play against Onyx. I've played them in practice for over 6 months, and I'm friends with a lot of them, and we always have such a good time. And they're a really good team as well. They do everything well, and it will be such a good match to play against them.
I would like to play against Bonkers from Australia. We don't get a lot of opportunities to play against teams from OCE, Oceania, even in practice. So if we get to play against them, I think it will be a very nice experience.
In the whole VCT, I think I would want to versus Xerxia because they look really strong right now. Like Full Sense really looks really strong, but Xerxia won Full Sense in a quite dominant fashion. So I want to see how we match up against Xerxia.
Well, personally, I've played at a few international tournaments last year, so it's not like it's a first thing. But I think this is going to be a really hard tournament. Everyone wants to win, everyone wants to go to Iceland, and we're going to do our best, but it's going to be hard all the way.
I want to say thank you to all the fans for supporting and cheering us on, and hopefully we make it to Iceland this year.
Thanks to everyone who has supported this group of no-namers. We really do appreciate it, all the support that we get. We'll work harder than ever to make sure that your support for us isn't wasted, and please do continue supporting us.
Well, first, thanks a lot for the support. We really are trying our best every game. If there's any personal fans that want to become a controller, I'd say just always think about your team and always keep working hard, because hard work will beat talent any day.
สวัสดีครับผมซูชิบอยจากทีมเซอร์เซียครับผม
สวัสดีครับผมเดลเอ็นนะครับจากทีม MITA นะครับที่ได้อันดับที่ 2 ใน Valorant Challenger Tournament Thailand นะครับ
สวัสดีครับชื่อทีครับทีเลิฟแฟมิลี่จากทีฟูเซนครับ
ก็รู้สึกโล่งใจครับว่าเรายังสามารถได้ตั๋วแล้วไปแข่งต่อในรอบ APAC ได้เหมือนผลงานปีที่แล้วที่ผ่านมาครับ
โล่งใจครับผมเพราะสิ่งที่เราพยายามมาส่งผลให้เราเห็นครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับตื่นเต้นที่จะได้แข่งครับผม
ถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดถ้าเราเล่นกันตามที่เราเคยซ้อมแล้วก็ตามมาตรฐานเราจริงๆผมว่าเราสามารถไปเล่นมาสเตอร์ได้ครับแน่นอนก็ผมว่ามันทำให้เราต้องตั้งใจมากขึ้นครับเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมที่เข้ามามันก็ฝ่าฟันมาเยอะครับทุกทีมเก่งเหมือนกันหมดเราก็ต้องพยายามให้มากกว่าเดิมแล้วก็เล่นให้มีระบบระเบียบแล้วก็เล่นเพื่อชนะเหมือนเดิมครับ
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าก่อนหน้านี้รายการที่จัดมันไม่ได้ระดับสูงขึ้นถึงขนาดนี้ครับผมต้องเตรียมพร้อมและซ้อมให้หนักขึ้นเพื่อให้เราสามารถรับมือกับทีมที่เราเจอในรายการได้ครับผมมันร่วมด้วยก็รู้สึกไม่ค่อยกังวลมากนะครับเพราะว่าส่วนใหญ่จะซ้อมทีมกับต่างประเทศอยู่แล้วเลยรู้สึกไม่กังวลมากครับผมความมั่นใจในตอนนี้นะครับก็ 100% ครับผม
ผมว่าทีมผมก็น่าจะอยู่ในเลเวลที่สามารถชนะแล้วก็ไปแข่งในระดับมาสเตอร์ได้ครับ
สำหรับผมนะไม่รู้คิดเป๊ะเปล่าก็น่าจะท็อป 3ครับความมั่นใจตอนนี้กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ 100% ครับ
เปเปอร์เล็กครับผมมีบีชมีเซอร์เซียครับผมเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมมีประสบการณ์ที่มากกว่าครับผม
จริงๆผมกังวลฝั่งออสเตรเลียมากกว่าครับเพราะว่าผมไม่เคยเห็นเขาสู้กับโซนบ้านเรามาก่อน แล้วก็เขาน่าจะมีแผนแล้วก็อะไรมาเซอร์ไพรส์เราหลายๆอย่างครับ
ที่แกร่งที่สุดในทัวร์นี้ผมคิดว่าต้องมีวอเตอร์ไฟนะครับผมแล้วก็มีฟ็อกนะครับแล้วก็มี PTC นะครับมีจอห์นโอเซนมีฟอร์ซักเคนนะครับแล้วก็มีโค้ชเป็นCBBK ครับผม
ผมว่าก็ทีมผมเนี่ยนะครับไลน์อัพตามนี้เลยผมว่าน่าจะที่สุดแล้วครับ
เนี่ยครับฟูลเซต5 คนนี่แหละครับ
ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ด้วยนะครับก็ฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับอย่าลืมเชียร์ MITS ด้วยนะครับจะพยายามให้เต็มที่นะครับสำหรับรายการนี้ขอบคุณมากครับสวัสดีครับ
แล้วก็สุดท้ายนี้ก็ยังไงก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมเซอร์เซียในการแข่งขัน Valorant ด้วยครับที่กำลังจะมาถึงนี้ในรอบ APAC ครับผมแล้วก็พวกเราจะทำผลงานให้ผ่านไปถึงรอบมาสเตอร์ให้ได้ครับแล้วเจอกันในมาสเตอร์ครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมฟูลเซตด้วยครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับขอบคุณครับ
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
test me. Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got one.
Well, fancy meeting you guys here at the Tech Boss podcast. But while we're waiting right now,
Hello! Kamusta? Ang cute ni Pico! Welcome back, guys. Nandito pa rin naman tayo sa ating Asia Pacific at nasa group stage nga tayo. Nagsimula sana. Actually, no? Nagsimula na sana yung match natin between Bleed and Xerxia. Kami pa rin ang inyong mga casters. But unfortunately, para sa araw na ito, no, nagkaroon nga na tayo ng technical issue coming in from the side of Xerxia. And of course, we want a fair play for everyone. But with a technical issue in place, depende pa rin yan sa magiging resulta kung ano ang mangyayari para sa araw na ito. And still, might be a map for Bleed. It really depends kung maayos nila agad-agad yung technical issue na yan. Just to explain things to you guys, at para rin sa mga nanonood na nagtataka na bakit wala pang stream or bakit wala pang nangyayari. Obviously, on the final round kanina, bago gumuho ang mundo ng lahat, wala yung Xerxia on the map itself. So, we went into a technical pause and up until now, hindi pa rin nila naayos.
Actually, ganito. Yeah.
So, ganon.
Nagsimula kay Sushi Boys.
Yun nga, nagsimula kay Sushi Boys.
Knowing na hindi naman sila magkakasama. Knowing hindi naman sila magkakasama. Tapos, nag-escalate na yun na hindi lang si Sushi Boys. Yung buong Xerxia na. Yung buong Thailand, mga kaibigan. Yun ang nagkaroon ng problema. So, yun yung mga bagay na hindi talaga natin
Aside from that din naman as well, this is actually new news na pumapasok sa atin ngayon, no? Xerxia is actually forfeiting map number 1. So that means it's already a 1-0 para sa side ng Bleed Esports. At syempre, antayin natin yan if magpupush forward ba yung next matchup natin or it's probably gonna be the next series na mapapanood muna natin dito habang fini-face pa nila itong technical issue na nangyayari for the side of Xerxia. Syempre, hindi naman natin nagustuhan or hindi natin ginusto na mangyari yung mga technical difficulty na yan. Kaya naman nandito si Pico para aliwin lahat ng viewers natin.
Oh, kinakain ni earphones. Kinakain
gugutom na naman. Laging gutom si Pico, no? Manang-mana sa papa niya.
Hindi, pero ano?
Manang-mana sa'yo.
Uy, pinapakain ko to ng laging 2 tablespoons ng pedigree la.
wow.
Ano na siya? Ilang months na ba to? Magti 3 months na siya. Malapit ka na mag 3 months, baby. Oh, paglaki mo, magba-Valorant ka rin, ha?
Bubuo ka 5 aso, no? Para lang mag-Valorant.
Tapos yung cola ko si...
Tumatahol lang sila. Ganun-ganun eh, no?
Oo, lang sila. Pero sobrang cute nga if ever talagang mangyari yun. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan, I mean... so far, itong nasa winners ngayon, talagang tulad nga na pag-usapan namin later kanina, it's gonna be really hard for us to determine who's gonna win this. Totoo lang if ever walang issues like this. Kasi Bleed is a really strong team. I mean, lalong-lalo na talagang, this is a Singaporean powerhouse na sumama yung dalawang white boys. Which is yung dalawang Swiss boys, mga kaibigan, from Sweden. Tama ba? Tama ba yun?
Oo,
Swiss and Sweden. Ayun, tama.
Swedish sila. Kasi Swiss ata, Switzerland eh. So
mali ako.
Mali yata.
Okay. Sorry.
Hindi ko din super sigurado, pero alam ko pag Switzerland, yun nga yung Swiss and aside from that.
Tama.
Pag Sweden, Swedish ang tawag.
Swedish tama.
Diba?
So,
ayos ba yun?
So ganun. So yung isang player pa na si Pith, ano yan sobrang solid na G2 boy yan eh. Sipin mo G2, 'di ba? na naglalaro sa Valorant, syempre before that CSGO rin siya. Tapos ngayon andito na siya ngayon sa Bleed, and pero yung Twitter handle niya G2 pa rin, G2 Pith. Kasi pag pinalitan niya yun, pag tinanggal niya yung G2 Pith, mawawala yung verified niya.
Pag tinanggal na yun kaya hindi niya tinatanggal talaga. Kasi mawawala yung verify
niya. Oo. Kasi pag pinalitan mo kasi yun, mawawala yung ano mo, yun nga, yung checkmark mo sa, tawag na? Sa Twitter.
Sa Twitter, sa yung verified na yung, kumbaga pag naka-checkmark ka, wala nang pwedeng umaway sa'yo, valid na ang opinion mo.
Oo, men, ganun na yun.
Pag hindi, kahit naka-anime pa yung profile picture mo, valid
sila
yan.
Sila ganun di ba? Sila Tens ganun naka-anime picture nila, tsaka si Kaide
Pero valid ang opinion nila kasi syempre, alam mo na, may checkmark na.
May check, isipin mo yung blue na ano na yun, talagang napakalakas nun, kaya sana dumating yung panahon na meron akong ganun, na magkaroon din ako ng ganun.
Salamat
Partner, bakit?
sa Facebook na accept na nila yung ID ko.
Talaga?
Mukhang magagamit ko na yung page ko kinabukasan kasi hirap na ako magayos ng page ko, kaya hindi ako nakakapag-comment gamit yung page. Na-restrict kasi yung aking account, pero mukhang tinanggap na nila yung pinagsisend kong passport. Isa lang naman ang passport ko pero dinedeny kasi nila. Pero eto na nga. Anyway, tamang kwentuhan lang muna para sa atin, guys. Kasi nga, para sa mga kakatune lang, Xerxia already forfeited map number 1 at mapupunta agad to sa Bleed Esports. Good thing, hindi to do or die na match, Vil. Kumbaga, ito yung upper bracket natin. Kasi kung lower bracket to, parang nakakapanglumo.
Oo, men, isipin mo, ang hirap noon, men, kung ganun. Wait yun. Pero, sa tingin mo, well, mahirap kasi mag-assume na kung ano yung mangyayari kasi syempre kailangan talaga naming antayin yung desisyon. Tingin ko dyan. Desisyon ng mga desisyon ng mga
Kawawa si Pico,
riot.
no? Wala siyang kalaro.
Oo, kaya nga ako
Pag board kayo, nagtatahulan kayo sa likodan no?
Oo.
Bakit niya kinakain yung daliri mo?
Walang ginawa to kundi ngat-ngatin lahat na nakita niya, promise.
Nalunok niya na ata yung buong index finger mo, man.
Oo, hindi ko alam. Basta masaya siya. Kasi mga kaibigan na to kasi, alam namin ni Taylor.
Pure yan, pure.
Oo. Pure siya. Pure
arep.
shih tzu. What is money? Paper
Only.
Hi partner, princess type yung pinakamahal. pero legit, I mean, kasi kami ni Taylor, alam namin yung feeling ng mag-isa. Kasi only child lang kami pareho
Oo. Mag-isa lang, walang kalaro.
Oo, men. Yung tipong kaya si Pico, alam ko yung feeling na mag-isa, baby. Kasi nga wala siyang kalaro, kaya ako na lang yung kapatid niya. Ako yung older
Ibig
brother.
sabihin, isa lang solusyon sa problema mo, napakadali lang, Vil.
Kaya nga naghahanap na nga ako ng
pangalawang puppy.
ng golden retriever Kaya
wow, ang laki naman. Hindi ba parang yung golden retriever, napakalaki agad niyan. Pag 6 months pa lang, parang dadambulin niya na yung shih tzu.
Ganun, hindi ko alam kung ano mangyayari.
Wala kayo magagawa.
Yung beagle ko nga, tinatakbuhan si Pico. Isipin mo, 2 months pa lang tong bata na to. Pero
lumalaban na.
Lumalaban siya sa beagle na malaki.
Actually, nagpakita lang kami talaga dito para para sabihin sa inyo na magbe-break ulit tayo. Tapos ipapakita lang namin si Pico para di kayo mabad trip habang busy siya kainin yung tenga ni Bill. Yun na pala, hindi mo na kailangan ng cotton buds.
Pico, madumi yung tenga ko. Can you please? Break na natin ito.
Anyway, guys, babalik kami with a new kumbaga, babalitaan namin kayo kung ano ba mangyayari dito sa ating broadcast or sa ating matches, no?
Yeah.
At 1-0 na nga yung score. Tingnan natin at sisilipin natin kung magtutuloy ba yung match for Xerxia and Bleed o pupunta muna tayo sa Series 3. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, bibigyan natin kayo ng updates. Please don't go away. VCT Asia Pacific Playoffs or rather Group Stage. We'll be right back.
The same, no, you can compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted?
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of Paper X now down, and Bekai comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 playing teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
But I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific. Nandito pa rin kami, Tayville. Ito na, ang news, ang The Mods. Andito na para iatid ang nagbabagang balita, mga kaibigan. Fast game na fast game, 2-0 ang score. Partner, masaya ka na naman. Kung ano yung in-overtime mo kanina, tsaka kung ano yung game 3 mo, yun ang binilis netong game number 2 natin for this series. Para sa kaalaman ng iba,
Guys,
Xerxia, nag-forfeit sila dito.
Yun, nag-forfeit. Nag-forfeit nga rin talaga. Pero due to technical issues, sa mga bagay na wala naman tayong control. Well, yeah, it's actually really bad for them though. And buti na lang talaga, wala talaga sila sa elimination. So meron pa silang isang chance.
Lower bracket.
Yeah. Actually, ganito yan. I mean, let's check it if ever meron ba silang isa pang chance tomorrow or talagang forfeit na. Pero as of the moment, mga kaibigan, yung decision is forfeited na sila. So 2-0 ang score in favor of Bleed Esports. Well, uulitin ko, it's sayang lang talaga, pero it's not their fault. Walang may kasalanan nun, mga kaibigan. Yung mga problema lang talaga na wala lang talaga tayong control. They tried, pero it's just we really need to move on and the show must go on dito sa ating third game partner. And talagang pansin-pansin talaga natin, mga kaibigan, na si Ray talaga yung may curse.
Mahalata mo kung ano yung sinuwerte ko sa mga matches natin, sa mga games na kinakas natin, Vil. Nakita mo naman nung game number 1, si Ray talaga ang tunay na may curse dito. Na-figure out na nating lahat kung paano nangyari yan. But anyway, guys, that was your Series 2. Unfortunately, kahit papaano nakakita tayo ng 3 o 4 na rounds doon bago matapos ang lahat. But it is a 2-0 for Bleed Esports and Xerxia. We're still gonna see them in the lower bracket. But right now, we're gonna go in a short break preparing para sa ating pangatlong series. Right now, paalam muna sa inyo, guys. Magkikita-kita tayo. Please don't go away because VCT Asia Pacific Playoffs or Group Stage will be right back.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Welcome back to VCT Asia Pacific Group Stage Day number 5. We are here for today and we are looking at the match of Bleed and Xerxia, maybe the fastest game that we had here in VCT. But before we continue and before we go ahead, my name is Taylor, not Nomad, and this is, of course, our gentlemen right here, Black and Blue and Rap. Look at those smiles, man. Look at those smiles. There you have it. Well, unfortunately, just to make things clear for all the viewers right now, it is a forfeit for the side of Xerxia because they had a technical problem, and this technical issues, because of it, a specific time frame was given, but it wasn't done. So with that, we saw 4 rounds at least, or 3 to 4 rounds on that specific match. I mean, Xerxia was already playing aggressively. They had a good start into this, Nico, or rather Black and Blue, and we were looking forward into this match. Now, Black and Blue, with regards to Bleed and of course Xerxia, I know you guys predicted Xerxia a while ago, but do you think if the match continued, it would just go and snowball to the side of Xerxia here, Black and Blue?
Well, first of all, I'm very glad to be on the panel between these two siblings, Eliza and Alonzo Taylor here right beside me as well. But yeah, okay, moving on to the game. We did kind of predict Xerxia to win. Obviously, nobody would have assumed that this would happen, but things be the way it is. We did see those opening preview rounds on Map Haven where it did kind of look like Xerxia were starting off pretty strong, which is really good for them because, as we talked about, it's usually when they get longer into a series, the longer they get, the better they play when the series goes to map number 2, map number 3. But they started out of the gates really strong, and it is quite unfortunate that, you know, things happened the way they were. But I mean, to be fair, when you look at Group C as a whole, it's a group of death for a reason. Every single one of those teams, aside from now, it's not eliminated, could have even made it into the knockouts.
Man. It's the group of death. That's not how you want it to happen, but it is what it is. But I have to say, Taylor, you are as Taylorful as the day we quote-unquote lost you. So happy to have you back here. We missed you a lot.
I made sure that I didn't wear my glasses so people would actually know that you're Rap. But if I wore this, it's gonna be over, man.
There we
Look at
go.
it. Look at the difference.
So-
Only good thing I have is a yellow chair. They would actually know. But anyway, move forward, Raph. You were saying something.
So again, guys, that's Raph. I'm Taylor. No, I'm kidding. Back to what the topic at hand. I was really curious how this matchup was gonna go because these were two sciences that were pretty much conflicting, right? We know Xerxia is the type of team to use that firepower in conjunction to their set plays and their utility. On the other side, we have Bleed, who use a lot of defaults, a lot of information-heavy comps to really study those smaller tendencies. Again, just an example, we see quite a few Jet players and Opera players in general. For example, just like on Haven, right? We see them take an early position towards Garage, peeking down grass, and Bleed, the way they play around it is they will try to gather as much info on the timing, on your tendency, and how often you do it, but that is for another day, unfortunately.
Oh, definitely true. That is very much unfortunate for the side of Xerxia. The good side here, though, they were in an upper bracket position. So that means they're still going to go on the lower bracket. They still have that chance to move forward and claim their dreams to reach Masters Reykjavik. I know that they've been there, the group or majority of the players of Xerxia has been already have visited basically Iceland, and maybe this time around in the lower bracket run they would have that another chance. But as we move forward into this next series, of course it's going to be an interesting series as well, because it is going to be between Full Sense and of course the team from India. We have Velocity. There's two teams that we are watching right now is definitely fighting for their lives here in the VCT stage and the APAC. When we come and talk about these teams later on, and we will show you the team intro. But before anything else, Raph, Black and Blue, the last series for today is gonna start. This is quite early for all of us right now. And Velocity, I would say, have always gone up against the teams in India, obviously in their own specific region. And so far that I've checked their statistics and all the other games that they have played here, Raph, Velocity is looking like a formidable team. They are currently in a 10-win streak right now when it comes to series points, but they've come up against a team, or rather teams in the Tier B group, which is more probably on the side of Global Esports as well. They actually defeated Global Esports in their own specific region. So when it comes to Velocity and the Full Sense, looking at these two teams, we are looking at two very formidable teams right here, Raph.
I have to agree, and I digress. This is not to discredit Global Esports, because when it comes to South Asian teams, they really are the team that is under the microscope. But if we look at VLT in Velocity in comparison to that, I would say Velocity is a clear cut above when it comes to fundamentals and just commanding the basics of the game as well as they do. So definitely, like you mentioned, this is yet again another clash of regions.
Another clash of regions. And without further ado, I think it's finally time to actually show up the team, since we are talking about that. First up is coming up para sa, or rather, I just speak Tagalog. I came from the Tagalog broadcast, but right here on your screen, pulling up right now, Velocity. Let's take a look. There you have it, Velocity Gaming. We are looking at this lineup right now for the players and the team itself. For Velocity Gaming, we have Amaterasu, that maker, a wonderful player coming in for the team as well. Hell FF, Right to Ace, and Vibor, which is actually a team highlight right here, or a player to highlight too. Talking about VLT a while ago, for you Black and Blue, we have this team coming into the stage. They beat the team all the way from Hong Kong, Taiwan region, which is Oblivion Force in a clean 2-0 fashion. But moving forward into the upper bracket and facing now Full Sense, what do you think they should bring to the table here? I would ask you later on, Raf, as well. But if you are looking at this team, Velocity or VLT, going up against the powerhouse of Thailand, which is Full Sense Black and Blue, what do you think should they do in order to bring it up more in another notch?
Well, first of all, they look like they have a really cozy boot camp. I see a bunch of board games
yeah.
there. So you can tell that these guys, they know how to chill, they know how to relax, and that's exactly what they have to bring into the fold here. They have played against Full Sense in the past, maybe 2-3 months ago, where they did lose on the community side before the VCT. And as I said, calm, collected, and really chilled down is how they have to play, because when you're going up against the pressure, against a better team, and you are the underdog, sometimes that pressure can kind of get to you. Sometimes you're thinking, oh gosh, these guys are crazy, you're insane. You got Johnny Olsen on the other side, you got PTC. What do we do? That's what they have to try and divert away from. And honestly, when looking at it, them and Global, the top two teams from South Asia, I always thought internationally Velocity would do better because of just how they play. A lot more tactical, a lot more slow, they have better defaults. I think that's the reason why we see them here and not Global, who weren't able to make it through the play-ins.
You touched on the tangibles, and I just want to go back to that bootcamp. Again, guys, you have to be as calm as possible and have a clear mind going against, once again, such a powerful juggernaut of an opponent.
Oh, that's definitely true. That is a juggernaut of an opponent. And speaking of the juggernauts, the powerhouse of India, one of the teams that are really doing great when it comes to the upper bracket stage right here, going up against this team, Velocity. They actually went head-to-head last time. They went and met last January, and Full Sense was able to actually get a 2-0 against them. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup that we are about to see. And most of the matches, like I mentioned a while ago, most of the matches of VLT, when you actually take a look in their stats, are most of Tier B teams that we are looking at. So in an international stage, in a Southeast Asia setting, especially right now in Asia Pacific, is this enough for Team VLT to go up against the powerhouse again of Thailand? And we were mentioning it a while ago. This team has a formidable lineup that we are looking at. And this is Full Sense that we are talking about that went up in LCQ last time, Black and Blue, right?
Champions, dude. They went all the way to champions even. And so, I mean, well, they did fight each other in the past. And to be fair, Velocity, they normally are not good against other Southeast Asian teams, like when they played Naos, Action, all that. But they have beaten Bleed in the past, like maybe 4 months ago. But albeit that was Bleed just acquiring Maxi, just acquiring Pith. And they're a very different looking team right now. But yeah, they definitely are the underdogs here. But as I like to say all the time, especially when there's lots of fans viewing and voting for that team, when you're the underdog, you're going to be punching up and you are going to hit them on the chin every time. So surprise factor is what Velocity can bring here. Cool, calm, collected confidence is what they have to play.
I mean, we can't always headhunt. You gotta go to the body rock. You gotta look like Apollo every now and then to weaken that set
Freak the
chin.
legs.
Yes, absolutely.
Chicken legs,
but
what?
No. Okay. You caught me on that one.
I'm sorry. Go for
It's
it,
okay,
finish it,
you are-
Raph.
You are livening up this whole battle. But I'm just saying that when we look at Full Sense and Velocity, you've talked about how they met in the past. So this is kind of like a moment where they go, hello, old friend, how have you been? And, well, we are going to see more of that very, very soon.
Speaking of our friends that we were saying hello to, let's take a look at the powerhouse, one of the teams here in Thailand, or from Thailand rather, Full Sense. Full Sense, we saw the lineup for this, the roster of Full Sense, the stacks of radiance, as we call it, as you check on the Valorant page or literally open up your Valorant and see those names upon the screens on the leaderboard. Shalala, John Olsen, PTC, Superboss, D-Love, family. We are looking at this complete lineup. Now, I just want to touch up, and this is kind of a spicy questions for the two panelists that we have here.
Oh no.
Raph, I'm so sorry I have to ask it, but Full Sense, it seems like they are going into stages right here from all the way from C Challengers towards Masters, trying to make it happen for the team. But Full Sense, despite having a full stack Radiant and maybe even the top 10 players on the leaderboards, what's lacking, do you think, in this team that we are looking at? That's why they're not going throughout? Or do you think they have actually grown into a better team now that they are here in the Asia Pacific stage, Raph?
I don't know. It's not like I'm an analyst or something. No, I'm joking. Anyway, guys, back to the topic. Full Sense, we know that their capability of actually just dueling it out and setting up John Olsen and PTC to do all those things. But that being said, I honestly still feel like their strat book as a whole, when it comes to finding all those focal points for success, needs a little bit more variety and range, because it's not going to be all the time that John Olsen has to be hot, PTC has to be hot. That kind of level of consistency and heat to retain is almost impossible. I mean, I say that, but the last time we saw John Olsen, he's been averaging, what, 50 per series? But the time we didn't against Onyx, now that was a bit of a series to really inspect, because a lot of teams are gonna focus on dousing that flame, that bonfire. By the way, shout out to you, Greg, that's the bonfire. Just a little bit of a, side joke there. But yeah, I really think the range and the ability to utilize the fragging power of everybody across the board could really push them even further, considering that they were already at champs last year.
That's true. And aside from that, considering that they were the champions last year and hoping to make that thing happen yet again here in the Asia Pacific stage, but I would also like to touch up on that with you, Black and Blue. Do you think Full Sense is lacking on something, or they just haven't found the rhythm right now? Heading here in Asia Pacific, they're looking really good, but there are just things from the past that you just cannot take a look back, or rather not take a look at.
Well, I guess this answer can also be true for your question a while ago, where it's right in the name of the guy who you commonly think of when you think of Full Sense. John Wick Olsen. They're really good at shooting themselves out of a terrible, terrible situation and making basically something that shouldn't work. But the problem is they have to try and reliably mitigate how often they get themselves into a bad situation in the first place. They are probably the best at shooting themselves out of one, but you don't always want to be the action star who has to go and divert that, but you want to try and alleviate that as much as possible. I think, as Raph talked about, they do have, like, a decent strat book, but maybe sometimes the execution of it all, or maybe dry running of it all, is not exactly what works out. Their defaults are decent as well enough, but they're not just the widest of pages, is all I'm going to really say about it. So they do have, what strats they do have are good, but they aren't super, I guess, fluent in as many, and in the numbers of them, so it's a bit more quality over quantity, but the quality of it isn't exactly that high either. So it comes down to them basically being good strategy-wise, good default-wise and defensive-wise, but great when the scramble does come against them. So that's really where they kind of really, I guess, make their name. So if anything, these guys are kind of like a team that lives and breathes within the mosh pit, instead of being just amongst the crowd.
Honestly, what's important here is they have a good foundation. Other than that, they can just polish through it and work it out. But anyway, it's the best of the best. Let's take a look in the head-to-head right now and take a look on these two players that we have right here. For VLT, we are having a Vibor with the stats, looking at the stats right now for Velocity Gaming, and for the Love family for the side of Full Sense. Looking at this, Raph, we are looking at the stats, and it seems like for Velocity Gaming, for Vibor, this is actually looking pretty great, better than the Love family. What's the difference right here?
I mean, I would have to credit that Vib has been with Velocity for longer than Thea. We know Thea had a little bit of an adjustment period, considering that he had to adjust to the expectations that Superbus had to carry. Now, Vib, this is not to discredit him whatsoever, but this man's flexibility is also insane. We've seen him on the Rays, but we've seen him on more subtle, more stable agents like Sentinels like Killjoy.
True that. And
I
stats
mean-
don't lie, right? Stats don't lie when it comes to this, though. And sorry for cutting you off, Black and Blue. As you were saying, go ahead.
I want to heavily disagree here with Raph because
Ooh,
I
you
don't think it's necessarily about V being the latest addition to it. And I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, but simply they're playing in Thailand and Vibor. He's playing in South Asia, and there really is a factor that we have to consider in that aspect. I mean, you look at South Asia, you see VLT and Global are far above the rest of the competition, where in Thailand, it's very, very different. They're playing in the C circuit, and it's a very different thing. And I mean, he hasn't even stepped in for Superbus, to be fair. It was Chalala who moved over to the smoker role, and he has fit into this roster, I think, like a well-tailored suit, rather, a perfect glove for this team. And when he went over that Sentinel, an aggressive Sentinel like Chamber as well, I think he's a perfect fit, considering the players that they lost and the players that they still do have to fill in the basically the hole that Superbus left.
Do you expect me to take that opinion formulated in my head and accept it as an adult? The answer is yes, I will, because again, this is a very respectable panel filled with beautiful people, and yeah, again, just the level of competition really sticks out. We know South Asia is still developing, but this is their grindstone. I feel like no matter what happens today, when VLT comes back, they're gonna come out stronger, and that region is gonna get stronger.
When we are talking about these two teams, anyway, we are heading to map veto, and we will be able to take a look on what map picks and bans these two teams we have right here for VLT, for the veto right now. Honestly, when looking at these two teams, if you would try just to estimate and just try to guess what's gonna come up for the next following map vetoes we have, actually not the bans but the picks, what would the first map be? Just spicing things up. You know what? Let's have fun in panel, and I'm bringing it in right here. B&B, if you have to guess, what is the first map?
It doesn't have to.
It doesn't have to? What do you mean?
What do you know? What do you mean?
Wait, no,
Expound
the
on
ban or the pick?
No, the pick. Well,
okay,
the
I'm
time
deaf.
is running here. Black and Blue, you
okay.
first.
I definitely think they're not going to go Icebox because Full Sense destroyed them the last time around. Bind could be on the table as well because they did play them against Bind, and now they have a VOD to reflect on and see exactly what they can change. So I think that could be a possibility for them to go map number 1 towards Bind. They also have a pretty good split, as we've seen from Velocity in the past, so they could go that way. But let us see for ourselves. I mean, Haven could also be doable, but that's one of John Olsen's best maps. So if I am Velocity right now, I think I'd be looking towards Split, if not Bind.
Hey, honestly, John Olsen map is everything. You know, he's just good at everything. He pops off in anything anyway. And maybe this makes or break the situation for Full Sense. What if John Olsen pops or doesn't pop off here, Raph? Do you think it would make a difference for Full Sense?
Absolutely, it will make a
Really?
huge difference. I mean, this Haven pick by VLT, granted, yes, they are strong in the region with that map, but I would have thought that their target for this overarching map plotting was to eliminate the option of having a viable operator, to kind of force that out. Granted, a map like that would probably be something like Split, like Bind, but no, they instead go for Haven. So if Full Sense gets the breeze on the board, I don't know about this one, Chief.
Oh man, I feel like the next map is gonna be Split if I try to guess, but you know me, I'm good, so my guess is right.
Nostradamus on this host panel, I see, as
Thank you.
advertised.
Thank you. As advertised. What are you trying to do here, B&B? Are you selling me off? But the Split is actually gonna be a map pick coming in from Full Sense here, Black and Blue.
I simply think you are a great host, Taylor.
Thanks.
But I mean, well,
Absolutely.
these are both of the maps we kind of expected to come on here. Full Sense, them picking Split is really good for them. I do think that, you know, Raph, I think you still had a very good point about them trying to nullify the operator, which we know Full Sense are very, very adept with. And for them to go Bind or Split, maybe things would have been better, considering Split is a pretty good map for VLT. I think maybe they could have picked Haven, hoping that they would go to Split for map number 2 anyways. But I do think that Haven is a map that does kind of favor Full Sense. So I'm kind of thinking of here is maybe they're playing more to what Velocity knows their own strengths instead of trying to specifically play what they think Full Sense is weaker at.
overthinking the matchup definitely will shoot yourself in the foot. I kind of just want to look at the split matchup just a little bit more because I will have to reference that Onyx matchup between Full Sense again because that's where we kind of saw how they wanted to approach that map. It's just Onyx defense was excellent, but now Full Sense, they take away Bind, which is interesting because I really thought Bind was super good for them. The way that they controlled both the orbs, the way that they utilized both operators in conjunction with that chamber really makes them so dangerous and just gives enough space for John Olsen to do John Olsen things. But here we have Ascent as a decider.
It's gonna be interesting as Ascent comes in. The honest question here, do you think that later on we will be reaching game number 3, you know? While we are looking at the maps, it's gonna be Haven as a map pick from Velocity, Full Sense pick split right here, and as our decider map or the final map, we are gonna be looking at Ascent. But gentlemen, I just wanted to ask, since it's not yet the official time to actually send in your predictions, I just wanted to ask this. I prepared this for this specific moment. If it is a 2-0, or it's just 2 maps that we are going to be playing, do you think this is still unofficial, okay? This is still unofficial. Do you think which side or which team will win? You first, Black and Blue. If it's a 2-0, 2 maps only.
2-0, most definitely it's going to be Full Sense. I mean, that's my prediction anyways for this 3-map series. I do think even if we go to Ascent, Full Sense are going to be the better team at that. Composition-wise, they're both kind of playing the same thing. They both have a KO, but there's only one KO of Asia, and it's PTC. He's the man who even kind of popularized it last year during LCQ to play KO on Ascent, so you're not going to beat him in that aspect. In my opinion, they look the best South Asian teams, both global and VLT, when they have a breach, which is a great counter for KO, but they just aren't practiced on it when playing on Ascent. So I don't think this is even going to map 3, but if they go to map 3, those are my thoughts on it. And
Still the same,
even think
Full
this
Sense.
is 2-0. Yeah.
Really? Oh, interesting choice right here. How about you, Raf? What are your predictions here? If it's only a 2 map, what are you gonna be, or what is the team that you're gonna choose here?
Southfield. Again, let's talk about this matchup, right? Full Sense, the father of the machines, the one who enabled the rise of the machines, PTC. I'm talking about Full Sense, obviously, right? Looking at Full Sense, if we were just to look at this at a 2-map series without a strat book involved, just raw firepower, you know Full Sense is gonna go head on. It's not just about John Olsen going in hot too. Everybody, and I mean everybody, contributes in bunches when they have to put their foot down.
What if it's a 3-game series that we are looking at, Raf? Would you change your predictions here?
No.
No?
3-0.
Really? You know
is that your
what?
answer?
I'm just gonna go for it, and I'll just go ahead and say that you guys, I would go against you because I don't want this multiverse
Obviously.
happening right now. I would go for the team of VLT. This is the official time to actually say our predictions. For me, it is gonna be VLT. These 2 gentlemen that we have here are actually sticking with their own predictions. No matter which map they would take, is a 2-0 or a 2-1, it is gonna be Full Sense for them. I'm putting everything for Velocity Gaming right here in the panel. But enough is enough as the predictions come in. We are gonna be looking at this first game for, or rather, the 3rd series for our day, the last series for today. Actually, I'm gonna pass it on to our casters. Going here, of course, me on the Tagalog, but you guys can chill here in an English broadcast, passing it to the casters right now for our series 3.
Hi guys! What's up? Muli-muling magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Kami ang shoutcasters nyo. Ako si Radiant. Syempre, kasama ko dito si Tara as we're gonna be seeing the
Pwede
fight
na ulit
between...
mag-Tagalog, yes!
Ayan,
Dumugo yung ilong ko
comfortable
doon
na
ng
siya eh.
Salamat,
Ayan, speaking
thanks.
of... Andito siya, hindi siya traidor, kundi nag-i-English siya sa panel, nandito muli siya para i-cast ang Velocity Gaming versus Full Sense. But speaking of, let's just thank our wonderful sponsors who are really, really strong because there's a Fiber Strong, a family strong with the new G Fiber only 2,099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, you can go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. Now, balik na tayo, Tayor. Kanina nga nasayangan na ako sa inaabangan na nga nating Bleed versus Xerxia, but already happened. Dito na naman tayo sa isa pang representative from the Thai region, which is going to be Full Sense versus Velocity.
You know, me in the panel, we were talking about it anyway. Haven nga ang unang mapa natin dito at pinili ito. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, pinili ito ng VLT. At kung hindi mo nalalaman, syempre long range battle to kahit papaano. Si John Olsen pag yan na naman, gising na naman, pag dilat na naman yan. Tapos ready to take on the action, mahirap i-punish to si John Olsen.
Pero nandito na naman, yung kalaban ng lahat, si PTC!
Oo, yung walang ambag last time.
Ay,
hindi ko masabi sa panel, pero salamat, nasabi ko na din.
yung tropa mo, walang ambag sa tuwing lumalabas kayo. Ganon yan si PTC. Pero kapag nag-pop off si PTC, puring-puri. Pero di na natin makakalimutan si PTC ngayon magpakailanman. Hanggang stage 3 ata. Kahit walang stage 3, abot na abot si PTC. Pero ito na kasi sinimula naman ni John Olsen. Palong-palo na naman.
Nako, nagsimula na nga si John Olsen. Pagising niya, Valorant. Lunch niya, Valorant. Pati na rin dinner. Pero namatay na rin siya dito. No? Mukhang hindi pa nakapag-merienda. With a 4v4 situation, make that a 4v3. Lumalamang ang VLT when it comes to manpower. Pero si Amaterasu, very low on HP na rin dito. Isang ano na lang yan. Isang kalabit.
Uy, pag ginanon mo,
natisod
tapos
yan,
nagulat.
GG.
Pero babangon yan kahit matisod. Kahit masakit, kailangan mo bumangon. Pero, hindi naman na full sense. Kita mo, inag-aga si John Olsen. Kawawa naman. Nanguna pa tuloy ang Velocity. Kahit sino naman manalo dito eh.
Sabi
Wala
nga
naman
nila,
tayong
Ray,
pakialam eh.
big risk, big reward. Isipin mo kung si John Olsen nakapitas ng isa tapos hindi siya agad na shutdown doon. Mahirap para sa side ng VLT. Gusto kasi nila dito may shock factor eh. May gulat factor na tinatawag. But anyway, this is Amaterasu. 10 HP remaining but he was still able to manage to get one kill. Si The Love Fam yan. On the other hand, si PTC nasa corner lang din. 10 HP na lang, hindi pa matamaan.
Uy, tamaan nyo naman. Ito na. Sabi ko sa inyo eh. Kasi wala si Super Boss. Hindi, joke lang. Pinalitan nyo kasi. Naging 6-man. Pero dami viewers na rin ni Super Boss sa Twitch parati. Pero ba't ka tayo dito? Sabi naman, lumalaban ang Velocity sa Haven. So,
Si Amaterasu, bumaril lang siya ng bumaril doon. Bulag na siya ni PTC ha. Hindi ko maintindihan kung ba't hindi agad pinatay ni PTC at least. Pero siguro ang dami niya kasing angle na kino-cover during that time na pumasok siya. Kalain mo yun, Ray. Last series na. May araw pa.
Wow. Saya nga eh. Balita ko! Kakanta tayo mamaya. Yan. Ready na yung ano eh, Kichina dal medley. Oh, wag na wag mong sasabihin.
Handa na si
Ang
Ray
saya-saya
para
naman natin
magkaraoke
ngayon.
mamaya. Pero mukhang itong players ng Full Sense eh humahanda na rin para sa retake nila. Si John Olsen nakapitas na nga ng agad. At buy round to ng VLT ha. So this is, they have to be really careful na hindi sila maspatan talaga dito and have a better or proper post plan when it comes to this. Dahil si PTC bumulag ng isa pero he's actually on pocket na hindi makalabas at hindi makaluta ngayon. Yung ibang players dito ng VLT, low on HP na. Amaterasu caught off guard by Vivor at lumabas na nga with the recon detecting Chalala. They weren't able to punish him and take the kill. This is now a 1v1. Vivor was able to take the kill instead. A clean 2-0. Ang dami nga lang casualty.
Oo, okay na daw sabi na Full Sense. Medyo ROI pa naman sila. Kaya baka makapag-igib na gano'n din kaagad si John Olsen ng operator. Yun ba yung kailangan natin abangan ngayon? Or Velocity, talagang sila pa rin ang mananalo. Pero hindi si Deathmaker ngayon. So far ang pumapalo. Talagang nakita din natin, like mga katulad ni Right to Ways, na hindi lang dito sa matchup na to, kundi sa mga laban nila recently is doing so much. Pero ngayon, PTC ambag! 0 pa rin! Okay lang yan,
Hanggang ngayon ba
PTC.
naman?
Naiintindihan namin yung mga ganyan na bagay. Pero ito na nga, kagad si Deathmaker nakakuha na kagad ng push calling kay Shalala. Itso Kakito. Yan ang pangalan ni Shalala. Galing sa Naruto yung opening na yon. Pero ngayon as Vibor goes for a plant. Okay, may flank. Oh, John Olsen. Ambag ka din. Wala eh. Ay, umambag na si
Nakapatay
PTC.
na. Umambag na ng isa. Pero si Lamy Snacks, he's gonna go down here. D-Love Fam ang natitira with a 3v1 situation right now. Naghahanap siya dito ng pwedeng mapasukan. May rendezvous na nakaset up. Pero hindi niya pa makita kung nasan nga ba. Wala siyang Informasyon. Na English Tagalog ko na. Nahalo-halo na yung mga words ko.
Information.
Informasyon.
Ang ano yan medyo konyo na hindi. Bro, the information, bro.
The information, bro. Get it, bro. Hindi nga lang nila nakuha eh. Kaya walang idea dito si D-Love Fam kung saan niya ba sisilipin yung mga players. Maliban na lang dun sa typical kung saan mo talaga. But it was a 3v1 and 3 of the players of Full Sense or rather VLT here were wrapped around the entire base. Site.
Talagang
Agawan base ang nangyari.
Yeah. Agawan base Talagang alam mo, mahilig ako dyan sa agawan base. Pero ako yung parang hindi ako aalis ng base namin kasi ayoko ding mahuli at the same time. Pero ngayon, si Right to Ace, naghihintay lang. PTC! Uy! Ayun, nakita na niya. Nakita na niya yung may ambag. At ang bibilis ng gameplay ng dalawang teams na to, pero meron binagala muna ng VLT. Sabi nila, slow muna tayo, guys. Dapat yung mga bagay-bagay, hindi minamadali. Katulad siya! Pero speaking of, nakita nga din kagad ni John Olsen, meron pang kasamang knife na mula sa kanyang mga teammates din na sa velocity. So, kukuha lang sila ng konting information at marami pa naman silang oras, pero mukhang talaga magko-commit sila sa hindi sila takot sa commitment. At
sana all.
Oo, sana all hindi takot sa commitment.
Nanalo pa yung tignan mo si Deathmaker, oh. Nakataas lang yung kamay. Hindi nga naglalaro. Wala sa WASD. Wala siyang pakialam sa nangyayari dito. Ang gusto lang niyang gawin, patuyuin yung kamay niya ata. Doon kanina sa camera. Pero it is already at 3-0. So ibig sabihin yan, force into an economy na naman itong Full Sense. And on the other hand, even despite having that eco round, John Olsen was able to spot one and get the kill. An opening kill na makakapasok itong players ng Full Sense. On the other hand din naman as well, for VLT, they were able to take site already. Makapagplanta sila dito and they're ready for the post plant. But John Olsen was spotted by Right to Ace. Vibor nakaisa na rin. And this is VLT just holding down the fort for the post plant situation.
And your champ!
Wala pa.
Ay, wala pa pala. Sorry, akin.
Mabilis no?
Oo,
Parang may
bilis maglaro.
ata sila. Makikikaraoke ata sa atin to mamaya.
Oh, invite ko si PTC. Para sabihin ko, sana naman dito, mambag ka din. Oh, Lamy Snacks. Ambag din. Lahat ng miyembro na Full Sense.
Hindi natin nawayan kasi hindi nila kalaban Pinoy. Kaya okay lang. Ayun, okay lang yan. Sige, galingan yung lahat. Okay lang. Pero pag against sa Pinoy team natin syempre, alam mo na.
Syempre. SBE, ang tunay. May laban pa ba na? Unfortunately, wala na. Pero marami pa naman silang tournaments to come. So, abangan nyo na lang. Pero ngayon, Deathmaker! Oy! Wala pa. Kita mo yung may naririnig kaya siya dyan? Di ba naka-hoodie siya? Taas siguro na volume niyan. Kakaiba maglaro.
May muffler
Oo May buff yung ganyan pala kapag naka-hoodie ka habang naglalaro.
Kuya mo Deathmaker.
Nabubuhayan tong velocity. Full Sense, parang hindi na naman nila araw ngayon. Ito yung complicated thing. Baka matagal lang bago sila mag-heat up. Pag dyan, Olsen, wala ka naman atang natamaan doon. Ayos-ayos naman. Naka-bootcamp na nga. At ngayon, first ka din ng bootcamp na lang. Ang luwag. Parang malaking bahay. Oh, yun, nakita na nga niya kaagad si Elif. Sabi niya, tropa, sabay-sabay na tayo pumunta kaagad dito. Ngayon din. And there's just the covers coming in from Chalala. Pero sinabayan na nga din kaagad ngayon na sinasabi nating Hunter's Fury at John Olsen Siya na nga lang kagad ang natitira at mukhang si Lami Snacks isi-save na lang niya ngayon tong operator. Pero
It seems like hindi sila nagkakaroon ng ano dito, proper communication when it comes to full sense kapag nagsiswing sila para mag-retake. Because one goes down, pero yung isang susunod na kukuha sana ng trade, parang hindi niya alam kung saan manggagaling yung kalaban. So, it might be a miscom, it might be the players just assuming that he would know kung saan or close lang, pero they're not looking at it eh. So yun yung isa sa mga nagiging issue dito ng PTC or rather ni Full Sense. So sasabihin natin, look at this swing coming in. At si Chalala, dumiretso lang din siya. Pakanan o pakaliwa rather. Instead na parang hahanapin niya kung sino yung nakapatay sa harapan.
At Taylor, nakakapagod tong velocity in fairness. Ang hirap nilang talunin so far. Yung shutdown ng mabilisan, parang ganito lang din yung naging problem din ng Full Sense together with APH. Hindi lang makakip up yung APH sa speed ng Full Sense. So ang velocity, naisip nila, kailangan mas mabilis tayo kaysa sa Full Sense. Di natin bibigyan ng much impact kills John Olsen, especially under defending. So maybe this is the right time already para mag-timeout. Guys, ayusin natin yung nangyayari ngayon. At muli, baka after this time, makakapagbawi na nga ang mga taga Full Sense. Pero may araw talaga yung Full Sense na palong-palo sila, Taylor. Pero may mga araw na ganito yung nangyayari sa kanila.
Tsaka, ano eh, kaya hindi mo masabi. Isipin mo nag-champion sila ha. They also won LCQ. And sa LCQ, mas matindi yung labanan doon kasi yun na yung do or die ng lahat ng regions. And kung masisilip natin for the LCQ, of course, sila yung nakakuha nun. Kaya sila nakarating ng champions. Pero with this performance right now against one of the teams from India na typically or majority of their games are against or upon tier B teams, itong mga underdogs natin, mukhang sila pa yung nagra-rise up.
Ay, talagang daming +1-1 well improved, no? Pero tatandaan din natin na velocity kasi ang galing nila talaga sa Haven. Pinili din nila tong mapang to. Pero nagtataka lang ako kasi ang Full Sense quite talented sila dito sa Haven. And ngayon, hindi talaga sila makamake ng move at all. Yung strongholds nawawala. At ito si The Love. The Love. Okay. Unang alay, pangalawa, audition na lang. Sige po, okay lang yan. At mahirapan na lang siya ngayong actually kumuha ng exit frags and Full Sense. Ano kaya nangyayari sa Full Sense ngayon, Terror?
Di ata sila eh nag-uusap. Kasi nakita mo, napansin mo naman when it comes to doon sa dissemination ng information for Full Sense kapag pumapasok sila sa mga site or nagre-retake sila. Parang hindi talaga nila sinisilip kung saan nanggagaling yung mga gunshots na yun eh. On the other hand, when it comes to engagements, the team of VLT, they have the capability pagdating sa mga firepower. And para naman dito sa side ng Full Sense, they also have a good foundation na napag-usapan natin sa panel. It just seems like nabibitawan nila, nadodrop nila yung ball in the middle. At in this first map or in this first series, baka pampainit lang nila to.
Warm up, no? Gagawin muna na lang deathmatch or kaya the range. But Full Sense, may disadvantage na ngayon pagdating sa mga barrel player. Medyo complicated talaga to kapag hindi nila naayos talaga. Pero on the other side, velocity. Press W lang, Terror eh. Parang nag-rank game. Yung mabibilis gumalaw. Oo.
Parang uod na nilagyan ng asin. Seekers out and Sova drone out even. Just giving everything they've got right now pagdating sa mga utilities para lang talaga makapag-retake sila. The blind comes in para sa Omen na to and this is Vibor being shot down by D-Love Fam. Eco round pa rin to para sa side ng Full Sense but PTC already has that Vandal. Si Deathmaker, sinusubukan niya lang dito na i-delay at i-delay yung mga players na pumapasok on C and this is the turret, the 6-man actually doing the job for the team as well. Napasigaw na lang si Deathmaker dito. Hindi ko alam kung si Deathmaker yun kasi gumagalaw naman yung jet pero yung kamay niya wala dun sa keyboard.
Parang si ano, si Z. Hindi, oy! Ito na
Iba
naman.
ata yung player na yun, hindi ko kilala.
Si Z.
Tignan mo, si Deathmaker. Pumapatay, ito yung camera niya. Tapos pag tinaas niya yung kamay niya, kita mo, napa-atras ng gano'n, pati siya nagulat, naumpag.
Alam mo yung mga player na gano'n, ako mismo gano'n ako, Taylor, napapailag din ako habang naglalaro.
Pag may flash, mapapagano'n ka na lang talaga, mapapatingin ka sa
Aray
kaliwa.
ko Aray ko po ang mangyayari. Pero, tignan mo, hindi din parang picture lang dito si Deathmaker. Ganito ba talaga pag mga duelist, hindi gumagalaw sa facecam? Talagang 100% concentration ata ang kailangan nila. Pero ngayon, na si Health, okay. Trade-offs, good. Buto naman, nagkakila din sa Lamisnax. 3v3 ang meron tayo. Ready din kagad ang Hunter's Fury ni Lamisnax kung sakasakali. Pero, meron din kasi kasamang lockdown at hindi gagamitin ni Lamis. Ayan, ginamit niya. Luhog ka muna, Halip. Na-destroy pa kagad ngayon ng lockdown. Opportunity na ito para sa mga taga Full Sense. Pero, lilipat lang pala ang mga taga VLT dito sa may A.
Layo ng ibang mga players dito at rotations already for the side of Full Sense coming in. 7-0 na agad yung score natin, Ray. Mukhang meron ata silang mga lakad maya-maya lang.
May date to, Taylor. Sasama nga din sa atin.
Sasama to sa atin mamaya. Si Right to Ace, Vibor, they're holding their positions for the post plant. They have that recon. Speaking of shock darts, they don't have that utility kaya wala silang magagamit dito. But this is the blind coming in. Iiwas dito yung nagde-defuse ng spike but it's already halfway there. Spray and pray ang gagawin ngayon ng VLT just to make sure na hindi ma-defuse yung spike but it's already too late as Right to Ace comes in. It's already diffused.
Uy! Sa wakas, after 8 rounds, may panalo na rin ang Full Sense, Taylor. Nakakapagod. At kapag kailangan mo lang talaga makapag-keep up ng pace dito sa VLT. Pero good way dito na nakabawa si Lamisnax. Kasi kapag hindi, baka mahirapan din lalo yung Full Sense at baka matalo sila sa round na yun. So, ngayon, 7-1 na nga. PTC! Walang ambag hanggang ngayon. Nalamangan na ni Lamisnax, Taylor.
Iba na yung kalaban nila, pero parang ganun pa din. He has to step on the gas pedal right now for the team of Full Sense. At makikita mo naman, when it comes to VLT, na-overwhelm nila dito ng sobra-sobra yung Full Sense. Just the firepower is more than enough to actually punish the players na hindi prepared. John Olsen has that operator and I think Full Sense really work as a team, especially kapag mga slow plays ang mga kalaban nila dito. But in a fast-paced gameplay like this, style like this coming in from VLT, are they prepared for that?
Yeah, that's the biggest question that Velocity has to face, but here it is. Helif, waiting lang ngayon na may mapitas, pero ang laki ng pressure na binibigay ng Full Sense. So, pero medyo ino-overthink ng VLT. Pero ito yung nangyayari kapag wala ka pa talagang information gano sa kalaban mo. Pero on the other side, Full Sense, ibibigay nila yung site most likely sa Velocity here in B. Kasi
30 seconds left.
sobrang dali talaga mag-retake sa C and B sides. Sa A talaga doon tayo medyo magiging complicated, diba? Ang daming covers na pabor sa attacking side pagdating sa post plant. Pero here it is. Yung spike na plant na nga at kailangan dito i-pick off ni John Olsen. Yung isang naghihintay sa kanila, that's going to be Helif. Ngayon, pulse off. Ano nangyari? Bakit pumasok kagad? Pero okay lang! Sabi ni John Olsen, oof! Mamawabang, pero baka wag niyo sabihin magiging clutch pa ni Vibor. Oh my goodness!
Oh my God! What a clutch!
He got it! The Vera Esports clutch moment of the game! Ano yun? Pinag-audition inside the smoke ang mga miyembro ng Full Sense, yo!
Grabe si Vibor dito. Galit na galit. Ayaw magpa-defuse. Isipin mo, si John Olsen, tinapatan mo talaga ng mga dry picks lang. Okay lang, para sa kanya, hindi siya takot sa mga nararamdaman nyo. Tapos yung iba, nagde-defuse pa nung spike. So he had to hop out on that to check if nagde-defuse talaga. But this was Vibor, not even scared to repeat. Pati sila nagulat dun sa clutch. Nalaki yung mga mata nila. Sabi nila, what?
Nande?
Nande, oh? Hindi ko alam
Nande,
eh.
oh?
Hindi ako marunong magsalita nung lengguwahe nila, kaya yun na lang muna. Pero si Raito is just very much on point. They are so confident right now for the side of VLT. At talagang umuubos dahil nga alam din nila na eco naman.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. Anong kinain ng velocity ngayon? Bakit sila
Masarap.
pala? Alam mo,
Sarap pa mga street food dyan sa balita ko sa India. Solid dyan. Nakarating na dyan sina Asuray kasi nag-cast sila one time. Pinalipad ang kanilang team para mag-cast.
Marami ako nakitang food trip nga sa Facebook dito sa
diba? Sa India.
Masarap
Hindi ko lang
puro
sure
alam mo
kung
yung yung timeline ko puro ganun.
Pagkain. Wala nang bago, Ray. Nagulat ka pa na puro pagkain yung timeline mo. But
puro yung
itong confidence boost na nagmumula sa VLT is just overpowering what Fullsense can actually do as a team.
And this is the way to actually shut down a Fullsense, to be honest. And tinatanggalan nila kagad ng momentum John Olsen, di siya nagpa-pop off. Pero ngayon na sinamahan, may matutuhog ba kagad ang Hunter's Fury? Uy! Inalagan lang. At ngayon, 4v3. Pero may ine-expect pa kaya mga taga-Fullsense. Nice trades coming in from them and you only have one left. Deathmaker. Na ganyan ang kanyang headset sa kanyang hoodie. Ngayon lang ako nakakita ng ganyan. Kaya yan ang tinatawag na buff. Tignan mo, talaga finokusan niya Taylor. And PTC takes him down. Umambag na din sa wakas si PTC. At 9-2. Pwede ba tong 9-3 curse? Or talagang it's just velocity gaming all over again?
Pwede. Pwede pa. Kaya pa. Kailangan lang nila masagot dito yung overwhelming capability to frag out for the side of VLT right now. Nagugulat kasi sila kung ano yung kakayanan pala ng team na to. They are pretty much on point when it comes to engagements pagdating doon sa mga firepower nila. At when it comes to even post-plant situation, if you can clutch it, then what's gonna happen for Fullsense? Mauubos at mauubos lang din sila dito. So it's not really about right now for the strategy but also making part of doon sa mga engagements. This is finally happening for Fullsense right now. They were able to utilize those flashes to actually peek out with the help of John Olsen. Sumilit na rin sila dito at may trade-off din nakasama. And this is the beauty of having a retrade or refrag. Kinagat lang para matapos. 30 HP din yan.
Sabi rin.
Sakmal nagkarabis.
Ay, nako po. Aray ko.
Sorry sa'yo.
1 second, please.
Sa sobrang
9-3 ang ating score at si Ray Ray parang nakagat ata ng Trailblazer, mga kaibigan. Napakaray na lang siya doon.
Nakagat ako dito. Ang sakit. Tugyong pa ako sa table. Ito na nga, balik na nga. Sa sobrang intense ni PTC.
Nakarating
kumagat
hanggang
din siya sa
Pilipinas.
Oo. Alam mo, okay lang yung PTC kung may pinagdadaanan ka. Naiintindihan ka namin. Ayan. Uy, pero in fairness, pogi yan si PTC. Huwag yung ganyanin yan. Type ko yan
Grabe ka
pero,
naman.
ang mga
Nagka-cast
type ko
lang.
talaga.
Valorant lang. Walang anuhan.
Walang tanong. Share ko lang na nagwapuhan ako dyan. Pero pinakagwapo sa lahat, Taylor, para sa akin, si 5K talaga.
Si 5K? Sino yun?
5K pesos. Hindi. Si 5K lang ang team na to. Sa Korean team. Yan. Yun
Kala
talagang-
ko si si Shiro
si Shiro. Pero ang gusto ko talaga mga controller mates. Yan.
Wow.
Mahilig
ka doon sa mga may saki-saki. Gravity well. Pinupul ka, papalapit sa kanila. Gusto mo ba yun?
Gusto ko may Viper Spit, bro.
Pero going back here, this is already the first half being done and over with. Magsiswitch na nga ng side. And actually, for the side of VLT, Deathmaker is one of their most consistent players on the team. So, looking at stats right now, even from the previous games, isa siya sa mga pinaka-consistent on getting those frags. Kaso nga lang ngayon, parang inaagaw ni na Vibor, tsaka ni na Right 2 Ace, tsaka nitong kanilang Killjoy din, no? At makikita mo yan, Ray, mamaya kapag nag-pop off to si Deathmaker.
Ayo.
Wala pa yan, hindi pa yan ang huling formation.
Ano pa lang yan? Level 1.
Level 1 pa lang yan, hindi pa yan yung boss battle.
At ngayon, ang Velocity, pag nanalo sila dito, say hello to split na lang talaga. At ngayon, okay, suppress ang mga miyembro kagad ng full sets. I think ang mahirap din talaga dito with that KO versus Sky, you're seeing sometimes yung mga upper hands ng may KO ka kesa sa may Sky ka, and that's really something also. But then, uy! Ano yun? Headshot. So, ayan na ata siya. Isang daan na kagad. Oh, nakaano pa yung ano eh. Sa bibig eh. Okay, Deathmaker. Parang isang kamay lang ata ginagamit nito. Press W lang. Tapos hindi na nagmamouse. Kasi kayang-kaya naman daw niya pumatay kahit isang kamay lang ginagamit yan. Si Lami Snacks gets it. And Shalalay, bumabawi ang mga miyembro ng Full Sense. Ay, naku po. Down to 2v2. Together with Shalala, ano ba ang pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Full Sense dahil nasa attacking sila and they need to plant the spike.
Naglabanan sila dito sa mid, nagpa-chat na lang sila ng all mid tayo, sabay patayan. Pero ang maganda dito is still a 2v2. But very low in HP right now is the Love family. At least meron siya ditong headhunter na pwedeng gamitin. Masakit ang damage niyan. And it's still a pistol round if you can assume this would be Full Sense actually detecting some of the players or one of the players of VLT. With that trap being detected, ibig sabihin yan na ma-force silang mag-rotate sa A. Ang hindi nila alam, nag-aabang lang din with their own set of traps itong Killjoy. And this is Hell FF getting that first kill and he's waiting. Nag-aantay siya sa rotation ng kakampi niya. Di siya dito magpapasindak. Sabi niya, hindi muna ako sisilip. Aantayin ko na ma-detect ng drone to bago tayo pumasok. There goes the detection, but Chalala was able to get him instead. Shock dart coming in. Hindi bumawas. 100 HP pa rin si Quemo Chalala, but he hops out, not getting any damage at all para dito sa kanyang side. And the shock dart is gonna hurt, but it's not enough to actually take the kill. Chalala with a 4K.
Grabe ka naman, Chalala. Tama ba ako, Taylor? Kung natalo yung Full Sense, maglo-lower bracket sila. Tama ba ako?
Oo.
Kalaban nila ang SBE. Muli.
Mapapalaban sila doon.
Dapat Velocity ang makalaban ng ng SBE. Kasi wala lang, trip ko lang. Wag na yung Full Sense.
Hindi sila makapalag sa Full Sense eh. Malakas tong team na to eh. But it just goes to show, ibig sabihin, VLT, mas malakas nga ba sila sa Full Sense? At binibigla tayo ng team na to. Unexpectedly, they are really in a big lead right now. And Deathmaker, masisilip siya. Maybe he can spawn one, but the shot wouldn't connect. Tutulong si Right to A. Sabi niya, ako naman, pasilip naman, pasama naman dyan, PTC. At saka itong si Lami Snacks, sumashock dart na rin. At pupush na to, onti na lang, Ray. Oh, na-double kill from the shock dart.
Si John Olsen, no?
Puro utility kills.
Grabe naman mga taga Full Sense. Di na iniscope pa ni John Olsen, no? At muli, Vibhor na lang ang natitira. At kaya Vibhor ang kanyang name. Tumalon.
Wow!
Si John Olsen sa sobrang palong-palong, di niya kailangan ng di niya kailangan ng scope, Terror.
Kaya nga eh, no scope lang, tapos 360 pang kasama. Umiikot-ikot pa to si kuya mo John Olsen. Feeling ko gising na sila eh.
Okay na ata. Ang mga katulad ng Full Sense, Terror 5-9. Makakita ba tayo nice score? Tignan natin Medyo Pero alam mo, ang ganda ng bootcamp ng Full Sense. So, naiingit ako eh. Ang luwag talaga. Ito si D. Magkamukha sila ni parang kapatid niya ata si Oo.
Kamukha sila ni Dabay.
Oo nga eh. Yan talaga, pag mga magagaling mag-Valorant, magkakamukha. Ganun pala yun. So magkamukha tayo.
Kaya pala medyo hawig ako kay Tense. Ganon eh, no? Kaya pala medyo may hawig ako kay Tense, man. Pero this is John Olsen doing his magic right now on B side. Nagbabato na rin ng granada. Kaso nga lang, medyo naguluhan siya kung sinong una niyang babarilin doon. Si Amaterasu ba o si Vibor? But this is D also popping up. Pati siya naguluhan din.
Litong-lito, no? Ako'y litong-lito! PTC! Tatama ba ang kanya, chef? Oh, hula! Miss Dax! Ang ginagawa. Ay, ang cute naman ng hairstyle niya. Parang sa Okay, di ko nasabihin. Ganyan hairstyle ata ni Pico eh. At ngayon, si Lamis Nax na lang ang natitira. Will he be able to get the clutch? Knowing na low on HP si Amaterasu tsaka si Vibor. Oh no, he spots si Amaterasu and alam nilang low si Vibor. Okay.
Recon, walang naspatan dito. Kailangan lang gawin dito ni Vibor is to actually win the engagement. Kung kakayanin niya, meron siyang utility na pwedeng gamitin. He has the smoke. He also have the blind as well. Ipi-pre-fire nga ba ni Lamis? Nax! Nakuha pa ni Vibor! And that would be a clutch for here. Siya ang nakapag-clutch dito ng 2 beses now when it comes worst to worst in a situation like this. That is the probably the Vera Esports clutch moment of the game, pero hindi lalabas yun. Pero sa tingin ko, napaka-importanting round nun mula sa para sa VLT rather. Napa-timeout. Ito na yung time.
Time out. 5-10. At dangerous to. Full sense kung hindi nila aayusin ang mga pangyayari. Well, usually sa Haven based lang sa mga laro nga talaga ng full sense. PTC has been the guy who's been popping off, especially with his Sky. Iba yung connection nila ni John Olsen. Pero ngayon, parang recently Taylor, no? Yung performance ni PTC, hindi ganun as what we expect coming from him, di ba? Dati talaga, sobrang nagpa-pop off siya. Pero tingnan natin, baka talagang may mga members din ng full sense na nag-improve. At okay lang yun.
VLT ang nag-timeout. Sabi nila, sige na nga, pag ayaw mag-timeout ng mga to, kami na lang para makapagplano naman kayo ng matino. Kami nang
Tatlo na lang
bahala.
Tatlo na lang. At Taylor, tatandaan natin parehas na team sa to magaling sa Haven. At parehas na team sa to magaling sa split. So may pag-asang ma-2-0 ng velocity ata tong full sense kung saan.
Kung sakasakali man, kung mapagana ng VLT yung kanilang mga pinaplano. But it seems like for full sense, slowly they're taking control of these rounds that we are looking at. Sadyang na-clutch lang talaga ni Vibor kanina. Nauna siya doon sa angle na yun. Actually, akala ko nga, ang full sense pa yung makakakuha ng angulo na yun eh. This is the orb contest coming in mula sa full sense. They don't wanna let them take that orb at vulnerable nga dito. Kailangan umatras ni Deathmaker kahit papaano. But this is right now for the side of VLT. Nagpapalitan lang sila ng mga baril dito. This drone will probably detect one player, but the information is disseminated, given away with the ultimate of the KO coming in. Hindi agad-agad sila makakapasok dito. Masakit yan! John Olsen is forced out of his position, but he was still able to take the kill. They can use up a smoke and do the rest.
May heal pa naman din galing kay PTC. And speaking of, here it is, an opener coming in from Lamis Nax para lang sa kanyang Hunter's Fury, and that's a space. So, ang nanggagaling kay John Olsen as he gets the tap. At ngayon, 4 na lang muli ang nanggagaling sa velocity at mukhang ayaw na i-risk ba ng full sense sa pag-push pero nga lang may naghihintay sa kanila. Tatandaan natin.
Sandwich na sila dito.
Si Health.
Si Hell, nag-aabang na on window B. Kung sakali mangiikot sila at lalabas sila dito, medyo delicate yan. But on the other hand, look at the positioning of the players here of VLT. Alam nila na may tawa ni A-Main kanina, but the most important thing that they should actually take a look at is actually A short. Kasi pag may pumasok naman on A-Main, iisa lang ang pupuntahan yan. Dito lang din yan pupunta lahat. Mag-iingay din yan mga players na yan. Vibor was able to use that utility very, very well. The blind comes in. This is the pistol. Nabawasan niya pa si The Love Fam. 1 second remaining to plant the spike. He's not gonna be able to do it, and it's a round for VLT yet again. Ang ganda na laban na to
Ay. Ewan ko, parang ang saya ng... parang ang good mood natin ngayon. Diba?
Siyempre.
Oo!
Ano na may birthday
talaga.
kasi dito.
Oo!
Sarap
Excited
ang
na
ulam
ako Nag-warm up na ako, Taylor. Kata, bakit nga ba mahal kita?
Yan.
Kahit na may mahal ka ng iba. Baliw na baliw ako sa'yo.
Tinuloy pa talaga. Ni Ray.
Oo. Sorry akin. Ma-excited lang ako. Tsaka makita kayo. Sawang-sawa na ako sa mukha ni Dax Parati ko nakikita Oh! John Olsen.
What a kill from John Olsen. Gandang opening.
Unexpected yun
Di mo na-expect yun. Isipin mo, sisilip ka ng A-long, may tao sa taas. But as a pro player, you would definitely expect it. Lalo na kapag may Blade Storm na. Nakikita naman yan eh. But the traps are being set by VLT here. John Olsen with the opening kills right now with the triple, with the quadra. Looking to find the other remaining player here para makapitas naman na makuha niya yung inaasam niyang ace at ma-post na sa Facebook at gawing cover photo.
Spike planted.
Mo si Deathmaker oh. Naglalaro yan, hindi nakakabit sa keyboard yung kamay. Pero
baka
hindi si
mali.
Deathmaker yun.
Mali si
Mali
Deathmaker yun.
Magtaka ka, no? Hindi siya, yung kamay niya wala sa mouse keyboard, tapos nagdadasal lang siya, G na G, tapos gumagalaw yung character. Hoy! Nahuli pa si John Olsen doon.
At, medyo, uy! Full sense. Shalalala. Gets a Deathmaker. And that's it. Humahabol. 5 pa kailangan habulin ng full sense at ready na kagad. Yung iba na lang ultimate to take down the members of of Velocity. But then on the other side, ang mga taga Velocity, waiting pa tayo sa pwedeng mangyari dahil 2 na lang. At tayo mong syempreng titigil ang mundo sa 11 lang. Dapat kailangan nila makuha tong win na to. Kasi pwede nga nilang maipanalo ang split. And biro mo, may kita natin tong team na to na mag-a-advance na kagad. Diba? Oh no!
Uy,
Nakagat si
nakagat?
Deathmaker. And natuhog ni John Olsen halos. Si Deathmaker. 3K. Eto na nga ata. Nag-warm up lang si John Olsen sa first 15 rounds. Ngayon, mainit na siya. Terror, hindi na nag-whiff. Parang konting pitik lang ang bawas sa kanya ngayon. Oh no!
Kailangan pa rin mag-ano dito. Ang ganda na ng mga pasukan ni John Olsen. Another 4K for him. It was an eco for the side of VLT. But honestly, na-realize ng full sense dito that John Olsen, we can work around him as a team. Hindi to John Olsen and friends because when you actually take a look dun sa mga utilities na ginagamit ng full sense, nakakapitalize nila yung mga blind na yan, no? And makikita mo rin talaga when how they smoke it off and the pulls that they're doing para lang ma-orb contest. So the usage of utilities is there for full sense. John Olsen gets the kill, but what happens if John Olsen is actually shut down?
Was, parate lang ba kay John Olsen at Lamy Snacks at Shalala tayo talagang aasa? PTC din also, medyo nag-aalangan para sa ginagawa niya. And at least may seeker siya na pwede na lang sabayan. But here it is, a full buy coming in from Velocity once again. And looking at it, kapag nabawasan na naman ng isang miyembro ang full sense, magiging grabe talaga to at baka may mapitas na naman. Pero si John Olsen naghihintay lang din kagad. Is it time already to move along A? But then they will use the Seekers just to be able to get a fallout of information. Pero pushback sila ngayon, Terror eh. Hindi talaga sila makapag-push. Walang nangyayari.
Atras lang muna dito. They're just playing default for the side of full sense right now, deciding where to go or what side to actually take. Pero mukhang si Deathmaker, meron nata siyang information na nakuha doon. And he's just gonna updraft on this box and wait and see kung meron mang magpipeek out at kung may lalabas. But because of this ultimate coming in from before, that just gives away the position of the team. Right now, for full sense, bumaba si Kuya mo Deathmaker. Timing is right for PTC. John Olsen dashes in and PTC was able to take another kill right to ace. May na-shutdown siyang isa bago siya mamatay. But in a 4v3 situation, they can still make this happen. Wala namang ultimate to actually stop the Killjoy lockdown, but they might use or they can use the shock darts to actually destroy it. Pero hindi yata nabasag yung ano na yan, yung ultimate na yan. There's no one detained actually in a 3v2 situation. Alam naman natin ang clutch potential ng isang Vibor. Gagana nga ba for this round?
Oh no, si Vibor pa mga kabawas. And Shalala still saves the day. Kinabahan ako doon. Full sense. Bumabawi na nga sila. Utilizing everything. Actually connecting it already there. At I think, yan yung kailangan nila. Get the confidence. Kasi kanina, hindi talaga nagko-connect lahat. It seems like they're really struggling with something. And finally, they're far more comfortable with it already. Walang reckless plays na. Dahil dalawa na lang. Velocity can actually take this map into their hands. And ayaw syempre i-allow ng full sense yun. Especially ang dami nag-e-expect na full sense might actually win this with a clean 2-0, di ba?
Definitely. Pati yung panelist natin na yun ang pinaniniwalaan na magiging 2-0 nga to. But this is Deathmaker. Frenzy versus Frenzy. Yung nangyari doon, and Deathmaker was able to secure the kill. This is an eco forced upon the hands of VLT. They have to make it work. If ever, kung mapapagana nila to despite being on an eco advantage, or disadvantage rather, then they're gonna reach match point. For full sense, clearing corners lang ang gagawin nila, but they know there is someone close in the tap to the head. Mula kay LFF, the blind comes in and another tap as well to get that 2K. 3v2 situation na ngayon with the Love Fam and Lami Snacks alive and kicking. They want to take side and have complete control over it. The spike is now being planted para kay Lami Snacks, holding the positions right now. That shock dart wouldn't connect any longer dahil na-delay na ng kaunti, but Lami Snacks, the only man remaining, detected by the Soba drone. He hops out and gets the kill in a very fashionable manner, a 9-11 score.
Sheesh. Comeback is waving ata talaga, Taylor. Ako naniniwala ako sa comeback sa Valorant. Pero sa totoong buhay, medyo ibang question na yon. Kaso ngayon, Lami Snacks, sobrang nag-pop off. Kung kailan kailangan mo si Lami Snacks, nandun siya parati and is really prepared for it. And finally, mag-i-eco most likely ang mga katulad ng Velocity. So may pag-asa nga talagang maging 11-11 to, or maipapako na ba sa 11 yan against Full Sense. And knowing na tatlong ultimates ay ready na sa Full Sense, they will really capitalize on that just to see yung pwedeng mangyari against sa Velocity. Pero meron pa palang pera mga taga-Velocity. So kung natalo na sila dito, sa next round sila mag-i-eco. So dangerous thing talaga to. And now or never, just to be able to come up with that match point na.
Isa na lang kailangan ng VLT para sa match point just to secure na it's either an overtime or actually a win for the team. So ang importante para sa kanila, ang focus nila ay makarating doon sa 12 scoreline para ma-secure na yan. On the other hand naman, para kay John Olsen, hawak niya ang operator kanina, pero mukhang pinasa niya to kay The Love Fam. This recon will detect held FF, but it was shut down immediately. Wala rin namang follow-up na nanggaling sa players ng Full Sense to actually take control of the site. Si Hell, alam niya ata dito na magpa-flash muna bago pumasok, and this flash wouldn't connect to him if ever, but nowhere to run with the Saki coming in. BLT LF, meron siya dito plano, and it definitely worked in that corner, pero na-shutdown din siya agad-agad. Now in a 4v2, si Deathmaker may operator din sa kanyang kamay. Si Vibor naman ang napakalaking clutch potential na kayang gawin for the team of BLT. Will they actually try or maybe just save these guns?
Kung ako, save ko na lang yan. Kung ako yan, nasa VLT, save ko na lang yung mga kagamitan ko. Dahil mahirap na kung magpapabawas pa ako dahil next round, maybe. Much of an impact against Full Sense, pero man, I can't believe na it's gonna be the 9-3 curse talaga kung tutuusin. And maraming moments sa Haven na nakita tayo ng ganun. Although nanalo din naman ng Velocity sa ibang mga rounds, like 2 rounds so far in the second half, the amount of re-hit na meron ng Full Sense, nandun na eh. They're actually getting it. At yan yung importanteng bagay na dapat ginagawa ng Full Sense kahit mahirap yung mga sitwasyon. Pero ito, napapansin ko lahat kayo gustong-gusto ang Celestial Knife, and I gotta agree. Ganda kasi, di ba? Pag
yung pamaypay ba yan?
Oo, pamaypay. Pampaswerte yan balita ko.
Ganun ba yun?
Oo, may kilala ko sinadjust ko sa kanya. Tiro, sinadjust ko, gamit ka nga ng Celestial Knife. Ginamit nga niya. Hanggang ngayon, ginagamit niya pa rin. Pampanalo talaga yan Kaya, kung ako sa inyo, magse-Celestial fan na ako. As ihampas ko yan.
Hindi naman lumalabas sa store. Paano ba yun?
Binili ko yun ng pagkalabas sa store ko, mahal
Wala kasi kaming Arep, di kagaya mo, Ray.
Ay, nako po. Ano lang to Inutang ko lang to.
Inutang para makabili ng skin no?
And then, hindi tayo ganun, guys. Dapat marunong tayo mag-handle ng finances.
Wow!
Sis!
Ray nga pala, financial advisor. Yun pala yung susunod mong intro no?
Oo.
Susubukan mo na maging kliyente si Taylor.
Pero totoo yun, guys, sa mga di magaling mag-ipon ng pera. Pero kung may reason naman ba't di kayo nakakapag-ipon, okay lang, di ba? Okay lang yan, guys. Pera nyo naman yan. And it's your life. Your life, your rules.
It's your life. It's now or never.
Di ba? Nagwa-warm up na kami. Mamaya
sorry,
excited na
sorry.
din ako sa You're Still the One by Shania Twain eh. Mga ganon. Tsaka sa Narda, si Phil kakanta ng Narda.
Matik.
Oo.
10-11 na comeback pa ata dito ng full sets itong VLT. Yung kaninang oozing with confidence na VLT. They can't figure out how to actually stop full sets on their toes. Well utilized ang kanilang mga skills dito. Especially those like drones, yung kanilang mga gravity well, pati na rin yung dog or yung trailblazer na tinatawag natin para kay PTC. Na-utilize nila yan na maayos to actually take information. They're playing information game here. At ito na nga si PTC with the trailblazer. Naghahanap lang ng pwedeng makagat. Nakadalawang kills na siya dito eh. Dahil lang sa trailblazer.
Natatawa ako, Taylor. Kamukha daw ni John Olsen si Jano Gibbs.
Hindi ko makita naka-side view kasi.
Oh!
There you go. The utilization of skills and utilities. The Love Fam was actually able to take those 2 kills.
Ako, Velocity, ang hirap na. Pag confident na yung kalaban nyo. Mabibigay talaga tong round na to sa full set. Save nga ba ulit? Ang pwedeng mangyari. Okay, there's a Amaterasu for the flank. Oh, dito mama. Alam na ni PTC kung saan yung isang miyembro. So, alam na din kung nasaan si Amaterasu. At si Right to Ace na lang kagad ang hinihintay nila. Pero looks like it's just gonna be 2 members kagad pagdating sa Velocity na naglalaro. And finally, Dami Snacks together with Shala that was able to finish them out. And Deathmaker save ulit. Kailangan na lang isave ng isave yan. Kasi magiging 11-11 na nga ang score. And if Velocity loses the next round, you know that's gonna be just them stuck in 11 against Full Sense. 13-11 to most likely. Baka.
Yun nga eh. Make a wish na, sabi dito, ng supporters tsaka mga players ng VLT. But just to take a look on how well utilized yung mga mga skills ni... Sino ba yun? Si PTC. No, the Trailblazer hopping out. No one, no information. But they actually used the Seekers out. Dahil sa Seekers na yon and the blind as well, it connected to one of the players which is Hell FF. At lumabas din on that smoke na nagmula kay Chalala, itong isang player din na nagmumula sa VLT. And because of that, Seekers, na busy siya tumingin doon. Kaya nahuli nila yung 2 players on Garage immediately. Na-figure out nila kanina kasi, Ray, di sila makalaban na pure engagement lang eh. Ngayon, na-realize nila na maybe if we use yung mga blind, kalain mo yun, naisip nila yung gamitin yung mga blind. Para umentry.
Alam mo yung basic yet very impact, yung malaking yung impact kagad ng ginagawa ng Full Sense. Pero as for Velocity, biglang nawala lahat eh. I think, especially sa mga teams na kailangan i-close out ang isang series, sila pa minsan yung nape-pressure. And feel ko ganun na nangyari sa Velocity. May mga konting doubts, but I think right now, is this the sign? Kasama na nga kagad ang Hunter Spear ni Right to Ace. May matatamaan ba siya? Instead, naging hello kay John Olsen yun. And mukhang after him popping off that, it is the sign to already go sa Ace. And oh! Timing! Nakita kagad yung helmet ni Keo. Okay, buti na lang tumalo ng onti doon. Si D, and 2 na lang kagad natitira. Si Deathmaker na lang together with Right to Ace going up against 4 members. And this is the most complicated part. Makakapag-retake ba sila? Dahil operator ang hawak dito ni Deathmaker and si Right to Ace, medyo paglalaruan na lang sila ng mga miyembro ng Full Sense.
Kaya nga nang sabi mo kanina, Ray, if they actually lost this operator, they're not gonna have enough money to buy one for the next. At pati na rin dito si Right to Ace, but he was able to actually get 1 kill. Maybe this is winnable for him. The recon comes in as well. And this is the players of FS just waiting and wrapping around the corner. Habang itong very low on HP, si PTC manggagaling sa link, and he was able to spot Right to Ace before he actually tries defusing the spike. Comeback is real. Yan ang sabi ng Full Sense dito. With a 12 score, it means match point na sila.
Si PTC. Umambag ah.
Bilis
Yun, no?
ng switch ng kamay nila, no? Bilis
Oo.
mag-swipe.
30 seconds left.
Oo, ang ganda talaga ng mga kamay ng mga Valorant players.
Mabibilis?
Kaya, mabibilis.
Bilis mag-swing-swing ng mga ganun eh.
Oo. Oo, may iba sa kanila speed eh. Speed lang. Di mo alam. Basta yun. 12-11. Siya na lang. Full sense comeback talaga is real. At naniniwala ako na itong full sense, kahit mahirap yung sitwasyon, nakakabawi sila. We've seen this last time sa LCQ. Mga kalaban nila na 9-3 sila. Tapos biglang wala talagang walang nangyari. Nakahabol yung full sense all the way eh. So, nakikita natin yung amount of mental fortitude ng full sense pagdating sa mga sitwasyon na tambak sila. They're able to handle it.
Kaya bang i-handle pa ng VLT? Yun yung tanong. Nagsasalitan lang ng mga baril tong mga players. Good communication. Not dropping the gun would mean not giving out the information as well. Pero si Health, nakuha niya na actually dahil nga because of that turret, na na-detect yung mga players on Garage. So, dissemination of information ang nangyayari ngayon with VLT. Still a triple or duo stack on C. Habang yung isa ay nag-aantay lang din on CT. Habang itong dalawang players ay nagko-crossfire sa Valorant. They all know the recon was used and this is the blind coming in. Hindi siya maka-trade off dahil wala nga siyang makita. And now before, he was just shut down immediately. The decision coming in from Full Sense to take control of another site instead. Maririnig to at pwedeng ma-cut off actually ni Hell. Kaso nga lang, this is Lami Snacks sa lisigang. Oh my God! Buti nakita niya pa. With 12 seconds remaining to plant the spike, they need to tank up the damage. Wala naman sila matatangke dahil sakto-sakto lang din para sa Nano Swarm na yan. With 5 seconds remaining, all they have to do is just stop them on their toes. But the spike is now planted in a 2v1.
Oy! Ayusin mo, PTC! Si Lami Stacks, may ambag na ikaw na lang wala! Baka mapatay pa siya. Okay. Oh no! PTC ang alanganin kasi na gano'n na pwesto.
Huli
And
ka!
now, alam na kagad kung saan manggagaling ang mga si Right to Ace. Okay, ito ang totoong Sova diff ba ang mangyayari? Oof, hindi niya bibitawan to.
Wala na siyang shock dart.
Oh no!
Tinuloy lang! Pro fake! Oh my God, Lami Snacks!
Lami Snacks!
Overtime!
Oy! Nande!
I think nasaktuhan habang nag-utility siya. Hindi niya na narinig yung pag-tap ng spike. So, akala niya hindi pa nagde-defuse. I don't know what happened there, pero yun ang estimate ko. Kasi he's not reacting at all. Wala man lang peek. Tingnan natin sa replay. Baka mapansin natin sa replay eh. So,
hindi niya narinig.
This is Right to Ace. Spotting PTC first. May isang shock dart na hindi na pinakita. May isang shock dart na nagamit si Lami Snacks doon at iisa na lang yung natitira niyang shock dart. If it was 2, then it would be an immediate kill actually because the shock dart connected the first time around and the second time they weren't scared on trying to defuse the spike. Tinuloy na lang at tinap nila talaga. And welcome sa ating first overtime.
OT na naman pag ako?
Oo. Pag kami
Ano
ni
ba naman
Vil,
to?
pag kami ni Vil nagkakast, matik 2-0 agad. Wala nang game.
Ang lungkot! Ang pain naman nung sa akin. Okay. Pero buti nakatulog ako ng very, very slight eh. Tapos tinawagan ako ni Derek.
Mas mahirap
Oy,
hindi magising, di ba?
Ay, oo.
Be thankful.
Oo, kailangan ko pang, magkakaraoke tayo mamaya, Dancing Queen. Pang tita, top of the world. Ten, 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 ten. I-intro na kagad. Pero, Full Sense, hihintay lang sila ngayon. Parang namamind games yung velocity ah. Ako na magsasabi ng info. Oh, isa lang tao sa B, si PTC. At yung, ito nga lang, hard stock sa mga taga Full Sense dito sa seaside. So medyo complicated to pag kinain ng velocity dahil wala na silang oras eh. But on the other side, ano nangyayari sa kanila? Ang dami kasing utilities ng... Actually, nagtataka ako kasi pwede na silang mag-B eh. Pero ang hirap eh. Na okay, nag-A na lang sila. Retake is on to the side of Full Sense. And let's see if they'll be able to manage that. Pulse of the recon. Kinuha na nga kagad yung Saki-Saki. Pero nga lang, Here it goes. Magiging malinis ba ang pagpunta ng full sense dito sa A site? Dahil complicated to may flash pa naman na isa si PTC. Pwede na lang sabayan to. But then currently suppress. Saktuhan na nga kagad with the knife. But here it goes. Paranoia also is there. The crossfires of Velocity is doing it. John Olsen makes it. Nakakapagbawa sila pa isa-isa. And ngayon, yung time is ticking. And John Olsen is doing it. Health na lang kagad ang natitira. At wala siya. Nagagaling lang siya sa likod. At walang pakialam mga member ng full sense dito.
Nothing else to do but to die because there's nothing or no sense in saving the gun obviously dahil nga pag nag-switch naman ng sides yan mawawala lang naman din yung mga barrel na hawak nyo. On the other hand, for full sense, such a good take mula sa VLT or rather such a good answer towards VLT. Nagamit nila maayos yung again, the blind or the guiding light. And even the pop flashes, especially if you're using a KO, that's the problem of other teams During the time na sumikat yung KO na maraming gumagamit talaga, ang dali kasing iwasan ng pop flash niya before because once you see someone throwing it out, hindi naman yan sasabog agad. So they can actually try and hide or maybe even turn their backs in. Hindi kagaya ng mga guiding light na pwede mong i-control kung kailan magpa-pop. You can actually even use it as a fake but not with a KO.
Gosh. After ilang tries, ngayon lang naisipan din talaga ng Velocity sa last. Actually, panalo na talaga full sense dun Kaya ngayon, nasa kanila pa rin yung momentum even if nag-overtime. Medyo mahirap talaga sa Velocity yung nangyari sa kanila all throughout those rounds. Very draining talaga. So, komplikado talaga sa sa Velocity to. Lalong-lalo na ngayon. Match point na. Sana lang, full sense will be getting this Haven map na pinili nga ng Velocity. But as we start, John Olsen, baka mag-get that 30 bro pa na to Get a 30 bro. Oh, Deathmaker magpapaka-aggressive na ito. But there's just a trade coming in from Shalala. And right now, medyo sasabihin na full sense dito. Hindi na sila mag-push. Ay, nakay PTC ang sagot. Oh, wala sila dyan. PTC. Oh no, hindi nila alam na merong isa. Oh, always. Guns out. Something they didn't expect. Nakonkas pa nga, kinagat ngayon at health na lang. GG's.
Papa-type na lang talaga. That was the round and that is full sense taking game number 1. We went all throughout sa overtime but still, they were able to take it back. It wasn't easy at all. Lalo na yung simula nung first series na yun or rather nung first half natin, it was a 7-0 and in the favor of VLT. So ibig sabihin ang taas na nung lamang nila dito against the other team which is Full Sense, but it seems like napigilan sila Once na nagbago yung strat dito ng Full Sense, na-realize nila, you know what, let's play around John Olsen here, which is probably gonna be the MVP of the team as we say it. 28 kills siya dito, 1.6 KD in a 304 combat score. They were able to play around the John Olsen using the utilities fairly well for their side in doing retakes and taking the plant or even the post-plant situation as well. So magandang pangitain to para sa side ng Full Sense pero nakakatakot din for VLT.
Yan. Biruin mo, 9-3 ang pinakasimula. Hindi man lang nakagalaw ang Full Sense altogether. That's the bright side that we can see. But then, we already know. Bakit nga ba pinipili ng Velocity itong Haven pagdating sa going up against such a strong team like Full Sense? But once that si John Olsen magiging comfortable na talaga siya with the entry stair, I think it's the problem na naman ng Velocity has to take care of. And nakita nga natin, nag-manifest nga siya ngayon din sa laban na ito. But on the other side, the consistency ng Velocity nandun sa start. Pero nung nasa defending na sila and sa mga retakes, wala tayo nakitang sobrang clean na retakes against sa Full Sense talaga.
Mukhang sinubukan talaga nila ng maigi na makuha yung rounds here on the attackers because they're very strong on the attackers, even gaining a 7-0 gaya ng sabi ko. And pati yung mga clutch moments dito ni Vibor, it's unexpected fairly for the team players or the team members of VLT. Pero once John Olsen popped off, and na-figure out ni PTC na ito yung kailangan yung supportahang player. Wala na halos nagawa yung VLT dito. Na-stuck sila in a position na hindi sila makakuha ng mga post-plant, hindi sila makapalag when it comes to retakes as well. But when it comes to firepower, they definitely have that. They have a strong foundation here already against Full Sense. It's just a matter of ilan pa ba ang strats na meron ka na kaya mong ihatid dito sa Asia Pacific stage, because one strat book is not enough to actually face off against the teams that we have here.
Actually, right, Taylor. Wala talagang pag-isa lang, it won't work. Lalong-lalo na you're going up against a team that went to champions. That they went to champions. Ito nga, ang mga taga Full Sense. So, nakikita natin yung team na to na kahit mahirap, kayang-kaya na lang bumangon sa isang sitwasyon. And I think, if Velocity, hindi nga sila nanalo dito, sobrang dangerous ng split map talaga. Dahil nakita natin how John Olsen wiped out a lot of teams, especially na nasa momentum na siya. Pero it just took them so long. Pinakaba tayo ng Full Sense. Nagtaka din tayo to be honest. Totoo, ito ba talaga Full Sense? Natatangbakan ng Velocity? But still, GG sa Velocity, it was a good run sa kanila sa pinakaunang map. At tignan naman natin, dahil mataas din naman stats nila pagdating sa split, but hopefully, yung stats nila may pagbabago kahit onte, na hindi sila mababasa ng Full Sense after all.
Definitely true. And because shoutouts pala sa aking tropa peeps na nanonood ngayon dyan sa Twitch, si Drix, no? And anyway, that was game number 1. Surprisingly, Full Sense took that game instead of VLT, lalo na dominating kanina ang VLT. But other than that, it means Full Sense is in full throttle right now to actually head into game number 2 as well in just a bit. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. When we come back, split nga ang magiging mapa natin. It's still gonna be Full Sense versus VLT. Don't go away. Asia Pacific or VCT Asia Pacific Playoffs or Group Stage will be right back.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the bottom. Unless you have
Welcome back! Ngayon na dito sa last series natin between Velocity Gaming and Full Sense, kami yung shoutcasters. Ako si Rayden Sherpe, kasama ko pa rin ang panel host, ang
Salamat.
panel, ang shoutcaster
Ang
na si
production?
Tero. Lahat na, the
Ako
production.
actually, nagko-control din ng mga players dyan eh. Ako na rin yung naglalaro. Nakita nyo si Deathmaker kanina, yung camera niya eh. Wala sa keyboard, pero gumagalaw yung jet. O yun.
Si Taylor lahat yun. Pero, syempre, bago ang lahat, pasalamatan muna natin ang ating strong sponsors right here because you can actually start with that Fiber Strong, Family Strong with the new G Fiber, only $2,099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. So guys, upgrade na. Kung gusto mag-upgrade ng internet, punta lang kayo sa link na yan, guys, na sinabi nga namin. Pero going back, here it is. Dikit na laban. Umoti pa nga. Every time na nagkas ako today, lahat OT. At nagtataka ako, bakit ganun?
Hindi na ako nagulat, Rere. Nagtaka ka pa. Doon ako nagulat. Nagtaka ka pa kung bakit nag-overtime. Eh, ikaw yung nagkakas, no? Matik na yun pag Ray curse talaga ang ihahatid. Pero okay lang because we didn't have the second series for today din naman. So, bibigyan natin ng magandang matchup itong mga viewers natin as well. But, sa mga kaka-tune in lang, ang naglalaban nga ngayon ay Full Sense versus the players or the team all the way from India, which is Velocity Gaming. At it was a good start actually para sa VLT kanina. Talagang nahirapan sila when worst comes to worst na talagang John Olsen popped off and everyone just went and dived into that opportunity na si John Olsen nakakapalag na finally. Buksan na natin yung site and there you go. Full Sense took it over.
Yan yung talagang dangerous thing kapag binigyan mo ng open space ang Full Sense. Binigyan mo pa sila ng power para makapag comeback. And naniniwala ko talaga sa Heaven, marami ng kwento na maraming teams na nakakapag-comeback knowing Full Sense. Sa LCQ, if I'm not mistaken, ganito din nangyari sa kanila. Nakapag-comeback sila sa kalaban nila with that 9-3 curse once again. But on the other side naman, dito na nga tayo sa split. And ano bang meron pagdating sa split? One of the specialties ng Full Sense, I think, ito so far yung isa sa mga map na ginagamit talaga nila pag alam nilang malakas din naman or just to confirm a map out of the hands nga sa tuwing may series na nilalaro sila. And knowing John Olsen there, nag-pop off na siya. And I think other members also, si D bumawi na rin siya sa last few rounds. Kaya nakaka-excite ang Full Sense. But Velocity Gaming, they're also good here in split. So maybe we're gonna be seeing a close matchup once again or nawala talaga yung 100% lakas ng Velocity Gaming sa first half, which was in Haven earlier.
Aside from that, this is a map pick or map selection na nagmumula rin sa Full Sense gaya nga ng na-mention mo, Ray, no? And as we look into stats, it's actually 58 times that Velocity Gaming have played this map and they have a win rate of 78%. Napakataas niyan. That is equivalent basically to 45 wins and 13 losses in total. And for the side, mas marami nilang beses nilaro to kesa sa Full Sense in a tournament fashion. But like I mentioned a while ago, pagdating dun sa panel kanina, most of the time, dun sa mga tournaments na sinasalihan ng Velocity Gaming, it was tier B teams. Hindi yung mga tier S na makikita natin pagdating dito sa Asia Pacific talaga na kagaya ng Full Sense o kaya ng Xerxia o kaya ng Big Bam. It was majority of those games were actually in the same region that they are playing. Pero alam mo, itong VLT, nakatapat na nila ang Full Sense the first time. Natalo sila in a 2-0. Nakatapat na nila yung Action PH as well nakatapat nila yon in a clean 2-0 din na nagmumula sa Action PH. So that basically means ano ba ang kayang galawin or ano ang kayang dalhin dito ng VLT coming into the Asia Pacific stage, going up against Southeast Asian teams or the region itself, Asia Pacific, na matatapatan ba nila? Kasi looking at it, they have a basic strat book, it works, they have the good foundation when it comes to kills. Kaso nga lang, pag nabasa, ano na?
Ano na?
Dami ko sinabi, no?
Oo.
Ganun pala pag nagpa-panel, ang dami mong kailangang isipin.
Nagiging matalino ata pag nag-panel. Try ko nga din dyan. Baka makatalino
sige,
din
walang
dyan.
problema.
Sabi
Ikaw
ko,
lang naman ang umaayaw.
oo, alam mo na kailang aya na nga sila. Pero sabi ko, ayoko mawalan ng
Trabaho.
ng trabaho. Hindi, I think talaga meron sa panel, nagpe-prepare talaga yung mga panelists natin. Pero si Tier kasi, sana yan, yun pa. Next time, mas gusto ko makita, kung magpa-panel host si Vil, sasama ako, magpa-panel. Yan.
Masarap panoonin. Ano kaya sasabihin ni Vil pagdating nasa panel na siya, it's time! Gumaganon din ba si Kuya mo, Vil, pagdating sa panel? Siyempre, pinapanood yan ng mga Lodi boss natin. Tatanggalan talaga tayo ng trabaho.
At tingnan natin kung ano ba ang mangyayari ngayon. Ay, pero guys, by the way, sa mga nagtataka dyan, nag-relive na si PPGL. Ayan. Pag nakita ko, biglang na-end eh. Kaya nakikita namin yung comments nyo, di ba?
Bigla kayong nalipat sa Wild Rift, no? Gulat kayo, no? Lika dito, balik kayo, guys. Sa Facebook pa rin tayo, nag-relive lang naman. We are also live on Twitch, by the way. PPGL_PH, if I'm not mistaken. Tapos, live din tayo sa YouTube. PPGL din yan. Ayos ba yun?
Ayos yan. Gusto ko yan, Taylor. Okay na okay yan. At, ayun, big shoutouts din pala sa direct natin. Habang wala pa nangyari, masyado na tayong dumaldal, masyado na naging matalino yung converse. Kaya ngayon, shoutout muna natin si Red Problems.
Si Red Problems. Marami ata siyang problema sa buhay, kaya hindi ko alam kung bakit yun yung pangalan niya sa sa Discord. Pero ang importante at mahalaga, importante na nga, mahalaga pa, mabawi ito ng VLT. Kasi yung momentum nasa side na talaga ng Full Sense eh. Nagtuloy-tuloy na all the way from that second half.
Yeah, ngayon na. Pero mas maganda kung 2-0.
Bakit hindi?
Kasi Sunday ngayon, kailangan give love on Sunday. Kaya kung ako si Full Sense, kung ako si Velocity, pwede naman ako mag-lower bracket. Binigyan ng chance, binigyan ng advice. Pero, syempre, balita ko, may mga pagkikita daw eh. Kaya mas maganda, pag maaga natapos, syempre.
Oo, may balak kasi may lakad.
May lakad
ang
kami.
Mga VCT casters mamaya, kaya...
Minsan lang,
Bilis na, fast.
Okay,
Para sa mga
ano
teams
nangyayari?
natin dito. Para sa mga naghahanap ng Filipino teams natin, ang isa na lang ang natitira. That is SBE. Nabukas pa yung mga matches nila, kaya abangan nyo yan. But right now, this is already the last series for today. VLT from India, Full Sense here from Thailand, a powerhouse team that we are looking at. At syempre, ang mapa nga natin na susunod ay split, gaya ng na-mention natin kanina.
Talaga, this is something that we need to look forward with dahil Full Sense clear. Kita natin, they're gonna go with that double duelist and at the same time, dito din sa side ng Velocity. But I'm so happy to see that we're gonna be seeing that Breach and that Omen versus naman sa kung ano meron ng Full Sense. That's gonna be that, the Astra and that Cypher. And ngayon, natito pa rin ang Sky nila. Pero usually, ito talaga yung pickups ng teams na to. Ito yung best agent lineup nila so far pagdating sa split. So, may mga kanya-kanyang perks kapag may breach ka. Pero hopefully sa Velocity, makuha na lang timing ng breach. It's definitely gonna cut down si John Olsen together with Lamy Snacks.
Aside from that, lalo na split yung mapa, dito mabilisan na babaliktad yung mga sitwasyon eh. Yung akala mo sa'yo na mapupunta, pero sa kalaban pa pala mapupunta yung mga rounds natin. Aside from that, if you think about it, for VLT and Full Sense right now, when it comes to experience in an international stage like this, lamang talaga ang Full Sense. So the pressure, even despite the pressure that VLT put upon Full Sense a while ago, hindi gana yun. Para kasi sa kanila, hindi sila na-phase sa mga ganong klaseng movements eh. Yung alam mong, aggressive sila, sige, laban sila, pero worst comes to worst, they can adjust.
Mhm. And on the other side, nakakita na naman tayo ng differences kapag Cypher versus Killjoy here in Split. But then, Full Sense, sinisimulan lang making some of those few noises. Ito na nandito na kayo, Full Sense. Anong pinag-usapan niyo ba yung skin niyo? Sovereign ba dapat? Yung Ghost?
May
Pero kasi
uniform.
ganda eh. Oo, may uniform. Ganda kasi na Sovereign Ghost eh. Para sa akin, hindi ko nga nabili yan. One time, lumabas sa shop ko, pinagsisisihan ko eh.
Ang daming
Ay,
pera ni Rere, no? Lahat ng gustong skin, binibili lang. Saka si
Oo.
Rere, giniftan din ako niya ng ng knife. Salamat, Rere.
Sige. Send Gcash na lang. Hindi, joke lang.
Ow!
Joke lang. Ow!
09.
Uy!
John
Oh
Olsen.
my goodness.
Unang pitas na agad.
Pitas ka agad si John. Lugi ah. Lugi kay John Olsen. Ba't ganun tumutok yan? Oh no! Timing lang. Coming from right to Ace. Against, of course, but there's just Chalala, pinaglalaroan lang nila, few noises, pitas lang naman palang pwede gawin kaagad ngayon ng mga taga-full set, tatlo na lang sila natitira, pero open na kaagad ang B site, and here it goes. Ang mga taga-Velocity, meron pang 50 HP and a Dream si Right to Ace. So, papakawalan na nga ba niya to? Or hindi? Or still? It's just gonna be Full Sense winning this. Medyo complicated kung walang masastan si Amates. Parang nasayang lang. Oh, di ba? Nasayang lang. May flank pa mula kay Chalala.
Lami Snacks to finish things off. Full Sense takes game, or rather round 1 para sa side ng VLT. This is the pistol. Obviously, anything can go wrong. Everything can just go the way that you weren't expecting it to go. On the other hand, si Chalala, ganda din ang ikot niya dito. Despite the post-plant position, it seems like yung ibang players talaga naglu-lurk. Yun yung mahirap pagdating sa mapa ng Split eh. Kasi you can, especially if you have mid-control, makakaikot at makakaikot ka talaga. And yung sa dami ng pwede mong taguan dito, pwede mong i-delay rin ang i-delay yung kalaban mo. So you have to act fast, you have to decide fast. That is the map Split.
Oh, how about for Velocity? Lugi na naman sila sa pistol. And, okay, Full Sense ha. Slow pushes lang sila ngayon. I think they're far more careful na talaga sa Split compared to before na sobrang go W lang sila concast. Pero buti na nakabawas ang isa si The Love Mommy. He gets the second. Sige, mag-audition na kayo sa kanyang harapan. Ang ganda na ginawa ni ano doon. Ang ganda na pitas na ginawa. And parati siya nakakapitas even if mate-trade off siya. Promise. Katulad ngayon, di ba? Naka-pick off siya ng dalawa, pero at that price, kahit siya may patay, okay lang. Alam na din kagad ng information na Full Sense saan ba magagaling ang mga miyembro nila. Speaking of, Lami Snacks gets them. There's the flank coming in from John Olsen as he gets the last 2 kills. And Full Sense still wins this round against Velocity.
Linis-linis lang para sa kanila. They have that advantage when it comes to the guns anyway. Kaya bakit hindi? Di ba? They're just gonna push it and use it in their advantage. Aside from that, the Love Fam, kahit naka-ghost lang siya dito, kapag na-headshot mo naman, na-dink mo agad-agad yan, one hit, delete na lang din ang mangyayari sa'yo. Especially in an eco round for VLT na wala silang mga armor, more or less. A 2-0 already on the side of Full Sense. At makikita mo talaga eh, the opening kills from John Olsen makes the play happen for the side of Full Sense as well.
Interested tayo ngayon sa Velocity naman sa kanilang full buy. Pero si Vio, dun lang nakikipaglaro yan eh. Parati yung nasa A-main, as in papuntang ramps. Hindi na ako magtataka, but looks like here it is. Si Vibor pinagsabay lang kagad with his Uwo bot at napitas na nga na kagad si PTC. At ngayon makapag-stretch out sila. Ganda kagad ng call coming in from them, picking out against 3 members together with Vibor. At dalawa na lang kagad natitira Shalala together with V.
Makikita mo itong VLT, kung mapapansin nyo, they are more reserved than they were during that first game. And they're more careful right now in how they play. They just don't push. But this is Vibor already with the triple kill. The concuss, hindi magko-connect. Pain Shells will come in. Pero yung spike, hindi nila mapulot-pulot. For full sense, dito sila na stuck sa mid. They don't have a choice for rotations because they have to pick up the spike. At dalawa agad makakatapat dito ni Chalala with 14 HP after those clicks. Right to Ace will finish him off. 2-1. Isang casualty lang para sa kanila, which is Deathmaker. That's a good sign.
Get for a fight. Pero ang ganda pa rin ng ginawa ng Velocity dito sa mid. Yung long sprays talaga, lugi talaga yung Spectre sa mga taga full send. So, PTC ngayon. Wala pa rin. Pinag-iinitan. Kawawa naman si PTC. Kung naiintindihan tayo ni PTC, no?
Pasensya na, sorry.
Pasensya na, oo. Mabait naman kami, PTC, pero
madaming
si D pa rin.
ambag yan si PTC sa totoo lang, guys. Nakita nyo yung game 1, hindi posible yung opening kills si John Olsen doon kung wala yung mga bulag, seekers, saka trailblazer niya. Real talk. But this is now full sense in attack. They have to push. They take mid control. And they're trying to get a spike. Mukhang magkakasalisihan dito yung dalawang Jet. Deathmaker sees John Olsen, but nagulat din siya. Hindi nga rin napitas agad-agad si John Olsen dito. Just 89 HP, and that's still big amount of HP that is remaining. Lamy Snacks and the Love Fam, sila na ang bahala para sa opening kills na kailangan nila. This is the beauty of having another duelist on your team. It's not just upon John Olsen in opening sight. It's about the team really working it out para makapasok dito. Deathmaker, he's just waiting on ramps right now. Kung merong mang-iikot, this is John Olsen still sticking his position, his stance here in mid, taking control still. Kung merong mang gustong umikot rin as well. The traps for the Killjoy is set on A side. Yung lurk, ultimate lurk dito ni Raze, it might give in, it might work out para sa kanila. They don't have that anti-lurk right now, but John Olsen was able to spot one. This anti-lurk from the Cypher will make it work right now, pero itong Raze, umiikot lang, napatay na rin si The Love Fam dito. It's all up to Vibor. He gets one, but not enough. Matagal masyado ang rotation ng flank na yan. And this is yet again a round for full sense. Yung rotation nila doon, Ray, ang ganda na sana nung flank na manggagaling kay Vibor. Na-delay siya ng kaunti because he saw a Cypher tripwire. Kung sinira niya yon, siguro yung ibang players ng full sense habang busy sa site, marirealize nila.
Sayang. Alam mo, hindi ko din alam kung bakit. Pero si D, parating ganyan lang yung setup niya. Very basic, yet hindi ko alam kung bakit hindi ma-timingan ng mga teams to. Siguro dahil confident siya or siguro timing also is perfect kapag may magaling kang Cypher. At ngayon, after making a few noise, diba? Nakabawas na naman siya. Siya lang mag-isa sa A. Nalabas na din kagad ang neural theft just to be able to identify where they are. And finally, mga taga-full sets, nakakuha na nga sila ng information kung nasaan sila. But there's just coming in from right to Ace together with Amaterasu. Kaso alam na din kagad saan i-expect ng full sense to mga miyembro nila. And finally, it's just gonna be Amaterasu versus PTC and Shalala. Pero mukhang papasok na nga sila sa B. May nakaabang na isa. Dapat si Amaterasu aware na siya about it. And mukhang ito naman, kukuha lang muna ngayon ng kanyang orb just to be able to swing it off with his cabbages. At hinihintay na nga nila information kung nasa si Amaterasu. And sinabayan na nga ni Shalala ngayon. And finally, full sense still wins by a 4-1, napakalaking advantage ito. Very careful sila maglaro ngayon, so disciplined. And si V, hindi talaga nagmimintis parate. After that neural theft, unlocking ginhawa sa full sense to finally know where are the members kagad ng Velocity. Plus, tinulungan pa with that Seekers after PTC got the last orb.
Naging naging shield pa yung Seekers ni ni Sky. Naprotektahan pa yung isang player. Mukhang this is gonna be an ulti na magmumula kay Vibor, but he would not spot anyone here. Isa lang naman yung nag-setup dyan yung Cypher na may tripwire na napakadami. Hindi na nakagalaw dito yung Raze. And that 8 orbs is gone and over with, but at least he gets the information that there's no one on A. At least one player, probably the Cypher, pero everyone is wrapping around in mid. They take mid control yet again. for Full Sense and they just give it up para sa VLT. Tatapatan natin sila dito. Hindi natin kayang tapatan on mid. So why not just give it up, just wait. Dahil defense naman tayo. Maybe that is the plan of VLT because right now, yung overwhelming power nila, yung overwhelming capability nila a while ago that stunned Full Sense to their toes, it's not happening anymore.
What the? PTC pa. Naging confident about it. On getting that, sumabay na lang siya kagad bago pa siya mapatay. The timing also, nag-click na naman muli. Pero may mga ibang members pa ng Full Sense na naghihintay coming in from mid. Nakapasok na nga sila, Miss Nax. Pero kailangan niya pumitas pa ng isa. Pero nakita na ni right way si John Olsen. Naku po. Walang choice ngayon. Kunin na dapat nila kagad yung spike. And speaking of Putin, nakuha na kagad ng mga miyembro ng Full Sense. And finally, nilabas nila kagad si Amaterasu ang kanyang ultimate but won't be able to work on to it. And we're down with a 3v3. Deathmaker gets it. Sinabayan na din kagad ng Cosmic Divide ni Shalala at dalawa na lang kagad na natitira sa Full Sense. But Lamy Snacks can just play along with it. Oy! Nasa likod mo! 1v1 with the Great One. Lamy Snacks versus Elif. Sino ang ano kaya ang mangyayari ngayon? Sabi dito ni Health, help me! Pero oh no, wag ka dyan, Lamy Snacks. Ay, natatakot para sa'yo. Wala siya dyan, Lamy Snacks. Nasa kaliwa mo. Sabi niya, pifli ka na lang niya. Oh my goodness, sa iba kasi nakatingin si Elf. Sayang yung timing. And Full Sense still leads by 4 rounds against Velocity. At kahit mabagal ang play nila, workable pa rin to.
Hindi pa rin nila ma-figure out eh. They had this opportunity as well and ginamit din yung ultimate na nang mumula para sa breach, no? And they were able to take those important kills. But on the finale, there's just too much to look after. Ito nga yung napakadaming mga angles na dapat mong bantayan, especially in a map like Split, na pwede mong taguan in each and every way. And this is now a timeout coming in from VLT. They have to figure out the reset, maybe go back to the drawing board, kung ano ba magiging plano nila dito. Because once you take away that overwhelming capability of VLT, what's left for the team?
Velocity? What could be the improvement ngayon? Ayan na nga sasabi ko eh. Okay naman si Amaterasu, kaso nga lang napipick off lang talaga sila parate ng isa sa A-site. Even if they try to contest it, hindi lang si D ang nakakabawas, kundi si PTC din. Although there's a shutdown from John Olsen, kaso ready ang Full Sense for the trades. And let's see, they always go with the split push eh. And sometimes here in Split, it's okay na ganito. Basta confident yung teammates mo na makakapitas sila. And that's okay. So, ngayon, dinap muna nila yung spike. And looking at the position once again, hihintayan ni Lamy Snacks na may magpupush. Sige mo, masya-shutdown dito si Deathmaker. Pero okay, dalawa. Nakita na nga din yung information. Iiwasan niya. Kinuha na rin kagad yung spike. Takbo na nga tayo muli papuntang B. And next question will be, what will be the usage ngayon ng Full Sense sa kanilang mga hawak-hawak just to be able to push against the guys of Velocity. And speaking of a few distractions coming in from mid at magsiset up na din kagad ang Full Sense dahil ilalabas na nga nila yung utilities dyan. Olsen talaga nag-dash in na, hindi sumakto kagad ang utilities na ginamit and he got right to ace on the other side, pero hindi pala niya napatay yung turret at na-crossfire na nga ngayon ng mga miyembro ng Full Sense, yeah, here in B main.
For Full Sense, lahat ng slow play na ginagawa ngayon ng VLT, obviously they are on the defense eh. But on how offensive this player or this team actually plays out, hindi mapigilan ng VLT. We've seen it even on game number 1 as well. Lamy Snacks, pumupush lang, nakakuha pa ng triple kill, and syempre si Shalala na ang bahala. Lagi naman eh, to close things off. 6-1 na nga ang score natin dito at Full Sense pa rin ang lumalamang, still on the series point. Ang Full Sense dito, if na 2-0, it's gonna be over for the side of VLT. Pero upper bracket naman to, Ray.
So, kaya namang bumawi ng team ng Velocity. Pero going up against SB, mahihirapan yung Velocity. Sure ako, 100%. Itapat mo si Deathmaker kay Aziz, siya kay Ja. Wala na. Kasi pag si Jan nagkaroon ng napakagandang collateral kill, nako, mahihirapan talaga tong Velocity.
6-1. Nako, for Velocity talaga, they have to really use that velocity to make plays happen for the team. Yung mga post-plant position ng Full Sense dito, it's more of the engagements yung napapanalo na nila. At talagang mahirap tapatan because John Olsen popping off. PTC, yung utility usage niya nakakakuha na rin. Chalala to be added to the team or to the fragger of this team as well. So, Lami Snacks na isa ring duelist. The double duelist setup here for Full Sense is in full force and it's working out for the team itself.
Oh no. Pero Velocity, medyo na... Oh, alam pa nila nandito na si Jan Olsen. Oh my goodness. Oh, makakapag-flank siya. Di na siya duelist. Ngayon, flankerist na siya. And speaking of, after that timing na rin to para kay Chalala to actually plant it. And he gets the third kill already. Ace na ba to? It is. Dahil health na lang together with Vibor ang natitira. And while they're playing with the guys of Full Sense, mahihirapan sila ngayon. But there's the flank coming in. Pero mukhang madedestroy na din kagad. Napakalayo pa ni Vibor to actually make something. He tries to get it. He will be pushing against the two members pa ngayon ng mga taga Full Sense. And let's see if it's gonna be working once again. Okay, don't tell me. Ito na ba ang clutch na hinihintay natin? He goes for a defuse. Naku po! Pinindot! Nag-dive out? Nope. Timing from Jan Olsen. Niligtas na naman ni Jan Olsen ang buhay ng mga teammates at ang scoreline. And still, Full Sense leading by 6 rounds against Velocity. One down. Blocking sight.
There's just a quick replay on what happened that round. Obviously, Full Sense. Hindi mo na masabi kasi it just seems like napakalakas lang talaga when they go inside. It's not just about the capability of the players to actually use the utilities. Talagang pagdating sa engagements, lugi talaga ang VLT ngayon. Yung kaninang power nila, parang naubos na nung game number 1. Ray, para silang nag 100% doon. Tapos naubos sila. Alam mo yung binigay mo lahat tapos wala nang natira para sa susunod.
Ay, naramdaman ko yan.
Ay, sorry. Nasaktan ka na naman.
Oo. May iba ako naisip. Binigay mo lahat. 100%.
Tapos naubos ka.
Oo! Totoo yan. Masakit talaga yun.
Yung oo.
Para ka na no? Oh, no! VLT! Velocity! Bumawi. Ay!
Spike down,
Okay. PTC talagang nason. Bakit natatalo tong Full Sense Nanggaling pa sa Torre yung... Okay. Kung na-pick off nila Miss Snack pwede. Okay. Good swing. Pwede pa nila makuha to. Pero tagal pa na ito bago. Dalawang member na
Hindi pa naman nakakapag-plant Dito na nanalo yung VLT pag hawak nila yung spike. Pag na-drop ng Full Sense yung spike sa harapan nila, yun yung first round na nakuha nila kanina, Ray.
Okay, may 6
ito na yung 6-man. 6-man na daw ang bahala. Pag na-detect ka, yatapchi ka. Ito na si Lami Snacks. The double peak works out mula dito sa VLT. A thrifty round even for them.
Lugi talaga no, sa close. Kapag kahawak-hawak ng mga kalaban mo, Frenzy. Classic. Tignan mo nangyari, napita sila.
Teka nga.
Ito.
Si
Isa-isa
Right to
sila.
Ace muna. Tapos, yung ibang mga players, nakapasok na lang sila ng site. Naiwan talaga yung spike doon. Napasok na nila kanina pa on B main. But Heaven wasn't successful in making the play happen. Doon na nga nag-falter yung Full Sense, no? And this is now a 7-2. They have preparation here on Garage that we are looking at right now. At hindi naman sila nag-peak talaga ng sobra-sobra. Napatras din agad yung Jet because of yung ating ano ba yung tawag doon? Fault line. Yan. Kasi naiisip ko yanig
si
Vil kasi.
Dahil kay Vil. Kasalanan ni Vilton. Buto na lang yung Full Sense. After this round, thrifty na. Pero, my goodness, si Jan Olsen na naman. Gumaganda. 2K na naman. Pwede pa makuha kagad yung Phantom ni Vibor right now. Pero, few instances lang ngayon na makakapagpita sila. Back to 3 members na lang ng Velocity agad. And mind games ang kailangan nila dito ang sikasuin. Walang tao sa A-side. So, pumipitas-pitas lang sila ngayon. Ginagamit na si John Olsen, no? Tas si PTC for the trade. Good way of using that Blade Storm if you have someone also who's good in trading you. So very confident ang mga taga Full Sense about it. And okay, sayang yung A site pero di din kasi nila alam ano pa yung natitira
30
ng A
seconds
site.
left.
So hindi mo rin masisisi yung Full Sense eh.
Basta isa
And-
lang yan, Ray. Yung Full Sense, malakas yan sa mga slow play. Ang kaso nga lang, pagdating sa mga slow play, hindi yan ginagawa pag umi-entry ka because the guiding light comes in. Naabangan din yan ni Deathmaker. He was able to spot John Olsen. The opening kills yung Blade Storm. Nasayang na, but this is the overwhelming capability of Full Sense right now. They have to plant the spike. Only a few seconds remaining in a 2v1 situation. Amaterasu na lang ang natitira dito. And this Killjoy lockdown, they wouldn't be able to move. Dalawang players ang kailangan hanapin ni Amaterasu. He still has that opportunity. PTC is wrapping around the corner at makaplant pa rin siya ng spike dito. Andito na nga yung Seekers. Alam na nila yung posisyon ni Amaterasu. It is on the default, pero may blind pa siya na pwedeng magamit. Let's see kung paano nga ba mayu-utilize ni PTC yung kanyang sheriff dito. Matitrifty ba niya? Itong si Amaterasu, hanap-hanapan, tagu-taguan, the name of the game, and PTC will win it for the team.
Bati na tayo, PTC. Bati
Okay
na
na.
tayo! Okay
May ambag na siya.
Okay, di na natin nakawag si PTC. Di na siya bot frag ngayon! Yay! Pero grabe to. Ang pinaglaruan lang ni PTC, oh. Nagpatintero, nagtago-taguan. Ayan, oh. Pero buti na lang na-pick off si Deathmaker. Kasi kung hindi, kawawa sila dito ngayon. And, yeah. Ano, dinali lang niya lahat ng oras hanggang sa magkaroon na ng angulo. Tapos gumiti lang na onte, sabi ni PTC. Umanon lang eh. And now, leading by 6 rounds na muli ang mga taga Full Sense. At nakakatakot actually. Itong lead nila. Kapag ito naging 10-2, sobrang complicated talaga ng velocity. Once na ni-remove mo lahat ng amount of firepower and meron sila. But at least luckily, Health was able to tackle PPC down. But then, let's go here kay Full Sense muli. Mukhang nahihirapan ang velocity talaga. But slow plays lang naman ang pwedeng gawin ng Full Sense dito. The usual na ginagawa nila. A more disciplined way to actually get this. But here it is. John Olsen gets the head of Health. And as we can see, slow, pitas lang at finally, nakakuha na nga ng opening ngayon. Ang mga taga Full Sense, pero
30
puto na
seconds
lang.
left.
There's just deny coming from Amaterasu. At ilalabas
Nako,
nila
fault line na.
bahagad. Okay,
Nilabas na,
sisimulan
meron
yan.
pang yanig sa tagig. Uy, na pwedeng ilabas dito. The frenzy wins against the operator right there. Here comes the party. Yan ang sabi ng isang Raze. Makakakonect nga ba yung kanyang showstopper dito in a 3v1 situation. The Love Bam is going out and hindi niya makukuha. This is on the hands of VLT to actually do the retake. Mukhang nakakabalik din ang VLT. Marunong din pala magbasa ng mga team.
Spare parts.
Na 350.
350 muli.
Last round
Okay.
in the half.
9-3 curse ba to? Or 8-4? Kasi pag 8-4, mas okay pa daw eh. Kesa sa 9-3 curse. Balita ko yan.
Right there.
Ah,
Right there.
balita ko, ganun daw eh. Kapag sa mga, sabi ni Black and Blue yun, mas maganda daw 8-4 kesa 9-3 curse. Ah, okay. So,
Sino nagsabi?
Si Black and Blue. Si Black and Blue.
Sige,
Narinig ko kahapon.
si Bill, aawayin ko sana.
Di ko din alam eh. Si Black and Blue kapon nagtatagalog eh.
Oh,
Ultimate bias.
Ultimate bias. 8-3 last round para sa ating first half dito. At this time around, baliktad ang storya. VLT ngayon ang humahabol. Kaya ba nilang gawin ang nagawa ng Full Sense kanina sa paghabol ng score nila? Si Lamy Snacks. Pag ito nag-satchel in play, GG talaga. Ito na nga with the flash, kasama pang bulag with the teammates. Sky main ka ba talaga kapag di mo binulag yung mga kakampi mo?
Oh, kaya ba? Oh! Oy! Sinayawan!
Strafe lang. Strafe lang, sabay headshot.
Ano lang, no? Sumayaw sumabay. Okay. Full sense, nabawasan na naman sila ngayon. Matatapos ba nila ng outstanding 92? Pero si John Olsen, uy! Na-deny lang. Sinabayan lang ni Lamis Nax. Napatay! And now, back to 3v3. Nasayang yung ult. Okay lang yon. Velocity. Dahil caught off guard naman na mga miyembro ng Full Sense and PTC na lang together with John Olsen na natitira. May oras pa ba? Mukhang wala. Yung smoke, okay. Baka lang gusto niyang mag-cut off ng angle sa side ng Full Sense. And finally, we'll be able to pop off din. Sinabayan na nga din kagad ngayon ng ng flash. At tag-fake TP na nga dito. Post-plant it is. Tignan natin kung Full Sense makuha nila to and they're actually just gonna be going for the trades. No flash already sa kay John Olsen at kay PTC. So talagang tatimingan na lang nila to with the swing.
Nag-ano na lang post-plant situation na lang talaga para sa side ng Full Sense. Si Isa na lang natitira, 1v1 na naman. It's PTC. Ito na nga ba ang ultimate ambag moment niya for the team. Dito na naman siya to actually psycho out the player, the last remaining player na nagbumula sa VLT. Nasa kanan mo lang, PTC. Pumasok na rin ng smoke. The pop flash comes in. Sumakto yung bulag! Wow! PTC! Kala mo napakagandang play no? Pero binulag niya lang naman talaga, sumakto lang. Pero finally, si PTC, lahat na niya actually to give, to be fair pagdating sa performance niya dito, yung mga guiding light niya lahat tumatama. Yun ang nagawa.
Lahat ng mga tao nagsasabi sa comment section, meron na daw ambag si PTC. True lalo. Yan, totoo yan guys. At ngayon, 9-3 curse it is ba? Or talagang Full Sense all the way? 16-9, 13-8. At si Deathmaker na ba yung bagong si PT? Literal na jet malalim, terror.
Ikot ka na lang talaga dito sa mapa ng split sa
Oo.
Japan.
Yun. Kaya pala Full Sense. Grabe yung nila, grabe yung strat nila dito sa split. Well improved. May check badge pa yan. Well improved gameplay here in split.
Si John Olsen, 16 kills, 9 deaths. Si Lamis Nax, 13 kills, 8 deaths. Habang hirap na hirap pa makalagpas ng 10 kills itong mga players ng VLT. But I think kung ibabalik nila yung overwhelming na capability nito pagdating dito sa ating second half, posible, no? Lalo na if Deathmaker actually steps up. Because before, when I checked out the stats, before I actually casted the game, kasi nga, syempre, pag nag-panel ka, kailangan alam mo lahat. So, when it comes to this, Deathmaker was actually one of the consistent players na nagmumula sa VLT. But right now, in this game against Full Sense, even in game number 1, hindi siya nagpe-perform masyado.
Talagang kanina, si Deathmaker, nagpa-pop off tear pert. Ngayong split, tinanggalan Nagko-connect yes yung other operator shots, pero hindi talaga yung karamihan. Iba talaga si John Olsen ngayon. Pero, on the defending side, who's gonna get to? Lalo na kapag nanalo pa yung Full Sense dito, Taylor, sa first 2 rounds, alam mo na talagang sa kanila papabor ang ihip ng hangin. Lamis Nax! Uy! May mapapatay, may madidead. Okay, good trade lang. Hindi pa nabawasan garo si Vivor. Buto na lang. He's just gonna be confident about it into taking that. And finally, pwede ata sila makaputa, pero that's the flash coming in. Pero, uy, sa iba nakatingin. Oh, PTC! Pumalo na 2 kills! Grabe, ito na talaga ang tunay na PTC na inaabangan natin.
Ito na yung final form niya, Rere. Kumbaga, no? Pero hindi na nila kailangan mag-plant ng spike kasi ubusin lang naman din sila dito ng Full Sense. Easy 10-3 ang magiging score. Wala atang curse ngayon ng 9-3.
Walang curse kapag Full Sense.
Baka may 10-3 score. Gumawa ng sariling curse, no?
Paano nga, no, kung gano'n? Pero itong VLT, grabe naman kayo Full Sense on the other side. Top lang pala ng Goose Ganyan ata pag uniform yung goals. Gawin nga natin yan, Tier, pag lalaro tayo ng Valorant.
Idadamay mo pa ako.
Oo, matte black
Wala
dapat
nga
sa
ako
akin.
niyan.
Matte black nga.
Pwede na, sige. Okay,
Narinig
yung
na
matte
daw
black,
tayo
yun na
niyan
yung
eh.
normal eh.
Oo. Narinig na daw tayo ni PTC kasi. Kaya daw ginalingan na. Kanina pa tayo nagko-complain tungkol sa kanya.
Trash talk ng trash talk. Itong mga caster dito ng PH, pahiyain ko nga tong mga to.
There.
Nag-perform si Kuya mo PTC. Ito yung actually from the previous matches, even on Champions, even on Masters, or Challengers, Challengers, nagpe-perform naman talaga si PTC. He's actually one of the strongest. And just unsure what happened the past days or the past weeks that we've seen him. And this is now Amaterasu planting the spike at itong mga players ngayon ng Full Sense is preparing for retake na in a 4v3 situation. The entry comes in mula kay John Olsen. Si Chalala nakaspot na nga ng isa. Binulag ang kakampi. Yan ang gustong gawin ni PTC. But Chalala, he gets the 2K, maybe even the third. But PTC was able to secure that instead. 11-3 na ang score natin. Mukhang Full Sense. They just wanna take this home.
Thank you, Full Sense. Sasama natin to mamaya, Terror. All the way from Thailand. Sandali lang, Full Sense. Punta kami Thailand. Mamaya. Sama-sama tayo. At, uy. Full Sense. Grabe talaga. Konektado na lahat. 100% lakas na ata nangyayari sa Full Sense talaga ngayon. And, here it goes.
That goes there.
Down to 2 left. Full Sense can actually maybe get this. But dangerous thing na lang dito is that pag hindi magiging consistent ang Full Sense para lang i-close tong series na to.
Etong ano na to, Boombot, Roomba, wala siyang makikita. Masaspatan niya actually yung isang player sa Heaven pero si Lamy Snacks ang hindi nahuli nung Boombot na yan. Deadly itong positioning ni Lamy Snacks. It's either a one and done or he gets this triple kill. The spot is a one and done instead. A VLT na stop onto their toes because of that flash mula na nagmumula kay PTC kaya hindi nila kailangan nilang hanapin dito. At si Dilab pa, makala ko kakampi. Walang iya, kalaban pala. Umiikot-ikot na. PTC was able to take 1 kill. This is VLT trying to see kung nasan ba yung kalaban. Meron sa likod, meron sa harap, meron sa kanan. Lahat na lang.
Lahat ng angulo. Nandoon. Pero right to is kailangan pa tumakbo. Okay, mababasa na ng Full Sense type. Pupunta to ng A side. PTC, may flash
30
pa.
seconds
Pwede
left.
niyang mahintay. While on the other side, ZD can just trade off PTC kung sakasakal. And there's the trap. Alam na nga din nila kagad that they're gonna be moving here in A side. And speaking of, hihintay ni PTC syempre. Ay! Pupush niya kagad! Pupush niya! And he finally finishes him.
Sayang yung 300 men. It's already the final round for Full Sense to take and VLT, they are in a slump position in a 12-3 score. Ang dami nilang rounds na kailangang habulin dito. Mapapa-time out ka na lang talaga, Ray.
Talagang, full buy na sila dito syempre. Kailangan na i-maximize yung economy nila. Kung hindi, wala eh. 13-3. Pinatikim lang ng 3 rounds sa first half. Tapos wala na. And kitang-kita mo, parang John Olsen and friends na naman, pero I think not eh. Kasi yung daming 1v1 situation or 1v2 na napanalo ng Full Sense against Velocity. So we gotta give it to them. Pero as for Deathmaker, hindi talaga siya makapagkuha ng something yung first half eh. Walang shutdown kay John Olsen eh. Parang ganito lang eh. Pag problema niya si Monyet sa Onyx G, si John Olsen din problema niyo yan. Parang usual sa PHC, nagiging problem talaga nila na i-shutdown ay si Georgie pag mainit na siya, 'di ba? Si Blurred, yan, mga mahirap and si Aziz din pag sobrang naging confident siya together with Ja. So, si Deathmaker ngayon, talagang pag hindi siya nagsimula ng sobrang init, hindi din talaga siya magiging consistent all throughout. And Velocity, maybe this is the problem that they have to face, but looking at it, ito na, bumili na sila. This is just it. Kapag di tayo nanalo dito, then we're gonna go to a lower bracket going up against SBE.
Yes, this should do.
Nako po. At least ito, upper bracket to para sa VLT. May isa pa silang opportunity, may isa pa silang chance to actually win it and make it happen. And this is the showstopper being stopped immediately by John Olsen. Hindi pwede yan. Huwag ka magpasabog dito. Bawal na ang boga. Attacker Killjoy, which is the side of VLT. Up and online na yung kanyang lockdown. Kung sasabihin natin with the 3v3, kaya pang i-retake ng full sense, especially with that Seekers. It will give away yung spot kung saan ba nagtatago yung ibang mga players. Kaso nga lang, there's no trade-off o kaya walang sabay dun sa Seekers na yan. John Olsen might go for another kill, and lalo na in a 3v2, this is very, very much possible, especially with that kill coming in from John Olsen. It's just Hell FF on the corner, waiting to be gunned down. A fighting squad yan sa Gedli, and Full Sense takes this to a 13-3 scoreline, making it a 2-0 para sa series natin. See you later, Ray Ray.
Ay, see you, fam! See you, Full Sense! Yan. Binulungan kasi namin yung Full Sense eh. Sabi namin, tapusin nyo na. Pero, we also have Full Sense advancing already to the knockout stage next week. So, congratulations sa kanila. Well, Velocity, they need to face off SB bukas sa pinakahuling series para makita natin kung sino bang huling representative na pupunta, syempre, sa knockout stage. But overall, I'm happy to see na ganito muli yung Full Sense. Kasi, nung play-ins, medyo may halong kaba, may halong parang desync lang medyo pagdating sa styles ang Full Sense sa isa na lang matchup. Pero ngayon, looking at how they play it perfectly, especially sa Haven, how they started it out, dito sa split talaga, sobrang nag-improve yung game style. It's not all about the press W game style. It's always about dedicating the flank. Kaya makakapit na siya ng isa sa first half. Tapos, John Olsen is prepared for it. Plus, coming in from PTC. And I'm happy na si PTC bumawi talaga. 2.4 KD, Terror!
Grabe, no? Finally, si PTC. Ito yung mangyayari sa Full Sense kapag maraming ambag si PTC. At 13-3 scoreline. 10 rounds ang advantage dito ng Full Sense. And obviously, it would reflect on the stats that we are looking at. With John Olsen getting 22 kills, especially those opening kills na nagmumula sa kanya, yun talaga yung nag-open up ng site. And other than that, it was just a moment of opportunity for Full Sense, especially when the shift changed, or rather yung sides natin nagpalit na. Full Sense, it's only a matter of time, kumbaga. Ilang rounds na lang ang kailangan nilang kuhanin doon. And VLT, it seems like nag 100% talaga sila pagdating sa game number 1. But moving forward towards game number 2, they lack everything. The solution to the problem they cannot find, which is Full Sense being in full control of the entire map. They always take mid-control dito, Ray Ray, when they were on the attacking side. And no one actually punished them on mid.
Ang hirap pagdating sa ginagawa ng Velocity. They just have the pick-offs, pero maybe nahirapan lang din talaga sila to put a shot down. Tapos hindi rin sakto yung breach nila tier usually eh. Nababawasan lang siya na nababawasan. Pero maganda yung comp nila, to be honest. I'm more happy of their comp talaga. As to compared sa Full Sense. Pero kapag hindi mo nakuha yung perfect timing para sa initiator such as Breach, sobrang magfe-fail talaga yung gusto na lang i-work ngayon. Plus si Deathmaker, hindi ko alam ano nangyari, pero it seems like yung energy coming in from him, duels pa lang, walang nangyayari. Kapag long angles, pwede, pero ngayon parang nawala yung lakas niya after that Haven comeback ng Full Sense against them.
Kita mo naman, the opening kills pa lang pagdating sa pistol on the second half was already on the hands of Full Sense. Aside from that, may breach ka nga sa team mo. But how can you do and use that ultimate when it comes to the latter part of the game kung gusto mo mang mag-retake? Hindi nga mahalos nagamit yung yung yanig sa sa papag pagdating dito, yung Rolling Thunder, hindi masyadong nagamit. And John Olsen just looking so good as typical as he seems. Ang ating top 20 Radiant dito ngayon, talagang umaariba pagdating sa match na to. Very much so, he is probably one of the players that are consistent all throughout, not only here on this map, but in other games that they've played as well as a team.
I'm so happy na ganito ang Full Sense, but at the same time, di pa naman tapos sa Velocity giving fans there. They're gonna be facing sa SBE nga tomorrow. So huwag kayong mag-alala. Dahil ngayon guys, nakikita na nga natin yung mga teams na mapupuno ng slot going into knockout stage. But bukas, may kita na nga natin yung mga final list of teams on towards the last day here sa group stage. Once again guys, this is it for the last series and we're gonna be going to the panel after the short break. Kami ang shotcasters nyo. Ako si Rady at kasama ko dito si Ter. Have a fun night guys. So see you tomorrow.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew.
Well, they got us in the first half, though. Not gonna lie, Velocity. They kind of dropped the ball on the first map in full sense. Just took advantage of that and took it all the way into just qualifying for knockouts. Welcome to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. Raph, what exactly happened there for Velocity Gaming? They had a 9-3 lead. Was it the 9-3 curse or was it something else?
Yes, it's the curse. That is the official analysis. No, I'm kidding, guys. Again, looking at the way the nature of the economy of Valorant works, we will always look at the game in swings. Typically, you win that pistol, you win the next 2 rounds, and it's gonna keep moving forward. But yeah, Velocity, I feel like that was a little bit of a heart crusher there, because once again, that commanding lead on Haven was all for naught, as Full Sense took the lead away from them, took the wheel, and just said, hey man, relax.
Okay, guys, so first off, Raph is lying to you. The real reason why, and we talked about this even before back in the stage, is because no, okay, this is not the real reason, but we felt like, maybe because they kind of had their game moved up a bit, they were warming up into it, and you really did feel that come in for Full Sense, where they were just making very, very questionable decisions, and it felt like it took them almost an entire half to really get in the swing of things and how to play the game. It wasn't necessarily their aim, and sometimes what people think, like when a team is starting to get warmed up, it's not about the aim necessarily, it's getting into the mindset of how to play as a team in a professional setting, and that just goes to show, if you're not playing in a professional, like a structured team, then you are going to get rolled by pretty much every single team that we have here, even the underdogs like Velocity. And I really do think once they kind of lock themselves in, once they realize, hey man, let's stop treating this like a scrim, this ain't ranked, let's actually play as a team, that's when they started to really get things going, and that continued further in the split.
Yeah, I was being nice, okay? I was being real candid.
Esports answer.
Yeah, okay, guys, okay, so they took a while to warm up. When they warmed up, they did Full Sense things. Is that what you want to hear from me? Because I said it. Okay, now Split, on the more analytical side of things, we talked about how Full Sense loves to not clog those rotation avenues when they're playing like post plant. They'll always plant their feet onto the side. Translated so well on their defender side, translated even better on their attacker side, which is all that peculiar on Split. But once again, that's Full Sense.
Yeah, it took them like until what, the second half almost really to start doing that on Haven as well. And once they did, as you pointed out, it was a pretty good thing, good note on that Raph. But I also do think that Velocity, their kind of style really, I guess, caught them off guard to start things off on Haven. I mean, when you are playing against a KO any single time and you're not used to playing against a KO on that map, like we don't always see KO on Haven, it can catch that team off guard. But there comes at a point where adjustments can be made. And that's what, to their credit, Full Sense aren't necessarily known for, but were able to achieve here today.
Oh, yeah.
And with that, Full Sense, they're going to make themselves a little bit more known moving forward into the tournament, because they do qualify into the knockout stages. But speaking of which, let's have a recap of what happened throughout the entire day and have a look at the updated group standings that we've had after the second to the last day here at the Asia Pacific Challengers. Things on over at Group A. Esports locked their slots in. We have yet to see Cerberus Esports and Made in Thailand go for that rematch for themselves. Things are a little different for Group B, as we finally see the two qualified teams from that group, Persija Esports besting Bonkers in a close 2-1 scoreline as they join Paper Rex in the knockout stage. Meanwhile, over at Group C, relatively a free ticket here, all things considered, for Bleed Esports going into the knockouts. But now Onyx G is up for a match here, going up against Xerxia Esports. No rematches available there. The only rematch is if Onyx G makes their way inside the playoffs. And lastly, in a Group D, Velocity Gaming, they dropped the ball, in Full Sense just took advantage of it, and Velocity paid the price for it. They will be dropped down to the lower bracket.
That's Full Sense, I don't think they can drop the ball against
I'm not
Velocity.
sure if dropping the ball was there. I think it never got rolling in the first place, considering they were up against Full Sense.
Yeah, valid point there. But now they have to pick up the ball and try to go up against South Built Esports. Speaking of which, we will see that match tomorrow together with the rest of the elimination matches that we have, as we have a look at the schedule for the final day of group stages. And it's another elimination match. It's a 50-50 on the hearts breaking and joyous triumph as Cerberus goes up against Myth, followed by Onyx and Xerxia, and lastly, South Built Esports and Full Sense. What matches are we looking forward to here, Raph?
I don't think that should be South Built versus Full Sense. I think that should be South Built versus Velocity.
Velocity, yeah.
I mean, either way, right? That matchup is probably gonna happen in the future. We're just looking too far ahead. The Oracle.
Sometimes life really sucks like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
groups. If there were 2 teams from that group, then it should have been them, but there can only be one, apparently, Black and Blue.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of predicting both of these teams to come out of Group C. And, well, things go the way they are. And now we're going to have one of these only come out and one go home. And to be honest with you, for whichever team goes home tomorrow, it will be a disappointment because they were teams that we were expecting to potentially probably be in the top 4 when we're all said and done at the knockout stage. And so, either of these could have definitely been qualifying teams and do Masters even. So that second matchup is really shaping up to be one hell of a match. And I can't wait, based on what we got from their first opening series in the group, to see the rematch between Onyx and Xerxia as well. But I think Cerberus and Myth is going to be kind of a sleeper, kind of, I guess, not knockout, kind of a sleeper, exciting match that we really aren't going to expect to be as good as it will eventually kind of turn out being, because these 2 teams, I think they're pretty equal in power levels and their playstyles match up decently well enough that we're going to get a really entertaining opening show for tomorrow.
Definitely going to be an entertaining show at that. All of these are happening tomorrow, same time, same place, all across the region. And it's the last matches, so we have 4 qualifications into the knockouts. And just thinking about how tight the entirety of the group stages were, feels like we're already setting ourselves up for one hell of a playoffs matches. One hell of a playoffs match here. And before we actually wrap up the entire show, I'd like to ask a couple of thoughts here moving into the knockouts, because we already have a clear picture sort of on how the teams are going to be facing off against each other. Let's start with you, Black and Blue.
Well, I mean, looking at the image of what we've got here, as we talked about already, the matches at hand are definitely going to be shaping up to be great matches. We talked about, the opening 2, and we have to look at the South Build versus Velocity, because they both actually performed almost exactly the same versus Oblivion Force. So we can kind of expect, if 1 + 1 = 2, if it consequentially ends up that way, then maybe, maybe, we might get a close game here. Well, compared to the math of Mr. Raph here, we'll assume 34 is 30 + 4. I think we're on.
Oh yeah, thank you for calling that back, by the way. But again, if you ask me, like, well, I guess let's just be a little more specific with this, right? Yeah, I think that's the biggest question for Southfield, because we've been touting them as the rightful kings of the throne, so to speak, at least for our region. But them kinda, I wouldn't necessarily say struggle against Oblivion Force. To clean it up, man. Like, I'll be incredibly candid and be honest. I think they're those bad habits that somewhat hamper the momentum they could gain and close out the matches way sooner, or at least don't drag them out, or not drag them out as much as they should. But either way, if it works, it works.
And speaking of cleaning up, we have to close up shop here right now for tonight here at the Asia Pacific Challengers Group Stages. And on behalf of everybody and the casting desks all across the regional broadcast that we have as well here on the official broadcast, I'm Nomad with Raph and Black and Blue. We'll see you tomorrow for the continuation and the finale of the qualifiers. Good night and good fight.